I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great day to be a Never Trump guy. It is sincerely a great day to be a Never Trump guy. It's a great day to not have bet my political or professional reputation on a man who at minimum, do you understand? At minimum, we now have documentary evidence that Donald Trump was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein as recently as 2017, already into his presidency. And then not just that, there's likely evidence showing that they were hanging out as recently as 2019. You understand that that was like a year and change before January 6, 2021. So at minimum, has anyone checked in on Rob Noor? No, not yet. Although I think that was going to be my next move. I think I was going to check in on Rob Noor. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good, man. So hold on. Let me see if there's any Rob Noor lives. Nashville bound, huge Crucible announcement, and maybe debate review. That was a day ago. Final call-in show. That was 2 days ago. So no, he hasn't covered it yet. Oh, I can't wait for the sweep. I can't wait for the sweeping. It's going to be so glorious. It's going to be like, well, we don't have any videos or pictures of him actually doing the deed. Like that's going to be it. And we're going to be using Hutch as a vehicle. We're going to be using Hutch as a vehicle for the review. Now, there are more emails released. So realistically, what I'm going to do while we're using Hutch as a vehicle to review the preliminary emails, let me go ahead and share what's going on right now, just in case people are waking up and they actually have no idea what's going on. Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein is the most prolific convicted pedophile of the past several decades. Now, if we have some libertarians, if we have some, Europeans, they might be like, okay, well, he's not a pedophile. He's an ephebophile. Okay, well, no matter what, he was recruiting 13 to 17-year-old girls from flyover states to fly into New York for his modeling agency in order to model and also to recruit them as massage therapists. Because, of course, it's not illegal for a 16 or 17-year-old to be a massage therapist, right? But then what he would do is Ghislaine Maxwell would pressure these models and massage therapists to do sexual favors to powerful people. Amongst the leaks, I think we have accusations against Alan Dershowitz, who was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. We have accusations against Ehud Barak, who is the Israeli prime minister. We have accusations against Prince Andrew, who is a member of the royal family who just gave up his titles within the past month, meaning he probably knew that this was going to drop. And then we do have some allegations against Donald Trump. Now, the allegations against Donald Trump are not from Virginia Giuffre, okay? Virginia Giuffre was a massage therapist who worked at Mar-a-Lago, who was she was underage. I think she was 15 at the time that she was recruited. She was recruited out of Mar-a-Lago, and that strained Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship, okay? Donald Trump's best friend sex trafficking a girl out of Donald Trump's place of work strained their friendship, okay? Not enough to break their friendship, but it strained their friendship, okay? Now, Donald Trump says that he hasn't talked to Jeffrey Epstein or been friends with Jeffrey Epstein since 2004, 2007, basically around when Virginia Giuffre was recruited out of Mar-a-Lago to become a sex worker who allegedly had sex with Alan Dershowitz, Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, and Alan Dershowitz. So that is, kind of, Virginia Giuffre's story. But there are other women. There's like 26 women who have accused Donald Trump of groping them or kissing them inappropriately when they were like first meeting, and he presumed that he could do whatever he wanted, and he just grabbed their vaginas and grabbed their boobs and made out with them and all that kind of stuff. That's not quite like, that's still sexual assault. That's still creepy behavior, but that's not really what we're talking about. There's at least one, maybe two women who said that they were underage and they engaged in sex acts with Donald Trump, and they were recruited by Jeffrey Epstein, and they hung out with Donald Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's penthouse in the 80s and 90s. We can find one of them, but basically, like, we have her testimony. And then we still have the sealed transcripts of 40 victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That's a part of the Acosta, deal. Now, Jeffrey Epstein, once he was accused of all this bad behavior in 2004, 2007, which is not in dispute, where he was sexually recruiting and sex trafficking women under the age of 18, he signed a sweetheart deal with the lawyer Acosta. And that was like the state prosecutor for the state of Florida. And Acosta signed basically like a sweetheart deal where he was under a few years of house arrest, but he was still allowed to travel to his place of business. And he was allowed to spend like 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day at his place of business. So effectively, he slept at the jail, but he still got to go to work every single day in an air-conditioned, swanky office. And so Acosta ended up being appointed to Trump Admin 1. So not only that, but these recent emails that were just released within the past 24 hours showed that Donald Trump had a professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, a professional and personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein through 2017. So after his first presidency, up through 2019, when Jeffrey Epstein was finally arrested and ultimately allegedly committed suicide. You understand that's already pretty fucking bad. You understand that even if we don't get the photos of underage naked girls sitting on Trump's lap, even if we don't get that, this is still horrible. You understand that these are the emails just from the Jeffrey Epstein estate that have been under subpoena for the past like 90 days, and Republicans were blocking the fulfillment of the subpoena. Then not just that, but last night, past 48 hours, they voted to release the unredacted, or they voted to have a vote on releasing the unredacted Epstein files. The Republicans, by the way, they're blaming Democrats for blocking an immediate resolution to do a floor vote. But correct, I'd have to Google this. They voted for a unanimous consent. Okay. So the way that I understand a unanimous consent is that if everybody in the House agrees to passing this bill, then the resolution moves forward. And it's a way to move something forward. But you have to have unanimous consent. I mean, it's literally in the name. So I'm assuming that that's what it means. But with unanimous consent, that means that everybody in the House votes yes. And so what that really was an attempt by Republicans to anonymize, make it anonymous, whoever says no, but also then vote on it. That way they can say, oh, we voted on that, but we couldn't reach unanimous consent. Therefore, we're not going to release the files. So whoever that fucking representative is, who's like, oh, Democrats are pretending that this is a big deal, but I called for a snap vote and, they didn't want to vote on it. That dude is the biggest pedo sweeper in all of Congress. Mike Johnson is the biggest pedo sweeper in all of Congress. And by the way, if there's nothing in there, if there's no big deal, release the files. How easy is that? Release the files. It would not be that hard. Like, listen, okay, so if you do not have any evidence besides the single testimony of a woman who was allegedly raped by Donald Trump, if there's nothing else in there that's damning, and Donald Trump was just friends with a pedophile through 2019, consulted on him with his negotiations with Russia, hung out with him after he said that he hadn't been hanging out with him for over a decade, and appointed a lawyer to his cabinet who had gotten a sweetheart deal for a pedophile rapist, that's already bad enough. That's already bad enough. I can say Donald Trump, even if he himself is not a pedophile or an ephebophile, he himself, and by the way, with the testimony of that one woman, I'm probably still going to call him a pedophile or an ephebophile. But if we release it and there's nothing else in there, okay, awesome. If that hurts Bill Gates, awesome. If that hurts Bill Clinton, awesome. If that hurts Ehud Barak, if that hurts Alan Dershowitz, if that hurts Virginia Giuffre, I could not give a fuck less. Release the files. Oh, what a great day. Oh, what a great day. And what a great day to see the sweeping. Greg Gutfeld from Fox News out there with his broom, all the internet MAGA cultists either choosing to abandon ship or to sweep. Oh, it's a glorious day to be a Never Trump guy. A glorious, glorious, glorious day to be a Never Trump guy. So let me go ahead and check in with you guys. And can I expand this? Can I move this larger? I want to make my chat like more close to center, but it's over here for some reason. Doesn't matter. Fuck it. All right. Evan says, first like, thank you kindly. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Gen X says the cope is strong. Indeed it is. Evan says, hello, I'm a Never Trump guy. True. Christian Blair says, good morning. Yo, has anyone checked in on Rob Noor? Just did. He hasn't covered it yet. Thanksgiving 2017, not just on any day. Isn't that so glorious, by the way? Isn't that so glorious that Donald Trump was hanging out with his pedophile best friend on Thanksgiving 2017 after his friend had already been convicted of sex trafficking underage girls? Isn't that fantastic? Sapien Green says pedo president. True. Evan says on a day meant for family, he's hanging out with Epstein. True. Subri says, and you want to know what MAGA is mad about right now? It's that Trump understands that they're not exactly the brightest people. True. The cope from MAGA, specifically Megyn Kelly, is debating if ephebophilia is bad. I know. Already, bro. Already. Megyn Kelly, the star of a film in which she is an adult who is sexually harassed by Rupert Murdoch and sexually harassed for being pretty, played by Margot Robbie. She, the feminist icon who helped take down Rupert Murdoch a peg and take Fox News down a peg, she is arguing whether or not sex trafficking teenage girls is really that bad on Twitter. Absolutely amazing. The cope is amazing. Gen X says, duh, who doubted that Epstein and Trump were still buddies? I bet when Epstein was arrested, Trump was shitting himself in fear. He couldn't find a way to stop it with his last admin. Now he could. That's another thing that's implied in the email, by the way, is that, what is it? Steve Bannon said to Jeffrey Epstein in either a text message or an email, he's like, yeah, man, you were the one guy I was scared of. And Jeffrey Epstein's response was, yeah, you should have been. Whoa. CoffeeZilla did a really good breakdown of the emails. Do you want to do CoffeeZilla or Hutch? Hutch did a good job, and he's kind of in our sphere, but maybe CoffeeZilla would be a good... He's pretty popular, right, in commentary? Gen X says, yes, Connor, after the Dems released the specific emails, MAGA dumped a tranche of like $20,000 or 20,000 more docs. Yeah, they're trying to flood the zone. And it's not going to work, by the way, because we're just going to pick them apart. Subri Keller says, doesn't Mar-a-Lago have a spa? Also just putting that out there. Yes. I vote for CoffeeZilla if Hutch is too verbose. Okay, interesting. Matthew Hayes says, taking that mansion out from under his nose didn't help either. Probably. This is such a fun timeline. It's a horrible timeline, but we're having fun with it anyways. Gen X says, yes, Subri, that is what we mean. They were stolen from Trump's spa where Trump already had young teens working. Yeah. Yeah, it's like shooting pedo fish in a barrel. Subri Keller says, my question is, did any of those spa massages by those teenage girls end with happy endings at Mar-a-Lago? If you will, that's what I'm pushing there for there to be questions. I would question it. I think that would be so unprofessional in what's effectively a public spa. Like it was a private club, but then it ended up going public. I think that would be so unprofessional that that would kind of leak out there, but who knows? It's worth investigating at least. Randy says the Hillary Vince Foster stuff is kind of wild. Tell me more about it, because there are other people who are getting swept up into this. So I already said Alan Dershowitz, Bill Gates is probably going to get hit. Peter Thiel, by the way, Peter Thiel was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein as recently as the first Trump admin. And what was it? Jeffrey Epstein texted him and said, "Oh man, that was a really good time. I'll see you in a few weeks." He texted that to Peter Thiel. That's interesting. Subri Keller says one investigator reporter could go around the area in Florida and ask people who have daughters if they'd be okay with them working at the spa in Mar-a-Lago, and then maybe find some people who did. Yep. Tim Burchett, fucking loser. Oh, same thing with Mr. Wolf. So Mr. Wolf, hi, Grid One Motorsports. I'll get to you momentarily. Mr. Wolf was Jeffrey Epstein's biographer. He was emailing him on optics. He was giving him optical advice about how to play it with Trump for maximal favor with the Trump administration. Schween says these people hate children, man. Well, they obviously don't care. Grid One Motorsports says, why did Biden's emails not release this over 4 years ago when they had power? Does that make him the biggest pedo sweeper? So Grid One Motorsports, there's two ways to play this. Number one, the DOJ still had this under investigation, which means that it was sealed during the Biden admin. That's the Democrats sweeping, okay? But I don't care about the Democrats sweeping regardless of whether or not it's true, because this is the flip, okay? Let me show you the flip. So let's say there was some procedural issue where Biden was incapable of releasing the files and he just didn't know how bad they were. Okay, whatever, right? But that still means that this stuff was held on to for a decade and people knew even if they didn't know, right? Let's say that Biden knew and that he helped with the sweep job. You're saying why? Why? Okay. Why? Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Alan Dershowitz, Peter Thiel. These are billionaires and political operatives who are well-renowned. Oh, Ehud Barak, right? They were sweeping because they didn't want to internationally embarrass Israel. They didn't want to internationally embarrass the United Kingdom. They didn't want to expose Jeffrey Epstein as a potential intelligence asset. Because here's the other thing about Jeffrey Epstein being an intel asset. He was working with the Russians in order to help with diplomatic negotiations between Trump and Russia. That's in the emails. That's in the emails is Jeffrey Epstein emailing the Russians and saying, hey, I know Donald Trump. We're pretty good friends. I understand him better than anybody. And I actually helped a former Russian diplomat negotiate with Trump in reference to this and this deal. And so as a result, if you guys need like personality consultation with Donald Trump, hit me up. And the Russians were like, cool. So him being like a mover and shaker in international diplomatic circles, it's just true. It's just diplomatically true. So yeah, fuck Biden too. Fuck Clinton, fuck Hillary, fuck Ehud Barak, fuck Alan Dershowitz, fuck all these people, man. Fuck Peter Thiel. I hope they all burn. I hope they all burn. So yeah, the whole thing is you want me to sweep for the Democrats? Hey, buddy, I'm actually not philosophically a Democrat. Fuck them too. Tia's Phantom says, just call the bill I'm not a pedophile bill. Anyone who votes no self-proclaims to be a pedophile. I mean, that's definitely one way of operating it. Conservative liberalism says, yeah, but remember what Trump said? A lot of good people are in those files. Epstein knew lots of people. You don't want to impugn people for being friends, do you? And it's all a hoax. Right. It will probably hurt a lot of businesses. Whatever, man. The truth shall set you free. Do not care. Let everybody burn. Grid was Trump was in power when Epstein died and had Epstein over for Thanksgiving in 2017. Right. But guys, this is where being a grill hottest, being a person who is radical about wanting people to live normal lives, you don't have to defend any pedophiles. Guess what, guys? You don't have to defend any of them. You don't have to spend any emotional, mental, spiritual, physical energy defending any pedophiles. It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat pedophile. It doesn't matter if they're a Republican pedophile. It doesn't matter if they're an independent pedophile. It doesn't matter if they're a tech bro pedophile. You don't have to defend any of them. You don't have to do whataboutism. You don't have to do any defense. It's actually super easy. You can just say, Anybody who sexually abused teenage girls deserves to burn. It's the easiest position in the world. Just adopt that position. It's the easiest, most optically safe, most moral, most principled. It's the easiest position that's ever existed in all of politics. Let the pedophiles burn. That's it. It's so easy. Just do that. Your guy is a pedophile. Who cares? Fuck him. We're feasting. I mean, listen, somebody tagged me and they're like, I bet this is Connor's best day of his life. No, it's not. The best day of my life was when my kids were born. I would say the second best day of my life was probably my wedding and my honeymoon. I would say those are like my top two, top three. I have another few ones that are a little bit less wholesome, but this is like for politics, for online politics. This is probably like a top 3 to 5 day. It's going to be great. Tiger says, already had 2 of my MAGA friends quit the GC over this. Good. Fuck them. Rob is on the road to my event in Nashville. Good. I hope you guys have fun. Christian Blair says, what the fuck broke her mind? Lol. She could have stood her ground when she was the first to criticize Trump in 2015. Yup. And not just that, by the way. Not just that. One of the things that the maggots keep going back to is, oh, well, Virginia Giuffre said that Trump was never sexually inappropriate with her. Okay, number one, Virginia Giuffre, her dad was friends with Trump. So there's probably a motivation there not to screw over her dad's friend. Number two, she was hired by Trump for the Mar-a-Lago spa. So Trump gave her her literal first job. Number three, maybe Trump was a nice guy specifically to Virginia Giuffre and didn't sexually abuse her because she was his friend's daughter. Now, that didn't stop Trump from stopping Epstein from pimping out his friend's daughter, but it might have stopped Trump from specifically sexually abusing Virginia Giuffre. But one of the things that was released in the emails and text messages today, because there's like 40,000 emails or 20,000 emails, who knows? One of the things that was released today was in 2007, when people started sniffing around on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell called Virginia Giuffre, who was living in Australia at the time, and said, hey, don't say shit and we'll take care of you. How many other people did they do that to? Okay. How many other, because you can say whatever you want. You can say that they're statutory rape victims. You can say that they're ephebophilic rape victims. You can say that they're sex trafficked, or you can call them underage prostitutes if you're a libertarian. Okay. Whatever you call them, how many women who were underage, who were sex trafficked to powerful people, were just paid several $100,000 or paid a few $1 million to fuck off? Dozens of people. How many people were paid off to shut the fuck up? That's just sweeping, bro. That's just sweeping. TS Phantom says Rob Noor will eventually take the Kirk approach. I won't talk about it anymore because I trust the administration. Well, it's going to be tough when the entire files come out. Megyn Kelly goes on the list. Noted. Yep. Barabas Dantiak says these people speak of family values and protecting the kids. They are moral rot. Dude, think of how far the Republican Party has fallen. Think of how far it's fallen. Okay. When I was growing up, regardless of whether or not this is true, let's just say, let's ignore Iraq. Okay. Let's just pretend Iraq didn't happen real quick. George Bush was an alcoholic dude who did coke a few times, who was a Nepo baby who got put into the presidency. But if you actually go watch his speeches, he was criticized as a buffoon at the time, but he actually seems to be like a relatively earnest, kind of smart, insightful, thoughtful guy. He actually seems to be like, whatever your quibbles with George W. Bush, you know, that whole Iraq war invasion thing, he actually seems to be a decent guy. And as far as I know, he's not on the Epstein files. George Bush has not been accused of cheating on his wife and has not been accused of engaging in underage sex trafficking. And so while you can, you know, that whole Iraq thing, whoopsie daisy, he was probably, even with the Iraq thing, he probably was trying to do the right thing. And the Republican Party at that time talked about family values, talked about monogamy, talked about the importance of Christianity, talked about the importance of fiscal conservatism, even though they were spending money during the Iraq War, talking about the values of entrepreneurialism, talking about the spirit of American ingenuity. They were hitting all of the talking points that industrious American people who believe in capitalism and believe in working hard and believe in making this country great, they were hitting all of the correct talking points. Now, the Republican Party is debating on whether or not ephebophilic sex trafficking is really that bad. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's a good day to be a Never Trump guy. It's a good day. Good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all of your fingers while blowing stuff up. Thank you, QC John. I could not agree more. That is our prayer. Subri Keller says, we already knew Megyn Kelly is not the best that comes to what happens to women. She throws many women under the bus and allows men to treat her like an object. She probably thinks it's normal. Maybe. Patriarch's Hutch was pretty dry. We'll do CoffeeZilla then. I'm down to do either Zilla or Hutch, but I bet Zilla will do better. We'll do Zilla. We'll do Zilla. Grill Shala. True. Trump was the dog that never barked is a crazy line for the world's most famous pedophile to say about you. That alone would do so much damage to any other character. And that's the kind of thing, sorry, Grid One, that you're listening to a bunch of Never Trump propaganda. But that alone, any debate that you get into, just go, hey, why did the world's most prolific convicted pedophile say Donald Trump was the dog that never barked? And just let them twist themselves into pretzels after that. Just let them go, oh, well, he could have been talking about anything. He could have been talking about mortgage fraud. It's so awesome. Sacred Snow says, could be the $20,000 documents that got dropped are to stop the Dems from drip feeding them to keep it in news for, yeah, probably. They're trying to burn it out. Sure, I agree. Max Fax is flooding the zone with documents probably works less well in a world where AI can assist with scraping through documents quickly while others comb through them one at a time. Yup. That self-pardon is coming. Bro, Trump is going to be pardoning himself. He's going to be pardoning his family. He's going to be pardoning any corrupt person that he helped pay off through crypto. He's going to be pardoning foreign dignitaries. He's going to be, commuting Ghislaine Maxwell's sentence. Is going to be crazy. Where was that photo of Clinton in a dress taken? That wasn't a real photo. That was a painting. It was on the island, but that was a painting. And that painting also had George W. Bush with Jenga blocks. That painter is just a New York painter who paints edgy stuff. I was about to have a total Berenstein moment. Interesting. The Tom Barack one is truly sick. Give me details. When Barack came up, I was sweating. The entire thing validated the Mueller report. Yup. A month before Helsinki, Epstein was plotting with the Russians. Yup. Hillary is truly a psyop. Dude, and fuck the Clintons. Guess what? If Bill Clinton was on the island, there's an email or a text message from Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, yeah, Bill was never on the island. I think that's contradicted by employee. Why would we trust Jeffrey Epstein? We would use his words against him as evidence. We would use his words against his friends as evidence, but I wouldn't trust it either. I would verify it with other evidence. Tiger says, even though I'm not an ideological Dem, the simplest answer is that Biden wasn't using the DOJ like Trump does, i.e. as a personal political weapon. Well, maybe he fucking should have. I'm a strong advocate for not defending pedophiles. Also, wood chipper maintenance. Don't just buy it, make sure it works, use it, train with it, become proficient with it. Buy a guy and train with it. Connor, I'm not defending pedophiles. I'm pointing out that the pedophile in chief had the most prolific pedophile in the world over a holiday for Thanksgiving. Of course. All I'm trying to do is that Grid One Motorsports, I think instinctively, is pointing out, hey, you're celebrating that this is hurting Trump and MAGA, but this could hurt the Democratic Party as well. And what I'm trying to tell my audience, because my audience is split, I seriously think it's like 60-40 angry liberals with a few leftists mixed in. And then it's like, I don't know, 20% libertarian, 20% conservatarian. I'm just trying to tell the 60% that are liberals or leftists, you don't have to defend the Democrats. You don't have to defend any pedophiles. Let them hang. Who gives a fuck? Grassroots for the 20 says Mr. Woodchipper is hungry. Well, if I could, I would. And then Horace said, let the pedophiles burn or something like that. I never read the books. True. Oh my God. Is Rob going to defend this? Probably not. Probably not. I saw Rob being so angry about the election and being so angry about Trump being a feckless moron who had not prioritized the American people that he might throw Trump under the bus. I'm actually really curious to see how Rob does. Now, of course, so I got into a little bit of a beef with Chud Logic the other day, all right? I really enjoyed Rob Noor screaming for so long that we could hear him breathing into the microphone. I really did enjoy that content. I thought it was funny. I thought it was good content. I've seen Chud Logic cover Xander Hall as recently as 2 weeks ago. So I suggested that content to Chud Logic, and he came down my throat. He was like, fuck you, Connor. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want Twitch and YouTube political bullshit. Rob is a tiny 50 view shitter. Fuck him, which just means that he's not paying attention. He doesn't know that Rob Noor has gone under Andrew Wilson's wing and is actually doing okay right now for streams. So he just doesn't know the lore. And I was like, dude, I don't need you to back me up. I don't need any help. He was like, you just want me to talk shit about him to back you up in an argument. I'm like, no, I don't. Fuck you. I don't need you. I could just talk shit about him myself on my own stream, which I did, and it was fun. I was just suggesting some fun content, asshole. Oh my God. Evan says at least 40 others were told the same message Virginia was. Yep. Tigerung says we don't need to prove anything. It's all implication, but who cares? That's good enough for them to claim a bunch of wild stuff. Whatever. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Listen, if I was hanging out with the world's most prolific pedophile in 2017, and I had women who accused me of sexual assault, and I, had a woman who said that I graped her under, when she was 13 or 14, I would expect people to call me a pedophile. Oh, man. Dave 184 Infantry says, what are the chances MAGA actually cares about Trump being a pedo? 0%, maybe 5%. I can't wait to find out in Thanksgiving. It doesn't matter, Dave 184 Infantry. It doesn't matter. MAGA is 1/6 of the country, okay? And people know where their bread is buttered. They know where they can make hay. They know where they can make money. And it's not going to be in sweeping and defending for pedophilia. It's just not going to be. It's just not going to be, okay? And so what's going to happen is Donald Trump, after the midterms, assuming the Democrats punch him in the face and kick him in the dick, metaphorically, spiritually, electorally, which seems like it's going to happen based off of the off-year election, assuming that the Republicans and Donald Trump get choked the fuck out in the midterm elections, they're going to abandon Trump like rats leaving a sinking ship. It's going to be glorious. 225 victims have been paid worldwide. There you go. Machiavellian says, I miss Jeb. Dude, we could have had Jeb. We could have had Jeb, bro. I wanted Jeb, bro. I wanted Jeb so bad. He never would have invaded a Middle Eastern and North African country, but he also wouldn't have been a pussy. Fatsimo says, what do you guys think of the actual evidence that Trump and Epstein met up for Thanksgiving? I mean, there's 2017 emails and text messages. We'll go over it momentarily. I'm just enjoying hanging out with chat. That's what's happening right now, all right? I'm just enjoying hanging out with chat, all right? It's a great day. Because do you understand how much crap I've taken over the past, 2 years? Do you understand how much crap? So I didn't want to vote. In 2015, Donald Trump said that he did not like his war heroes to be captured, talking about John McCain, who you can think is a war hawk piece of shit. But I'll remind you of two things that John McCain did that make him, I think, three things really, a man worthy of respect. Number one, when John McCain was a young man, he became a naval aviator, which means that he joined one of the most elite schools for military aviation in global history, and he succeeded, and he became a naval aviator fighter pilot who was shot down over Vietnam. He had an opportunity to be traded back to the United States as a hostage, but he knew that if he left, that the men who were under him in the Hanoi Hilton would likely be grievously tortured, if not killed. And so instead of going home, he stayed with his men to make sure that their conditions did not deteriorate after he left. That is fucking heroic. And John McCain even if burning hell, should have a slight respite from the burning of hell because of his heroic action and that thing. Number two, John McCain. I didn't even realize this until I saw it the other day. He was the sole vote that did not allow the ACA to be repealed. There was an opportunity for the Republicans to repeal the ACA, but John McCain said they have no replace plan. They're not going to replace anything. This is going to destroy health insurance for millions of Americans. Unless the Republicans come up with a replacement, I'm not voting for the repeal. John McCain was the one person who picked the country and millions of Americans' health insurance over political consensus and the Republican Party. I think even if you disagree with that move, you can admit that he has stones. And then finally, I would say when he was running against Obama, there was an audience member, probably a schizo MAGA person before MAGA was a thing, who said, oh, Obama's a Muslim and he's a traitor and he's a piece of shit and he's a liar and he's this and he's that. And then John McCain was like, no. He's like, no to your schizo, Alex Jones, Donald Trump style politics. That's not true. Barack Obama and I disagree on policy. We disagree on how to run the country. We disagree on all of that stuff. But I think Barack Obama is an honorable man who is actually trying to, he's doing, he might not be right, but he is a decent man. Those are 3 times that John McCain showed that he had more character in his pinky than Donald Trump has as an entire body. So yeah, rip John McCain. Eli says, good morning, brother. These emails are so damning. Still super sick and old school, crashing back out, but have an awesome stream. I'll rewatch later. Thanks, Eli. Good to see you, brother. Randy says, MAGA faithful will never care about any of this. I have people already doing we didn't vote for him because we thought he was a good person. Cope. Yeah, good. And fuck him. And call him pedophiles. Bush was a genius compared to all the arslers in politics right now. I mean, in another world, Jeb was president. Our republic isn't on the journey to balkanization. Honestly, I think that if we had modified our diplomatic policy instead of mass sanctions that starved people, if we had switched to targeted sanctions that collapsed the Iraqi government the way that we've done targeted sanctions against Russia, and if we hadn't invaded Iraq, we would be in a much better place. Much, much, much better place. And Jeb probably would have won. Hoach says, Christ, that modern day debate was painful. Conservatives trying to argue through crime as their evidence. Yeah. George W. Bush seems very smart in comparison to Trump. He seems like a pleasant man to be around. Doesn't seem creepy. I like that as a president. He seems like a good politician. Weirdly, that's what they said about him when he got elected. They were like, oh, George W. Bush is the kind of guy that you could have a beer with. Melody says, would be funny if you asked ChatGPT to give you the summary of thousands of emails and it said Trump's a pedo. Base. We'll move into content momentarily. I'm just... Do you understand? I started that with the John McCain rant. Okay, that's what I started it with. But do you understand that I've been taking political flack since 15 for not becoming a Trump cultist? And recently, even after Donald Trump had tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States in 2021, I've been fighting tooth and nail to get Republicans to see that Donald Trump was a destructive, toxic, lying, manipulative piece of garbage who was going to lead the Republican Party to disaster. I've been saying that for years. And you know what I've gotten in response? I've gotten, you're not a Republican. You're not a conservative. You need to join the Trump cult. You need to be a sycophant just like us. If you don't support Trump, you're not really a part of the party. Oh, you're working with the other team? F you. You're a traitor. I've gotten that for 2 years. So watching these people sprint in the exact wrong direction and jump on the biggest rake imaginable and watching that rake slam up and smash them in the face and break their nose and blood to be streaming down their faces, metaphorically, of course, and for them to go, that's what I wanted to do. You look like an asshole. You look like a total dipstick. Good for you, idiot. Maybe Trump will cause so much damage that people after Trump will be forced to fix things. Maybe. Connor, bored and don't defend a pedophile, based in don't defend a pedophile pilled. Why not? Kaz says the fact that Epstein said Bill Clinton never went to the island was insane. I thought he at least touched a couple of kids. Dude, but I think the flight logs might contradict what he said. As a parent, anyone involved, regardless of party affiliation, should be criminally liable. Yes. I'll only defend Hunter Biden because any white man willing to smoke crack would be allowed to break any and all laws. God, I hate your guys sweeping. Connor is more of a Mitt Romney Republican. I am more of a John Huntsman fan. Cool. Pretty sure the will not even name of the officers. It will be one page. Not sure what that means, Hans, but cool. Is MAGA's only defense? What about Clinton? Like, guess what? They can have cells next to each other. Yep. Yup. Don't care. Long hair, don't care. You mean the Bill Clinton memes lied? Say it ain't so. Well, is Dan Bongino on suicide watch? Has anybody checked on him? I think Dan Bongino is taking disassociative SSRIs. Judah Nitopsky for $10 says, took the day off to watch the kids today. I always miss your stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Judah. I appreciate you. Dan's been super quiet. I know. Isn't it so good? Remember 20 years ago when presidential behavior like this would have gotten somebody impeached? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember as well. Evan says, I hate Chud Logic, to be honest, but to each their own. But remember, he's a Brit. Yeah. It's all just bants. It's all just banters, okay? It's all bant. I'm still doing phrasing, but guess not all of us are. Did you see Dershowitz on Piers Morgan trying to make himself seem free of any suspicion? It was cringy times 100. Alan Dershowitz was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. And he wrote an op-ed in, was it written in 92? Alan Dershowitz, Age of Consent op-ed. Alan Dershowitz and his role in defending Jeffrey Epstein. He wrote it in like 1997. In 1997, he was arguing that statutory rape shouldn't be a thing. Why would I trust Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer who settled with Virginia Giuffre? Virginia Giuffre, by the way, did not withdraw the fact that Dershowitz and her had illicit relations. What happened was they settled out of court for a dollar amount. Maybe maybe Alan Dershowitz was a gentleman statutory rapist. But Alan Dershowitz settled with her out of court, and then he just claimed, "Oh yeah. We didn't." She said I didn't do anything wrong, even though that's not what the settlement said. The settlement said that Virginia Giuffre wasn't going to talk about it, but Virginia Giuffre never withdrew the fact that they had illicit relations. And then not just that, in this op-ed written in 1997, a decade before Jeffrey Epstein was in trouble, Alan Dershowitz was arguing in public that the age of consent should be reduced to 14. And you're telling me this dude wasn't hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and hooking up with 14-year-old sex trafficked teenagers? Fuck out of here. Who was it? Bill O'Reilly used Alan Dershowitz as like a source to quote unquote debunk the most recent emails. Absolutely insane. Does CoffeeZilla do live streams? Because I went to CoffeeZilla, 4.4 million subscribers. I got Exposing the Gambling Epidemic. There's Epstein's birthday stuff, but that's old. I don't see a current. And if I go to live, the last live was 4 years ago. So CoffeeZilla Epstein emails. New Epstein files just dropped. Is it Voidzilla? Uh, 1.2 million subscribers. Is this it? Can I show you guys the screen and you can tell me whether or not that's it? Let me show you the screen and see if that's it. We'll move into content momentarily. I'm just having a good time, man. I'm just having a good time. I really am. Like this is so emotionally cathartic for all of my ops to be pedophiles. Is this it? Is this CoffeeZilla? His name is Voidzilla, and he's got 1.2 million subscribers. So I have to assume that this is a CoffeeZilla alt. This is a 20-minute video, and it was released 6 hours ago. So I kind of have to presume this is it. But tell me in chat if that's it. I'm going to keep fucking with chat because I think it's funny. Chud put out a video on Xander Hall. Yeah. Yeah, man. If you're talking about Xander Hall, you can talk about Rob. It's not that big of a stretch. Sacred Snow says, what do you think the distraction is going to be? Venezuela? Nah. He's going to have to take this one on the hit. He's going to have to take this one on the chin. Kaz says, I'd have gladly taken Jeb over Trump. I think Republicans are evil when it comes to healthcare, but at least they respect the peaceful transfer of power. Yup. All they had to do was clap. I would have clapped. John McCain was the one that got away. I mean, not from Vietnam, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, Eli says, I want to see you and Kinzinger collab and restart the real Republican Party. Man, I reply guide to him multiple times. No response. I tried. Yep. Chamorro says, hey, Connor, what 40K factions would Trump and Epstein most likely be, in your opinion? Gene Stealer cult. All day Gene Stealer cult. Grassroots for 20 says, you don't understand. Jeffrey Epstein and Trump were just gay lovers. That's where they were when his wife, while she was pregnant, he was a really good cuddler. It would explain some things. I don't think that makes it any better. Fatsimo says, if you didn't like McCain, you would be calling his naval career nepotism. Yeah, which is bullshit. John McCain had limited movement of his arms because they tortured him to the point where it never healed correctly. You never speak poorly about prisoners of war. Same, dude. I shook John McCain's hand and I felt his broken, gnarled, arthritic fingers. Yeah, if the North Vietnamese break your fingers, I'm good. You're all right in my book. The emails are being released. Hassan has proven he's a Chinese shill. Tucker has gone ultra conspiracy theorist. Dude, all our ops are jumping on rakes. All of our ops are jumping on rakes. It's so good. Barabas Dantioch, my favorite Iron Warrior, says John McCain was a respectable bipartisan, and I say this as a sock dem, not to be confused with Dem Sock. I got you. A social democrat, a Scandinavian welfare statist. I got you. Have we ever seen Connor and Hunter Biden in the same room at the same time? I am not Hunter Biden's alt, I promise. I should rub this in Lactoid's face. Maybe I will a little bit. We're going to be on tonight. Tonight, we're going to be debating Fuentes. Eli says, Connor's well-deserved W victory lap. Let this man spit. Okay, off to sleep for real, but leaving the stream on to listen to. I parasocially love you, bud. We'll start the content in a moment, I promise. I'm just having fun. Any thoughts on Jack Schlossberg? No, not yet. Unfamiliar, but tell me more. Mr. Feeney says, Connor deserves to have a Pisco-style post-Hassan airport story victory stream. I mean, Huevo Rancheros. That does sound good. Yeah, the flight logs are why I was surprised to see Epstein say Clinton was never on the island. He could have been lying to sweep for Clinton. Yeah. It was embarrassing. Worth a watch to laugh at his dumbass. It was on yesterday. Which one? Dominic Galletta. Which one? Earlier, he argued for lowering the age of consent. Oh, you're talking about Alan Dershowitz sweeping. That would be interesting. Somebody said Voidzilla. So it is Voidzilla. Okay, good. All right, you got it. All right, it's on his second channel. Okay, cool. Let's do it. I'll still calling all my ops pedos. Oh, yes. Evan says, all my ops are pedos or guardians of pedos. Bruh. Yeah. Oh, Kaz says how Connor feels knowing he didn't sell his soul to a pedo cult that hates America. Honestly, pretty good, man. Honestly, it's not bad. You know, for 2 years, just getting kicked in the teeth rhetorically, called a traitor to my party, called a traitor to my country. Finally, the pedo cult has broken. It is good. Randy says, I love cringy Bat Mitzvah theme. Star Wars fandom is the best. Cool. Kaz says, how Connor sleeps. Yep, that was the one. Morning Grill Hottest. I went to the gym yesterday to do back, biceps, and shoulders. I will take today off. I'll probably take today on. Pierce Morgan Uncensored. Yeah, we'll probably check that out. And then King Solidus says, oi. Okay, I'm actually caught up with chat. I'm going to go ahead and thank Grassroots Hegemon. He's already donated 40. I also want to thank Judah Nitopsky for the 10. Thank you for kicking off the stream with your super chats. Please remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's go ahead and check out the CoffeeZilla Epstein coverage. and let's do an intro, and let's get cracking. Oh man, this is a funny fucked up day. Funny fucked up day. Let's get up to a reasonable video quality. We got the audio. Let's do it. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, and all my ops are jumping on rakes. All of them are getting annihilated today. And while I hope that the victims of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein get justice, I can't lie, I'm a little bit emotionally cathartic that Donald Trump has been proven to be at least someone who was conspiring with a convicted sex trafficking pedophile. That's the through line. Now, what we're going to do, because we're talking about not the Epstein release of everything, but the release of thousands of emails related to Jeffrey Epstein that have severely damaged the MAGA movement and severely damaged Donald Trump's reputation. I couldn't be happier about that aspect of this. CoffeeZilla covered it. Let's see what he has to say. Let's break it down.
Today, we're talking about the 20,000 Epstein files that got released. It's a complicated picture involving a lot of powerful people, but let me just say right up front, this is an ongoing story. There's a lot that's going to be released in the coming days. So just understand we're going to do our best to explain what has been happening because this story has been full of twists and turns. It starts with the Democrats releasing 3 emails from the Jeffrey Epstein estate. One says that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. A victim spent hours at my house with him. Another says the victim, Mar-a-Lago, Trump says he asked me to resign. Never a member ever, Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine Maxwell to stop. And then the third email is from Michael Wolff talking about Jeffrey Epstein's association with Trump, saying you can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it looks like he really could win, you could save him generating a debt, basically implying the idea that Epstein would have some kind of compromising information on Trump. But that was just...
Listen, let's root the conversation. Let's make it sober real quick. Teenage girls aged allegedly 13 to 17 were sexually recruited and trafficked to New York and to Florida to have sex with powerful people that generated compromising leverage for Jeffrey Epstein. So at minimum, he was also a mover and shaker who allegedly there's ties to Russian intelligence and Russian politicians as a part of the email leaks. There's also ties to African intelligence out of nowhere as a part of these emails. So the whole like intel aspect of it, the whole selling information to intelligence agencies, we're going to have to see how that goes. But there's some like early indications that Jeffrey Epstein was not only a trafficker of young women, but a trafficker of information. He was like a fixer between intel agencies, governments, and powerful people. And then he just so happened to recruit 14 or 13 to 17-year-old girls and then let them have sex with or get raped, depending on your perspective, powerful men who he then had compromising leverage on. The people that we do know from the emails already are the Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. We know Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, who is a relatively well-renowned person within Washington, D.C. We do know about Ehud Barak, Alan Dershowitz, allegedly Donald Trump, according to some of the victims. There was one more. Prince Andrew of the royal family. So we already know this. This is already confirmed evidentially. But what these emails, the argument from MAGA in reference to these emails was, this is Virginia Giuffre. And Virginia Giuffre said that Donald Trump was a gentleman and never did anything improper to her. How normal is it for the president of the United States to hang out with a sex trafficking victim at a convicted pedophile's house for hours? How normal is that? How much do you want to sweep for that as a family values Republican? How much do you want to stake your reputation on that behavior? That's where I think that the Trump cultists and the Trump sycophants, they're going to have to sweep a little bit more, but they're going to realize that the wind has changed direction, and they're probably going to start distancing themselves. And I am friggin' ecstatic for that development.
Just the start of it, because then after that, the GOP came out swinging and they said Democrats whine about releasing the files, but they only cherry pick when they have them to generate clickbait. You deserve the full truth. And then they released over 20,000 files. Some of it had to do with Trump, some of it didn't. Importantly, 2 of the emails that were in there were some of the ones that the Democrats released, except they were unredacted in the GOP copy. And these lack of redactions are obviously very intentional. So we see first, I want you to realize the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then it says, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now that name is really important because it's Virginia Giuffre. She was the Prince Andrew accuser, but importantly, she did not accuse Trump, rather saying that he couldn't have been friendlier. This obviously is one of the main reasons the GOP appears to have released this, because in part, they're implying that, hey, if you release this redacted, people are going to speculate who this victim was, thinking that there was something that happened, but actually the person that's in there didn't accuse Trump of something illegal. And so this is sort of the implication here with the Democrats saying, well, you're unredacting a victim's name. So that's been the battle there. Specifically, the second email, by the way, just further confirms it. It says blank worked at Mar-a-Lago. She was one of the ones that accused Prince Andrew. In the Democrat copy, all of that was redacted because, of course, it gives away the fact that we are talking about, once again, Virginia Giuffre. Also, in these emails released by the Republicans, it says, blank worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it, came to my house many times. He never got a massage. That's straight from Jeffrey Epstein clearing him of a massage, which obviously is the one person you most don't want to get a massage from. So honestly, that is good for him, which is obviously why they released it. Begging the question why they didn't release it sooner. Maybe it's because they didn't want people to know that Trump knew about the girls. Now, one thing I want to talk about is the fact that Epstein is saying, hey, look, Trump publicly said that it was me that he asked to stop, but actually it was Ghislaine that he asked to stop. And my question.
Okay. He's just warming up. So I don't want to be too mean to CoffeeZilla, but I feel like this is going in like a pseudo exonerating direction where he's like, okay, well, and he's being honest. I'm not saying he's not being honest. He's saying that this is implying that Donald Trump didn't sexually abuse Virginia Giuffre. And I agree with him that that's what the evidence is pointing to. However, can we not point out the fact that you have a friend, okay? Pretend you're Mr. Donald Trump. You have a friend who sexually recruits and traffics a 15-year-old girl out of your employment. She was previously employed as a massage therapist at Mar-a-Lago, and then she was recruited to be sex trafficked by your friend. And then you go over to their house and you hang out with a 14 to 17-year-old sex trafficked girl for 3 hours, apparently having a very pleasant conversation and not accepting a massage from her. And then you remain boys with the sex trafficker through 2017. How is that not bad enough already? How is that not already super duper fucking bad? I wish CoffeeZilla threw out a sentence like that, but maybe he will. We'll see. ET for 20. Thank you for the 20. I just spammed X with a clip from the show, the part about the dog that didn't bite. Yup. Dude, the world's most prolific pedophile called you, I think it's Bark, but the dog that didn't bark. Yup. Anonymous for 50 says, the covenant has been struck. The flames have been stoked. The grills are hot. The chippers are started. Meats are on the menu, grill hottest. First rounds on me. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the support. Parasocial love.
Question here is, if it is Maxwell that was the one who poached Virginia Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago and then trafficked her, then why is she getting so much special treatment? I mean, that is the part where...
Ooh, all I had to do was wait 10 seconds. Thank you, CoffeeZilla. Appreciate you.
the Republicans don't look good at all. I mean, what is going on with Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex offender, trying to get a pardon, getting Todd Blanche to give her a softball interview, and then she immediately gets preferential treatment. Look, we've been over the fact that she's at basically a special prison in Bryan, Texas, where normally someone of her status wouldn't be allowed to go to because it's too nice, it's too low security. But in addition to that, new reports are saying that top officials at Camp Bryan are sick of being Maxwell's bitch. Federal law enforcement staff working at the camp have been waiting on Maxwell hand and foot, including, by the way, reportedly, she's been given a puppy as part of the preferential treatment she's been receiving. Overwhelmingly, Maxwell has been given.
Excellent. AKA Batusai gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King.
Getting a super nice ride in all of this. This, of course, makes us all wonder, once again, what do they have on Trump? I mean, why treat her like this if she doesn't have something compromising in all of that? It just kind of begs some questions you probably don't want to ask. Also,
actually, it begs some questions that I very much want to ask, and I'm very happy that they're, excuse me. I want to show you guys the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is they do a floor vote and the motion loses. That's the worst case scenario. And then at that point, you have all of the Republicans and maybe some Democrats who voted against releasing the Epstein files, and they put their name next to that vote. And you can blow those people up with phone calls, to be clear, with phone calls and emails and voicemails calling them pedophile protecting pieces of garbage. That's the worst case scenario. Okay? The best case scenario is they vote and the unredacted files get released. That's the best case scenario. And realistically, if Trump doesn't have any hard evidence against him for raping anybody, I would still call him an ephemophilic or pedophilic rapist because of that one woman's testimony where she said that she was sexually assaulted when she was 13 or 14. I would also call him a sexual assaulter because there's like 26 women who came out. Somebody posted a clip compilation of the 26 women who effectively said that the Access Hollywood tape, where he was saying like, oh, when you're rich and powerful, you can do whatever you want. You can grab him by the wussy. You can do whatever. Effectively, 26 women said that he did that. They said, oh, yeah, I was hanging out. I was a beauty contestant. I was a model. I was this. I was that. Donald Trump came in the room and he kissed me on the lips and he groped me. Or Donald Trump and I were hanging out at a party and then he reached under my dress and just started playing with my nethers. And so basically, yeah, he's a sexual assaulter. There's 26 different women who say that. There's one woman who says that he raped her when she was 13 or 14. And then on top of that, he was boys with the world's most prolific sex trafficking pedophile through at least 2017. He said that he cut off contact with Jeffrey Epstein in like 2004 or 2007. I'm sorry, if the president of the United States is accused of sexual assault, if he's accused of raping a 13 or 14-year-old girl, if he's best friends with a sex trafficking ephemophilic pedophile, he knew about the sex trafficking ephemophilic pedophilia, and he hung out with one of the victims for hours at their house, and that one victim says, oh, he was a gentleman, he never did anything to me. That doesn't change the rest of the landscape. It actually changes very little, in my opinion.
Suspicious is the fact that immediately after this report came out, Trump personally called Rep. Lauren Boebert, urging her to withdraw support for releasing the Epstein files. Bondi, Blanche, and Patel, we're going to meet today about the Epstein files. This, of course, is furthering the idea the White House has no interest in this story. I think Trump tweeted multiple times today about the Epstein hoax. Again, we've heard that a million times. And the question is, why are you acting so suspicious if you have nothing to hide, right? If you didn't get the massage, which Epstein says, what are you hiding? Why are you so worried about all this stuff coming out? By the way, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was actually asked about the White House pressure.
Sorry, I'm eating trail mix. Somebody said Virginia Giuffre wasn't a massage therapist at Mar-a-Lago. What was Virginia Giuffre's job at Mar-a-Lago? Which, by the way, this doesn't change anything that I said. except for one detail of accuracy. Locker room attendant. Okay. That's a detail. Doesn't change very much from my perspective.
People to get them not to sign for the release of the Epstein files, and her response was pretty insane.
Why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns?
It shows transparency to try to go and block files being released on the world's most prolific. But the fact we know about it, that's the transparent part. It's just insane. I mean, that's the kind of spin we've expected with this story all along. That's been part of what's been so frustrating about all of this. So look, I want to get back to this story because there's so many people involved here. We're just going to go through one by one. I mean, look, it's a lot more than just Trump. Like, one person that got kind of a weird stray in all of this was the fact that Epstein talked about Hillary doing naughties with Vince, Vince being Vince Foster.
What? 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 Hold on. Hillary Clinton catching a stray. What? What?
About Hillary doing naughties with Vince, Vince being Vince Foster, a White House counsel. There was a rumor about Clinton and Vince having some kind of affair, and then later Vince was found dead of suicide. And this is where we see Jeffrey Epstein and Michael Wolff's kind of symbiotic relationship. Michael Wolff is a journalist who has been
and a biographer. And by the way, Michael Wolff is the guy who said, "Oh, I saw pictures of Trump hanging out with underage girls, by a pool, but, I don't know who the girls are and I can't confirm that they're underage." So him being boys with Jeffrey Epstein actually makes this worse, the reporter. But Simo says the only thing that was said about a puppy was that she got to spend extra time with it, service dog in training, that no other prisoner gets that treatment. She doesn't have a dog. Sure, Fatsimo, but at the same time, you're focusing on details because you're looking to poke holes in the story, which I don't even know why you necessarily have that instinct. The overall story is Ghislaine Maxwell interviews Trump's former personal lawyer, who is now the Assistant Attorney General of the United States. She gets asked softball questions about her relationship with Trump, and then she says, "Oh yeah, I never saw Trump do anything bad. I never saw him do anything bad." And they're like, "Oh, that's awesome. You're going to minimum security prison now." Why doesn't that freak you the fuck out? Is it because you hate Democrats so bad that you need them to be wrong about shit? Because the broad strokes are still the same. By the way, here's another detail. I think it's Alex Acosta. I forget his first name, but I know his last name's Acosta. Acosta is the guy who negotiated the sweetheart deal. He was the Florida prosecutor who negotiated the sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? He's the guy who signed off on 3 years? 3 years of work release softball prison. He's the guy who negotiated that Jeffrey Epstein could go to work 8 hours a day, every single day, and commute to and from his office, and he didn't have to wear prison garb while he was at his office. So basically, Jeffrey Epstein got to go to his swanky workplace and chill while he was serving a prison sentence for sex trafficking. That guy was appointed by the Trump admin. He became a cabinet member. What did Mr. Acosta end up being? What was Acosta's job during the first Trump admin? He was the labor secretary. And by the way, February 16th of 2017, Donald Trump was still hanging out with Jeffrey. He was still hanging out with Jeffrey, bro. He was hanging out with him on Thanksgiving of that year. It's a big club. It's a big club of pedophiles and you ain't in it.
Prolific and all of this. Well, I struggle to call him a journalist actually, because as what we'll find, he was more like a PR guy for Epstein. But he was actually asking Epstein and using Epstein for a lot of access to information, because Michael Wolff actually told Jeffrey Epstein, hey, basically, I'm interviewing him this afternoon.
Okay, so take a look at this. Do you want to be provocative? The Trump shuttle, Hawaiian Tropic contest, mortgage on Mar-a-Lago, revenue of golf courses as income, total debt of all cause. He'll probably read in a second. People don't want to contribute money, as he said he is worth over $10 billion. Why should they? California already coming up short. Father bought chips in the casino to stave off bankruptcy. Chips because it was better than a first lien under the gambling rules. Matt, his bagman, his loan from his brother, Judge's husband. How did his father leave? His brother Robert, etc. Otherwise, you can just throw easies. So think about this. Hawaiian Tropic contests. Okay. Hawaiian Tropic, correct me if I'm wrong, is a sunscreen company. Okay. Hawaiian Tropic contest. So he's basically saying, hey, ask Trump about the time that you were like harassing girls during a suntan lotion, a sunscreen lotion contest. Bruh. There's no, if this was Barack Obama, there wouldn't be half of this sweeping. There wouldn't be a quarter of this sweeping.
Afternoon, anything you think I should ask? And he's talking about Trump. Epstein replies, do you want
Oh, and then, sorry, the rest of it is financial impropriety.
to be provocative? Michael Wolff says, job is to get the hard ones in without being ejected from the room. What's the one that pierces through? Jeffrey Epstein basically says, hey, you can do this softball. That's a Hillary problem. He would smile, and then you can ask about his relationship with the electricians union and Mar-a-Lago, and out you go. Obviously hinting to the idea that he's going to get kicked out if he asks about more sensitive subjects. Michael Wolff asks about, hey,
TL1524 says, Connor, I love you, bud, but the pontification of your arguments begs the question that Democrats had 4 years to release the files, didn't do it to protect their own and have a political nuke for Trump. Why didn't they use it? Now, the Democrats' sweeping talking point that has already been said in chat is that it was under seal since 2018 and that the Democrats have been trying to get it unsealed since 2018. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. Okay? I said this before. I'll say this again. 60% of my chat is liberals. 40% of my chat is conservatarians, libertarians. Don't sweep for fucking pedophiles, bro. How about that shit? What if it nails Bill Clinton? Who cares? Fuck him. What if it nails Bill Gates? Who cares? Fuck him. Not literally, obviously. I'm saying fuck him, not in like you should have sex with him. I'm saying fuck him as in let him burn. Okay? Let's say it hits Peter Thiel, who's a part of these. Who cares? Let him burn. I don't care. Thiel, Dershowitz, Clinton, Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, let them all fucking burn, bro. And this is what I don't like, because it's coming from my my contrarian right side, which is fine. It's fine. Like I'm not trying to accuse you of any impropriety. What the contrarians are saying, contrarian right wingers, what they're saying is, if it was so bad, why didn't the Democrats use it as leverage? Well, if the counter argument to that is because it will hurt Democrats too, good. Rip out the rot. Destroy the Clintons. Who gives a shit?
what's up with Foster, and then he describes what that's all about. And this brings us to Michael Wolff, who I want to spend a little bit of time here on. Although some of you may not know as much about him, you may be less interested in him. I think he's one of sort of the worst looking people in all of this. Actually, after reading these emails, he may be the most disgusting person that comes out of that. And that's saying a lot given what's in here. But I want to just show you this because actually the Democrats initially released was this idea was that Michael Wolff and Epstein were basically planning how to respond to Epstein being brought up in the context of Trump. Michael Wolff says, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. Epstein says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? that being interesting because it's like, wait, were they in touch with Trump at this time? Because Trump denied being in contact with Epstein basically since early 2000s. But anyway.
But Simo, no evidence they were hanging out. Yeah, except for except for the 2 emails in 2017 saying there was an email from Jeffrey Epstein to somebody else where they're like, hey, what are you doing tonight? And they're like, oh, we're hanging out. We're doing Thanksgiving. And they're like, oh, yeah, anybody interesting there? And Jeffrey Epstein was like, blah, blah, blah person, and Trump. Yeah, so I would call that evidence, Fasimo. And then not just that, there was a girl who was a former victim of Jeffrey Epstein. And this was like, I think this was also in 2017. And they said like, oh, hey, I was waiting downstairs because I didn't want to come up there and see Trump in your house. So yeah, sorry, there is evidence that they were still boys, that they were still hanging out, that they were still communicating. This is fucking cope. I don't know why you're trying to sweep, bro. Stop sweeping. Why are you sweeping for pedophiles? Democrats bad. Okay, Democrats bad. Why are you sweeping for pedophilia? Just stop. Just let the evidence be the evidence, bro.
If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR or political currency. You can hang him in a way that generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a good guy that's gotten a raw deal and is victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in the Trump regime. Now, if it doesn't sound like PR, it might be sounding like blackmail to you. It's like kind of a little bit of both. Michael Wolff is basically conspiring to generate a debt for Jeffrey Epstein from Trump, who is about to become the most powerful person on the planet. So that's really bizarre because Michael Wolff has positioned himself as sort of this truth teller about Jeffrey Epstein. And he's got all these tapes that he's going to release showing how close Trump and Epstein were. But it's like behind the scenes, he was actually kind of running PR for.
Yeah, dude, he was his boy. He was his boy. The guy, Michael Wolff, one of the things that was weird about Michael Wolff was he was saying like, oh, I never bumped into evidence that Donald Trump did anything bad. Okay. Michael Wolff was Epstein's boy. So he would basically, he's forwarding an image that might not be totally favorable to Epstein, especially after his death. But if you look at the emails, he's running cover for him.
Epstein, which is sort of the worst thing you could have ever done. This is in 2016. Michael.
Zena said if Jesus had emails this bad, we would put him back on the cross. Jesus Christ. In nome de Patri, de Filii, de Spiritu Sancti, I disavow. Jesus.
Wolff is talking to Epstein about a Patterson book, which later becomes the James Patterson Filthy Rich book. He says basically that would present some time issues if it was released too early. You would not be able to do a competing book or documentary before then. That's not to say it shouldn't be pursued. In a sense, better to know what Patterson's position is and a year from now be able to counter it. In 2016, he's...
All right. Maddox for $2 says, waiting for actually he's an ephebophile. Allegedly, Megyn Kelly has already done that.
Playing like PR, I'm going to fix your reputation, Jeffrey Epstein. He then says, that being said, if you need an immediate counter to the book, I believe Trump offers an ideal opportunity. It's a chance to make the story about something other than you while at the same time letting you frame your own story. Also, becoming an anti-Trump voice gives you a certain political cover, which you decidedly don't have now. And so again, we get the idea of him kind of scheming to get Epstein cover, which is so bad because now Michael Wolff is like, oh, we're the guy exposing Trump's connections to Epstein. It's like, buddy, what are your connections to Epstein? Then we have later them discussing a lawsuit against Epstein and Donald Trump with a woman claiming that she was raped. Michael Wolff responds, well, I guess if there's anyone who can wave this away, it's Donald. Let me know if there's anything I can do. Again, why are you trying to do something for a man accused of these things? It really seems like Michael Wolff was kind of running cover here. Now, I also want to talk about the Prince Andrew Trump scandal that appears to have
Michael Wolff, the pedo sweeper,
been brewing here, or at least is implied in the emails. You may see some people say that Epstein met Trump and Prince Andrew back in 2019, which of course would be well after Trump said they had no contact, which would be bad news for Trump. In fact, there's a few things in here which suggest that Epstein had contact with Trump.
Now, I don't know if CoffeeZilla is going to say it. He might. I might be pause-andying. But effectively, there's an argument here that Jeffrey Epstein was talking about laughing about the meeting between Prince Andrew and Donald Trump. He himself was not physically present. So I don't know if CoffeeZilla is going to mention that detail.
Of course, we don't know for sure. I'll just present you the evidence we do have. So this is back in 2019, June 3rd. They're talking about London real estate, about how financials are going to leave. Then Epstein says, once they are gone, the monarchy is dependable, saying Prince Andrew and Trump today, too funny. And this is actually the same day that Trump and Andrew are spotted in London, of course, meeting together. Jeffrey Epstein says, recall Prince Andrew's accuser came out of Mar-a-Lago, Virginia Giuffre. Then we have a sender that's blacked out, but I think there's strong evidence that it's Steve Bannon, by the way, just to give you some context. They say, can't believe nobody is making you the connective tissue. So the connective tissue between these two being Epstein. And then Epstein replies, F and B only. Now later, Jeffrey Epstein says, report from London. Donald now thinks he's king. Ivanka a princess. He doesn't need advisors. Bannon says, yep, London trip, not good. He had a gleam in his eye. Of course, this hinting at the idea that Epstein was there. He got a report from London. If he's talking about Prince Andrew and Trump, or that's how people are coming to that conclusion, at least. And then we have the thread that makes us know this is Steve Bannon, which is he gives a link where it says Steve Bannon believes Trump obstructed.
So, yeah. So that's what I'm saying is I don't care. It could go either way. It could go that Jeffrey Epstein just saw the news story and he saw his former best friend / maybe current friend hanging out with a guy that he sex trafficked a teenager to. And so he's shocked, or maybe Bannon's shocked. Bannon is shocked that nobody has reached out to Epstein in order to connect these two people together from a story perspective. How fucked up is that? Bannon was like an advisor to Trump. Like I know that he ended up getting bad blood at some point, and as a result left the administration. But think about how crazy that is, that Epstein is so wrapped up in Trump's business, even a decade after they supposedly severed their friendship.
Justice, Michael Wolff says. He says, BBC crushed him. He should give it up. The book is going to be a stiff. I don't know if
Yeah, but Dominic Gaeta says, Wolf is a slimy guy, but in the context of these communications, he was being paid by Epstein for his biography, so he was on the payroll, so he had to coddle the man a bit to maintain his pay. I understand what you're saying descriptively. I think we should throw out the bathwater. I think that if you were somebody who knew that Jeffrey Epstein was sex trafficking girls aged 13 to 17 through the 80s, 90s, and thousands, you were willing to be boys with him after you already knew that. And then not just that, after you said that you severed your relationship, you continued your relationship in the background. And he was like being an intel liaison for your administration to the Russians. Fuck you, is what I have to say.
he senses that. Epstein replies, unfortunately, I do know his comments have encouraged some to look to you for answers. This all being about an article about Steve Bannon, obviously. And then Steve Bannon says, Burke says, I have zero to worry about. Now, if you don't know who Burke is, he's a lawyer who previously defended Steve Bannon. Epstein then replies, good but unnecessary. Should I call Michael Wolff? Bannon says, what are you going to say to him? He's a wild animal caught in a trap. Epstein says, catch his breath. Bannon says, tell him to lay off me. It's both not working and not helping. Okay, done. Again, this is all in the context of Michael Wolff talking about Steve Bannon, and then he says, hey, tell him to back off. This is furthering the idea that Epstein, Bannon, Michael Wolff, they all had a close relationship, which is mostly public knowledge, but we see exactly how close. Now, in addition to this, I also wanted to note this very strange interaction between these two, where Epstein sends a news article about George Nader being basically caught up in some child pornography charges. And then Bannon says, not cool. Epstein, mandatory minimum 15. Bannon says, MBZ must have coughed him up. How did he get extradited? Could have stayed in UAE forever. Epstein says he was not extradited. He was duped. Bannon, WTF. Epstein, there is his bail hearing today, currently in Brooklyn. Doesn't look good, pre-trial detention. Now, I personally found it strange that they were so concerned about the fate of someone caught up in such horrible charges. We'll also talk about the Thanksgiving message. This one got a lot of attention, which is...
Here we go. Fatima was saying that this did not imply that they were hanging out physically on Thanksgiving. Let's take a look.
Is that Epstein was going to Thanksgiving, and he was asked, where are you having Thanksgiving? He says, Eva. This lady, Faith Cates, replies, he's such a snooze. Who else is down there? He replies, David Fizzle, Hansen, Trump. And once again, Trump claims that he was not in contact with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Fatima. What was your evidence that they weren't hanging out? So that means Glenn, check out his red hair. He's such a snooze. Who else is down there? David Fizel, Hansen, and Trump. What's the implication? Down there? Down there? How does down there not refer to like in the fucking building? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Down what in Florida? Florida? New York? What do you mean there? What do you mean there? Okay. Hold on.
Of someone caught up in such horrible charges. We'll also talk about the Thanksgiving message. This one got a lot of attention.
Hope today is fun for you. When are you back in NYC? All of next week.
Which is that Epstein...
Okay, Dylan will want to see you. I always want to see you. Where are you having Thanksgiving? At Eva. So I don't know what Eva is.
Epstein was going to Thanksgiving,
Glenn.
and he was
Check out
asked,
his red
where are
hair.
you having Thanksgiving? He says, Eva. This lady, Faith Cates, replies,
He's such a snooze. Who else is dude, I am not translating this the same way that you are. It sounds like she's asking where. Yeah, Eva's a person. I get that. Eva's house, whoever the fuck Eva is. Okay. So I'm having Thanksgiving at Eva. She said, and then he says, oh, there's somebody here or whatever. Or they say, oh, there's somebody there that I know. Oh, there's such a snooze, blah, 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 blah. Who else is there? David Fizel, Hansen, and Trump. Why wouldn't this imply that they were all at the same event?
he's such a snooze. Who else is down there? He replies, David Fizzle, Hansen, Trump.
You know that Jeffrey Epstein's base of operations was in Palm Beach, right?
And once again, Trump claims that he was not in contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the early 2000s. He said, hey, I cut him off. I realized he was a bad guy. And if Epstein's having Thanksgiving with him, that's obviously a problem. Now,
Okay, Fatsimo says down there implies Florida to me. Jeffrey Epstein lived in Florida. Jeffrey Epstein had a penthouse in New York. Jeffrey Epstein had Lolita Island or whatever. But where Jeffrey Epstein committed a majority of his crimes was in South Florida.
I don't have any public confirmation for that outside of these emails, which are basically talking about it, implying it. Once again, the same is true of Prince Andrew. Do you actually think these emails are about him actually seeing them, or is he just...
I think the Andrew one is weaker. I think the Andrew one's a lot weaker than the Thanksgiving one.
reporting on it? It's kind of hard to know, but I just want you to know what's out there. You also should know about the foreign governments that Epstein was working with. In one email, you have Jeffrey Epstein talking about advising a Russian ambassador. He says, Churkin was great. He understood Trump after our conversations. It's not complex. And Churkin was a Russian ambassador at the time until he died. And then you also have Israel. There are a bunch of public reports about Israel being implicated with Epstein, how spies stayed with him at the time, and some of them even met at Epstein's house. And then you also have some emails between Epstein and a UAE royal, a sultan. So
Wait. So does this mean that Steven's going to revise his position that he did not think that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in intel agencies, or is he going to be like, oh, it's not enough? What do you think Steven's perspective is going to be?
Epstein was rubbing shoulders with the top cream of the crop of our society. I mean, I don't think that should come as a shock. We should also probably talk about Larry Summers. He was in an article, Mogul Donor gives Harvard more than money. And then he is in emails with Larry Summers, where Epstein tells him, when we meet, I will endeavor to mesmerize you with stories of DC. So wild. And then Larry Summers said, I am trying to figure out why American elite think if you murder your baby by beating and abandonment, it must be irrelevant to your admission at Harvard, but hit on a few women 10 years ago and can't work at a network or think tank. Do not repeat this insight. Oops. Now
That means Larry Summers was sweeping for Epstein to his face. Nice.
everybody has it. So there you go. I mean, that's a high level snapshot of what we saw in this release. Lots of people being implicated in one way or another. It's quite varied. I mean, you know, some people you find out they've been playing a journalist, but have been secretly running PR cover for Epstein, like well after, you know, you kind of knew he was implicated in a lot of this stuff. Other people like Clinton are catching strays on, you know, affairs that they were having. Trump gets a mixed bag where initially the implication that he was kind of given was revealed to be not quite correct because they're talking about Virginia Giuffre, although it still is a mystery why he's behaving so strangely regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, why he's trying extensively to block the Epstein files. I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers. Instead, I just want to break down what we do know so far. As always, we've all been just looking to get to the end of this thing so we can all move on. It's been amazing how slow they have dripped this thing out. I mean, they have been slow rolling it this whole time. So I will update you when we have more.
Awesome. CoffeeZilla did a great job. Holy shit. That must be his skill set, by the way. Like, I'm not a huge CoffeeZilla viewer, but if that is how he does information, where he like takes really complex, disparate information, synthesizes it into a mind map and narrativizes it and then posts the content, I can see why he's so successful. That was excellent. But just to summarize it, okay? My perception, based off of the messaging, based off of the messages, based off of everything that we've seen, is that at minimum, okay, at minimum, Donald Trump knew what Jeffrey Epstein was doing and continued to be boys with him after the fact, to the point that he was hanging out with a sex trafficking victim at Jeffrey Epstein's house, knowing that she was recruited underage and knowing that she was being sex trafficked by those people. Now, at maximum, if you took all of the evidence on face value, you also have dozens of women who have said that he physically assaulted them at some time or another, where the Access Hollywood tape is corroborated by the real world, where he says, oh, when you're rich or powerful, you can do anything. You can grab him by the wussy. You can grab him. You can do whatever you want, blah, 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 blah. Well, there's 24 women who said that's what happened. I was hanging out at a party. Everybody's getting drunk, having a good time. Donald Trump runs up, gropes me. Right? Oh, I was hanging out at a party, didn't realize it was Donald Trump. Donald Trump, shoves his hand, up my skirt, and we had never even interacted that way. Right? So we have sexual assaulter, which we kind of already knew. We had boys with Jeffrey Epstein, we kind of already knew. Then we had Jeffrey Epstein being boys with people, maybe Trump on Thanksgiving, and being boys with Bannon while Bannon's working with a Trump admin. And we have like Bannon, Wolf, and Jeffrey Epstein all kind of knowing how bad shit is for them and how optically disastrous it is for him to be a Trump hanger-on. And yet they're all kind of like self-sweeping and trying to manage optics and manage stories and this, that, the other. Then also as a part of the email released today, Virginia Giuffre in 2007 offered cash Ghislaine Maxwell offered cash to Virginia Giuffre in 2007 to stay quiet. So already there, I'm thinking that Virginia Giuffre, despite wanting to take down Epstein, is a compromised witness. And then you also have Ghislaine Maxwell saying, oh, I didn't see Trump do anything wrong. And then as a result of that, in my opinion, Trump gives her the sweetheart deal. Oh, and then not even to mention Alex Acosta, the state prosecutor from Florida who gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart deal. He's appointed to the Trump admin. After he got a sex trafficking pedophile a sweetheart deal, and when asked about the 40 sworn written affidavits written by Jeffrey Epstein's victims, he's like, oh, I don't remember them. I don't think I read them. I'm sorry, you're the prosecuting attorney for a sex trafficking ring and you didn't read the statements of the victims? And you negotiated a deal that was effectively house arrest with work release? What? So yeah, man, like, fuck this. Okay, fuck all this. It's a great day to be a Never Trump guy. Donald Trump is at least at the very least, a pedophile, a phebophile, sex trafficking enabler who was boys with this guy for a decade. And then at maximum, he's an ephebophilic rapist. And I cannot wait for the House vote, because the worst case scenario is we get a vote with people's names next to the vote, and we can see people who voted against it, and we can harangue them afterwards. Best case scenario, it's all released, and then we don't even have to argue about it anymore. We can have cumulative evidence. So let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at chat real quick. Trump knew and likely participated. That's where I'm at, Taggeroon. Fashion 40 says, are you really seriously caping for Trump regarding the Epstein shit? I don't even know why you would bother. Bud123 says, I recover faster from squats and my one-footed calf raises than I do from chest and triceps. That's pretty impressive. I do not recover from legs very quickly. Just want to see you guys give pushback on weak spots so you don't get wrapped up in your own priors. A lot of this is just framing to avoid details. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with steelman needling of our perspective. That way we don't go running down the wrong direction with scant evidence. But you have to understand that people in chat and myself might be a little bit frustrated because it comes off as sweeping. Machiavellian says, where's the Nick DiOrio ultimate rape review? So true. All right. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you're a new viewer and you're enjoying the content, obviously hang out. We'll have a good time together. What else was I thinking? We're probably going to move into some more Epstein-related content. Allegedly, Alan Dershowitz was on Piers Morgan trying to self-sweep his own position. That might be embarrassing. That might be cringe. That might be interesting to watch. The other thing that we could do was, I feel like that was actually a more in-depth look at the emails and also their relationships. I think CoffeeZilla did an excellent job. But I think what Hutch did is he just analyzed the emails sequentially as they came out, and he did about 10 or 20 emails. I already watched that content. So the Dersh, you can't dish the Dersh. Dave says, and Acosta was supposed to tell the victims about the sweetheart deal before it went to the judge. Yep. Let's freaking go. Blump confirmed child rapist. Not yet, but pretty much. Fashion 40 says, my waist size increased an inch since I started going to the gym consistently since July based. All right. Looks like you guys are talking about lifting weights and all that kind of stuff. So I'm probably going to go to Dershowitz. Why not? Why not cover Alan Dershowitz self-sweeping while being pressed about Jeffrey Epstein? Why not? Alan Dershowitz, Piers Morgan. 3 months ago. Where is it? 20 hours ago. Here we go. This thing is 1 hour. I think that's...
I would argue.
And what's the... I know what's in those documents. I want them out. Epstein Trump emails leaked. Oh, okay. Alan Dershowitz wants to self-sweep by saying that he wants everything out because he doesn't think that he's going to be implicated, probably because he only had sex with Virginia Giuffre. Virginia Giuffre's dead, and they reached a settlement, and there's probably not physical evidence. So he wants it out there. That way he can clear his own name. Nice. Nice. Let's do another intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. It's a great day for me in some ways. It's horrible because there actually are real sex trafficking victims as a result of this news, but MAGA is imploding, and Donald Trump is catching a lot of heat. The reason why he's catching a lot of heat is because 20,000 documents have been leaked related to Jeffrey Epstein, and also they voted to have a vote on releasing the unredacted Epstein files. As a result, plenty of people are in full coat mode, sweeping for ephebophilic, pedophilic sex traffickers. I am not amongst them, and I am happy to harangue them and criticize them on the internet. Alan Dershowitz was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. Alan Dershowitz wrote an op-ed in 1997 saying that the age of consent should be reduced to 15. Alan Dershowitz was accused of having sex with an underage Virginia Giuffre. He reached a private settlement with Virginia Giuffre, effectively saying, I'll give you a bunch of money as long as you stay quiet. And then after that, he claimed that, oh, we never had relations. Well, now he's on Piers Morgan arguing that actually we should release the Jeffrey Epstein files. And I got to say, it sounds like a self-sweeping job. So we're going to check that out. We're going to pause it intermittently and break it down.
We must reveal everything. Everything has to come out. Nothing can be kept secret. We don't know
as long as it doesn't hit me.
They're victims. Some of them are victims, some of them are not victims, and we have to be able to judge their credibility. I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know. I know what's in those documents.
It's awfully convenient for you, Alan, in this moment to tell me that you know something you don't.
I want them out there. If the judge will give me permission, I have them in my possession. My lawyers have them. Judge, let me give them to Piers Morgan.
Hang on. I want to stop you because there are more emails being released. And Alan, there is one that mentions you.
Whoops. Oh, GOP, what have you done? What has the party of Lincoln done? Okay, listen, I know in the 19th century you could marry your 13-year-old first cousin, okay, but we're not judging 1800s people based off of modern morality. So, Republican Party, what have you done? You've committed yourself to an ephemophilic sex trafficking cult, and now you've destroyed your reputation for years to come.
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real.
Thank you, Justin Garcia. I appreciate you. Quick shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Perisocial, we love you. Thank you for being here.
Reason they've not been made public. Not my words, but those of Elon Musk at the beginning of his acrimonious departure from the White House. He deleted the post, but Democrats have never forgotten it. And today they released thousands of pages of records that they've subpoenaed from the Epstein estate, including emails to and from the pedophile, which mentioned Trump by name. In April 2011, 3 years after admitting sex crimes with a minor, Epstein wrote to his convicted accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, to say this: I want you to realize the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Unnamed victim, the name was redacted, but we now know who that is, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. The White House has just responded to this.
Zarenthius, one of the funniest things about Twitter right now is Piers Morgan quote tweeted one of the emails, and he said, whoa. So I think Piers is still deciding how much he wants to sweep.
Says the unnamed victim is.
And by the way, while we're listening to this, I'm gonna do a little bit of paint because I think we should establish what we know and the relationship network that we know versus what we suspect. Timothy Douglas says, what evidence is there that they redacted the name is Virginia Giuffre? I think it's actually credible that it is Virginia Giuffre. I think the House Republicans from the Oversight Committee released the unredacted email, and it was Virginia.
Virginia Giuffre, who has never accused Trump of any wrongdoing at all, and that this has been redacted deliberately to make it seem more incriminating. But there is more. The releases also show Epstein exchanging emails in 2019 with author Michael Wolff, from whom he solicits advice on, quote, crafting an answer for Trump to use if he was asked about Epstein by the media. Or discussing Trump's long-held claim.
Not just that, but with Virginia Giuffre, okay? So they're trying to say, oh, Virginia Giuffre, she said Trump did nothing wrong. Trump did nothing wrong. Trump did nothing wrong. Ghislaine Maxwell said that Trump did nothing wrong. Trump did nothing wrong. Trump did nothing wrong. Guess what? In 2007, as a part of this email and text message release, there's a email and text message release that said, I don't know if it's email or text message, but it says that Ghislaine Maxwell was trying to bribe Virginia Giuffre into not disclosing anything.
That he forced Epstein out of the Mar-a-Lago members club. Epstein says, Trump says he...
Would I go on Pierce? Yeah, duh.
Asked me to resign. I was never a member, ever. Of course, he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell was, of course, convicted of aiding Epstein's sex trafficking of children. She's the only living person who's been convicted of anything related to this scandal, but she's asking Trump for a pardon and was moved to a lower security prison after saying this.
I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all.
Okay. Now, what contradicts this testimony which maybe we'll watch, although it is graphic. Somebody would have to remind me the name, but I did retweet it on Twitter. Katie Collins, something. There's a girl who claims that she was from like a flyover Rust Belt state. She was flown into New York for modeling parties. After a certain time period, everybody was drunk, and they were pressured as underage models to have sex with powerful people. Was it? No, it's not Katie Couric. Shut up. But anyways, the point is that she was pressured in order to have sex with powerful people. She went back multiple times, and during one of those times when she was like 14, I think she started when she was 13. I think that she ended up going back until she was 14. She said that Donald Trump picked her because she looked like Ivanka, and then they played out like a BDSM rape fantasy where Donald Trump raped her. And that was after she had already given him fellatio, after she had already given him a hand job at a previous orgy. And so that's where, for me, like, we would need to, where'd we get 165 from? It's a hot topic, bro. It's a hot topic. Again, quick shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But the whole point is that we have contradictory testimony in reference to that. And Ghislaine Maxwell has motivation in order to tell this story because Donald Trump is the one person who can pardon her. Donald Trump is the one person who can commute her sentence. So her sweeping for Trump is unsurprising. Now with Virginia Giuffre, her father, somebody mentioned this in chat, worked for the maintenance at the place, and she was like a towel girl, or she worked in the locker room or something like that. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein recruited Virginia Giuffre, and then the person that she accused, I think, of having sex with was Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer, and then Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer, and come on, there was one more that was super obvious. Oh, and then Prince Andrew. That's who she accused. That's who she specifically said. But she also said there were dozens of other people that she would not name.
Respects.
Well, to that point, there's no suggestion that Donald Trump broke any law or did anything wrong. Trump will argue it was guilt by association, which is presumably why he backtracked on releasing all of the Epstein files in the first place. And the White House again says it's a Democrat hoax because Democrats are the ones getting hold of the files and choosing what to selectively release, mostly having
Release
not
all
cared
of it.
very much at all about the story for many years. The response to that, not unreasonably, will be simple. Release the files and let people make up their own minds.
Nice.
Well, joining me to discuss all this is criminal defense attorney and Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, the Democrat strategist and host of Endless Urgency, Mike Nellis, the New York Times best-selling author and host of The Edge, Eric Bolling, and the host of Bet News, Mark Lamont Hill. Welcome to all of you. Alan Dershowitz, let me just start with you because you're obviously been very involved in this whole thing from start to finish and used to represent Epstein. Obviously, it's been leaked here. I would argue, I have some sympathy with the White House in a way that makes it look as damning as possible. However, and I think it's an important however, it is certainly, on the face of it, it is stuff that if I was the White House, I'd be pretty concerned.
Sure, because there's guilt by accusation in the country today. If you're accused, you must be guilty. If you're suspected, if there's smoke, there's fire. I can provide some actual eyewitness testimony. I was
Can you provide some eyewitness testimony about Virginia Giuffre? Now, once again, guys, I need to say this in case you don't understand how wild this is. This is Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer who was accused of having sexual relations with an underage girl, Virginia Giuffre, the same person that the Trump sycophants are saying like, oh, she said Trump did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. Or Trump did nothing wrong. Trump did nothing wrong. He's the one who allegedly had underage statutory rape relations with Virginia Giuffre. And as Doobie points out in chat, allegedly their settlement said that she receives an undisclosed dollar amount, and then she says she may have been mistaken about identifying Alan Dershowitz. And then that gave Alan Dershowitz plausible deniability to say, oh, yeah, she was mistaken. It wasn't me. It was somebody that looked like me. Jesus Christ.
Epstein's lawyer. I was trying to make him the best possible deal I could make. That's my job. That's what I.
Oh man, this brings up Alex Acosta. All right, this reminds me that I need to bring up Alex Acosta. Sorry, I'm trying to draw while also trying to pay attention, so it's a little bit much.
I'm supposed to do. And among the questions I asked him, as any lawyer would, is, can you name people who may have had improper sexual relationships with anybody? And if we can turn those people over to the government, we can maybe get you a better deal. And then I went through a variety of names, including Donald Trump. And Jeffrey Epstein said, no, Trump didn't do anything wrong. I can't say anything about him that would be helpful to the government, even if the government wanted to get him. So I put that question to him. Now, I put it to him well before this email of 2011. I put it to him in 2006 and 7 when I was representing him.
And weren't they friends? So maybe he didn't want to throw his friend under the bus. Couldn't that explain why he said no?
I never, in the years that I represented him, ever heard him saying.
Doobie says she never directly named Ehud Barak. Yes, but I think Jeffrey Epstein has in the emails.
That Trump was involved in any improper conduct. He did say, I know that for a fact, that he and Trump had a friendship, and that friendship broke up, and that whole story. The other thing that's important is that we must reveal everything. Everything has to come out. Nothing can be kept secret, because secrecy just absolutely encourages people to speculate, and speculate according to their own narrative.
Dude, this guy just wants to get cleared. That's what he wants. I'm just going to say it. This guy, because he already knows that the only underage prostitute that he ever had relationships with was Virginia Giuffre. He already reached an out-of-court settlement with her. He already knows that there's no physical evidence. Therefore, he wants everybody else to burn so he can salvage his own reputation. That's what's going on right now.
Including what has to come out of the names of the accusers, because some of the accusers, for example, this woman named Ransom, she accused Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, a variety of other people of misconduct, and then it turned out she admitted she made the whole thing up. So it's very important that to have total and full disclosure, we have disclosure not only of the accusations, but of the credibility or lack thereof of the accusers. So although I think these revelations are significant, I don't think they do anything to in any way imply or suggest that Trump did anything wrong.
Wrong
Okay,
or
Mike
illegal?
Nellis, I want to play you a clip before I get your response to that. This is from David Boies, who was Virginia Giuffre's lawyer, a top American criminal attorney for many decades, also repped a number of other of the Epstein victims. This is when I asked him specifically about whether he's seen anything against Trump. Have you ever seen any evidence that would suggest Donald Trump either took part in or was aware of any criminal activity involving Epstein?
Absolutely not. And we've looked. We've obviously looked at both President Trump and former President Clinton. We've looked at all.
Doobie says, quick reminder that Dershowitz was in the birthday book bragging about getting one of the early stories investigating Epstein's child trafficking buried. Yeah, dude, this guy's a total piece of shit.
All of the really high-profile people, and between my firm's representation and Brad Edwards.
Kuro says, I'm so lost. If this combo did happen between the lawyers and Epstein, wouldn't attorney-client privilege apply? Maybe, but the dude's dead, right? And I also think attorney-client privilege, I think that it doesn't necessarily extend to criminal acts. I think that defense attorneys use attorney-client privilege in order to cover up criminal acts. But I think that there's actually like a caveat where if the criminal acts are like so bad that you like attorney-client privilege no longer applies. Like attorney-client privilege exceptions. Attorney-client privilege exceptions include the crime fraud exception, which avoids the privilege for communications used to further a crime or fraud, and the testamentary exception, which allows disclosure in disputes over deceased client's estate. Other exceptions, such as the fiduciary exception, allowing certain beneficiaries access to privileged communications, the common interest exception, and the imminent harm exception. You would have to Google these on your own, but let's take a look at crime fraud. Communications made to help the client commit or plan future crime or fraud are not protected. It also applies to communications intended to conceal a past crime or fraud. Yeah, so you can't help your client cover up a previous crime. Now, you can defend them in court, but you can't help them obstruct the evidentiary process to cover up a previous crime, and you can't help them commit further crimes. So, yeah, you would have to read more on this, but that's just a quick aside.
Firm's representation. We've represented dozens and dozens and dozens of victims, all of whom we've interviewed. We've looked at the documents, and although both Presidents Clinton and Trump had relationships, social relationships with Epstein that I know they regret, there's been no evidence at all. I'm quite confident that neither of them were involved in the actual sex trafficking or any of the sexual activities.
So, Mike Nellis, I guess that, when I heard that, what I felt was Trump was indisputably a good friend of Epstein for many years. He said he had no more contact with him after his conviction for pedophilia, which seems that's not been contradicted by any new evidence. But what you've got here, clearly, just on the face of it, when I saw this drop, is you've got emails which are, at the very least, raising some eyebrows about this, albeit nothing points to any criminality by Donald Trump. What is your view of this?
Yeah, well, I think if Donald Trump were innocent, he would be falling over himself to release every file that he could that would show that he was innocent to the American people. And they're doing the exact opposite. To me, he's acting like he's...
Dude, this is, holy crap. This is part of the reason why I love the alt media. So you got a famed DC guy, and 20 to 30 years ago, Alan Dershowitz, but it would have been insulated. These three other people would have been in business suits, and they would have just been like, oh, Honorable Mr. Dershowitz, I disagree with this detail of your statement. Whereas now, because we have alt media, we have some dickhead in a hoodie and a baseball hat. We got some, former Fox News anchor who's in his t-shirt in his living room. And we got, is this guy a sports commentator? I'm being an asshole. I think this guy's on CNN or was on CNN. But the whole point is, this guy's in his den or office. This guy's in his living room. This guy's in his home studio. And here's Alan Dershowitz. And so don't baseball cap shame me. Hey, man, you're losing a little bit of hair. It's all good. Just shave it off. It's all good. So you got a weird shaped head, wear a hat. It's fine. But the whole point is that the media establishment 20 or 30 years ago, through politeness, they would have helped Alan Dershowitz sweep. But now, because we've democratized media by giving every asshole, including myself, a web camera and a microphone, now we can actually have some guy being like, yeah, I think that's bullshit. Oh, the black dude is a professor and author, Mark Lamont Hill. Okay, well, sorry for being racist. My bad. Patriarchs is bad take, Connor. Why?
He's guilty. What he's guilty of, I don't know. Did he know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing? Did he abuse women?
That's where we already know that. Jeffrey Epstein says that, of course he knew. Of course he knew. He was hanging out with Virginia Giuffre at my house, talking to Ghislaine Maxwell, saying, hey, stop poaching underage girls from my club. Yes, he knew.
Was he taking out loans from Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know what it is.
Ooh, that was the other thing, the financial impropriety. Effectively, there was accusations through the emails that Jeffrey Epstein was laundering him like $30 million through some back channel. I forget the detail on that, but that was alleged in the emails as well.
Covering up or who he's covering up for. But at every stage of this, they have promised transparency and then they have refused to release this. Pam Bondi says the files are on my desk. We're going to get them out any day now. They trot out MAGA influencers to the White House. They have them waving binders like idiots on the internet. Whole thing's ridiculous. And they refuse to just be transparent and release the files. You said at the beginning of this that you have some sympathy for the White House because Democrats are maybe selectively leaking these things. But the White House can end this at any time by releasing all of the files unredacted outside of the victims' names. They could do that, right? They're not doing it. And so I think it's because
why not the victims' names? Why not the
Because I
victims'
want to make
names
sure that
as
the
well?
victims are
That gives a
protected and they're
fuller
not-
picture.
I want to make sure
We don't
that
know
the
if they're victims. Some of them are victims, some of them are not victims, and we have to be able to judge their credibility. In my case, for example, Virginia Giuffre publicly admitted that she may have misidentified me for years and years and years. So I'm just making a point. Why not release everything? Everything.
Alan, one, I would ask that you don't interrupt me. I won't interrupt you if you do the same. But look, the bottom line here is that Donald Trump has the power to end this scandal right now by releasing the information. And then we can hold everybody accountable, Democrat, Republican, everybody in between. But right now, this White House exists to protect the rich and the powerful, and they are protecting people whose names are in there. Maybe Donald Trump is guilty, maybe he's not. I don't know. These emails today sure make him look guilty as hell, but they refuse to do the right thing and just release these files. They could end this at any time.
Bro,
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements.
Okay, thank you for shilling supplements in between the sex trafficking rape story.
Okay, Mark Lamont Hill. The question I have, hang on a second. The question I have, Mark Lamont Hill, is if there was a smoking gun about Donald Trump, which actually pointed to.
Yep, Rachel P says, have you seen the document with the victim stating that they were at the door but didn't want to go inside until they knew Trump wasn't there? Yes, Rachel P, I have seen that. And that's what I think is so interesting, is that there's this assertion that Donald Trump did not have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell after 2004, I want to say, when Virginia Giuffre was recruited out of Mar-a-Lago. But that's contradicted by the emails already. And then not only that, there's an email that seems to say that Jeffrey Epstein hung out with Donald Trump during Thanksgiving 2017. There's an email in 2019 that I think insinuates that they hung out, although I think that one's a little bit more shaky. And then not just that, like you said, there was, I think that email was in 2017 as well, where it said, oh, lol, I didn't want to come up until Donald Trump was gone, or something similar to that. It might be a little bit weaker than that, but at the same time, it kind of points to an ongoing relationship. Not just that, but if it's Steve Bannon with whom, and he's advising Donald Trump, and him and Jeffrey Epstein are in direct communication, how would that not be effectively Donald Trump having a liaison to Jeffrey Epstein during the campaign? Right? Right? Kind of bad, right? Kind of bad to be boys with a convicted sex trafficking, ephebophile rapist? You would think.
Criminal actions by him, then surely the Democrats who had these files and had all the access, they would have released this before to stop Donald Trump getting re-elected. That's always been my presumption. It's like there couldn't have been a more incendiary political weapon if they'd wanted to use it, but they didn't, which suggests to me there isn't a smoking gun in there.
So release the files and we'll find out. That's the easiest response.
And this drip, drip, drip stuff is very, entertaining for the media, gets us all going. It all looks a little bit, oh, what's all this?
Holy shit, I hate Mehdi Hassan so bad. Ugh, I hate that motherfucker.
But it doesn't really change the bigger picture of, is there any evidence of any criminality?
I don't necessarily see it that way. First, don't underestimate Democrats' ability to lose elections and to have bad strategy. That's the first thing. Second thing is, it is entirely possible that there.
Well, Cobalt says some of them are not victims, saying that minors are consenting. What the F? Bro, it's better and worse than what you're thinking. Okay. So it's better in the fact that he specifically says that there was one person who claimed that Bill Clinton had raped them as a part of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring. And later she admitted that she had made the whole story up. Okay. So that's who he used as an example. However, I think Alan Dershowitz, if he was being honest, he would say, oh yeah, these girls weren't victims because they were getting paid. They were getting paid thousands of dollars to fly across the country and to engage in voluntary sex acts. They're not victims. And all I have to do in order to say that is point to his 1997 op-ed in which he says that statutory rape should no longer exist and the age of consent should be dropped to 15. That would be the exact time that he was probably hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. So, yeah, I think that this dude is creepy as a motherfucker. I think he probably had sex with teenagers. I think he probably paid off a bunch of people. I think that Virginia Giuffre accepted the settlement because of whatever amount of money that he offered. I think he's trying to get the Epstein files. Alan Dershowitz, he's on your screen right here. This dude right here. He is on your screen trying to say, let's get the files out there. But he's doing it for a selfish motivation. He wants to be exonerated because he knows the only person who's going to pipe up about his sexual improprieties was Virginia Giuffre. She's dead now, and she was already paid off before she died.
Is a smoking gun buried in there? And my fear is not that there isn't a smoking gun, but that there's also a smoking gun that implicates a bunch of Democrats. The issue here that you have to think about, potentially.
I'm sorry. I would say who gives a shit? Get it out there.
Is that Donald Trump is guilty of something, but so is, I'm just going to throw a name out there, Bill Clinton, because his name has been bandied about a bunch, and a whole bunch of other folk. And sometimes the powerful protect the powerful, not because they like each other or because they care about each other, but because it's a mutual assured destruction. I think that's why, and it's a rare day, but I agree with Alan Dershowitz that we need full transparency. We need all the documents released. We need all the information released, and let the American people make determinations about what's true and what's not true so that we don't have to do this drip, drip, drip stuff. And then finally, the one place where I would disagree with Alan is when he says that there's no...
Why Mehdi Hassan hate? God. I got a conservatarian and I got Doobie, who's a heterodox fucking political guy. Why hate Mehdi Hassan? Do I just need to pull up all his fucking jihadists and Islamists sweeping? All I could do is I could just pull up like 2 videos for the past decade where he's like, the only reason why there's jihadism, the only reason why there's terrorism in the Middle East and North Africa is because of Western interventionism. The only reason why the Middle East and North Africa and Iraq is a mess is because of the West. Like, dude, he's like Noam Chomsky, man. He's like Noam Chomsky. Anybody who does anything bad ever, it's because of America. It's not because they have any moral agency. It's not because they believe in Islam. It's not because they believe in jihadism. It's not because they have a different moral subset. It's not because they're living in the dead power vacuum of the Ottoman Empire. It's not because they're part of kleptocratic nation states that are falling apart left, right, and center. It's all exclusively because of the West. Sorry, Mehdi Hassan is a bitch.
Even implication here that the president did something wrong. I mean, when he says, and I'm going to redact the name because he redacted the name, victims spent hours at my house with Trump. He has never once been mentioned and referred to him as the dog that hasn't barked.
Yeah, Rachel P says, I even know someone who was assaulted. Yeah, there were 26 women. I'll pull up my mind map real quick and I'll keep working on it. So yesterday, and I have a feeling all this stuff was old. It was just ignored during the election because it got drowned out in the noise. But during the election, there were 26 females who somebody was kind enough to put into a compilation who effectively one after the other all accused Donald Trump of doing what he claimed to have done in the Access Hollywood tape. They were like, oh, yeah, I was at a party. Donald Trump groped me on the breast. Oh, I was at a party. Donald Trump groped me on the butt. Oh, I was at a party. Donald Trump kissed me on the mouth uninvited. Oh, I was at a party and Donald Trump was hanging out next to me and he shoved his hand down my skirt or up my skirt. So there are 26 female people who said that Donald Trump sexually assaulted them. Then going right here, there were 40 victims of Epstein that are closed as a part of the Alex Acosta prosecution deal that Alan Dershowitz negotiated, where Jeffrey Epstein got a minimal sentence and work release. And then Virginia Giuffre allegedly had sex with Alan Dershowitz at some point, but they reached a settlement. Alan Dershowitz is one of the people on this frickin' panel right now. And then what I would also say is that after Alex Acosta negotiated the cover-up of 40 victims of Jeffrey Epstein's testimony being closed in a sealed indictment, he became the transportation secretary for the Trump administration. And when he was asked about the Jeffrey Epstein deal, he said, oh yeah, I don't remember all the details, and I don't think I read all the victim statements. I'm sorry, you were the lead prosecuting attorney who led the settlement of a serious crime, sex trafficking. You negotiated a super crazy sentence in super crazy conditions, and you didn't even read the victim testimony? What the fuck is wrong with you? So, anyways, I'll keep drawing, but let's let these guys play out a little bit. Quick shill while we have 170 people. Like the stream. It's easy. It's free. It costs you nothing. You just move your finger over to the button and you click it, or you move your mouse over and you click it. If you enjoyed the stream, tell your friends about it. Come hang out tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST. We're live every single day. Or Monday through Friday, let's be real. And then also tell your friends about it. If you have a good time, you're hanging out, you're enjoying bantering with chat. Engage with chat. I have lots of regulars. I have around 100 regulars, and the regulars are atypically smart, employed, funny, weird, insightful. We have a really good chat. We have a really good community. Super chats. If you got money burning a hole in your pocket, you're enjoying the content, you want to support the channel, give us a super chat. Much appreciated. Or memberships, you can gift memberships. So effectively what that does is it gives money to somebody else where they become a channel member. At the end of the month, they're asked a question. Hey, you were gifted a membership. Do you want to pay Valor Media Network or Counterpoints Politics? Do you want to pay them $5 a month? And if they say yes, I get $5 a month. So think about it. Do it.
And then Trump said he asked me, of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Maxwell to stop, or asked Ghislaine to stop. These are things that do imply that something bad happened. These are words that imply that he was somehow complicit. But it doesn't mean he did something sexual. It doesn't mean that he did something illegal necessarily. I don't want to overstate anything here. We have to be careful when we start accusing people of things. But there absolutely is something that needs to be explained, and the best way to explain it is full transparency.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Bolling, the really weird thing about this is that everyone on the Trump side in the run-up to the election were very, very gung-ho about, we're going to release all the Epstein files. We're going to have full transparency. I remember all this. And then two things happened, which were just weird. Elon Musk, who fell out with Trump, suddenly out of nowhere, posts on his own platform, X, the real reason they're not being released is because Trump's in the files. And then literally within a few days, the whole investigation is just stopped. And there is no full transparency. There is no release of all the files. And so if you're looking at this with a cynical eye, or maybe perhaps a conspiracy theory eye, who knows? But if you're looking at this, you're thinking, well, what's gone on here? Why was everybody, I had members of the administration on my show saying, we're going to release everything. We can't wait to do it, blah, 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 blah. And then it didn't happen. And now you've got kind of what I would call political death by 1,000 cuts. We've seen it with formerly Prince Andrew in the UK. He was done in by leaks from similar leaks of emails. He's now lost everything in the last couple of weeks because of those leaks. We're now seeing the heat on Trump. I suspect there are lots of other high-profile names left in these files we haven't seen. David Boies suggested to me that between 6 and a dozen high-profile men named in the files probably deserve a criminal prosecution. So there's a long way for this to go. Can you make sense of how this is all played out?
No, and thank you for having me, Pierce, by the way, and great panel. Let me take this a little bit different. First of all, guys, we have a lawyer on the panel, at least one, maybe two. An implication is by no means evidence. Now, we heard the email say, regarding Jeffrey Epstein telling someone, oh, yeah, Trump knew about the girls. That could be anything, you guys. That could be knew about the girls that Epstein was taking from Mar-a-Lago, because we know he was grabbing women that were working at Mar-a-Lago, bringing them to do his nefarious things that he was doing with them. We're jumping to a conclusion, and that's the problem with politics and the media, frankly. The media today, right now, Pierce, none of this stuff has been vetted. There's no context to any of these leaks and these now the Democrats in the oversight committee releasing piece by piece, little bits here and there. I agree with you, Pierce. If there was a smoking gun, we would have known about it by now. If, God forbid, there's a smoking gun, Trump's involved, and then there are Bill Clinton and other donors involved, and everyone said, hey, you know what, wink, nod, let's just all keep our mouths shut. That's the problem with D.C., and I don't think Trump is in that camp. I also agree that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel came out of the box. They leading up to their confirmation, right into their confirmation, right out of the box, they said, we're going to release the Epstein files.
Then Patty says, if I do something bad, it is because of the United States, because I was born here. Nice.
In full, unredacted, the whatever those packets were that some influencers were waving around at the White House. I don't know what changed, but they really, really shot themselves in the foot with
Doobie says, oh, you dislike him because you sweep for Western imperialism and adventurism and dislike it when people accurately point to that as one of the primary drivers of instability and terrorism in the Middle East. That makes sense. True. You got me. You caught me.
The base, MAGA. MAGA wants to know who did what and when. I don't even think, I'm going to go out on a limb here. If Trump's...
Doobie says, Connor is one of those guys that they hate us for our freedom. Hey, Doobie, all I got to do is I just got to pull up, Qutb, Qutb, the Egyptian anti-American philosopher who came to the United States, went to a sock hop dance in the 1950s and thought American Christians were a bunch of secular sexual degenerates deserving of like hellish punishment. Somebody who inspired Osama bin Laden, who he himself said that part of the reason why he hated the United States wasn't just because of geopolitical interventionism in the United States, but because of our tolerance for the sexual degeneracy and homosexuality and secularism, that we were the great Satan because of our freedom. So yeah, unironically, all I have to do is pull up one of the most influential conservative jihadist philosophers of the past 70 years. And all I have to do is pull up the most renowned international jihadists of the past 30 years. And yeah, they do hate us for our freedom. So get wrecked.
His name was in there and he's implicated. I don't even think it would move the needle on his approval rating within MAGA. But the problem is what he's doing right now, and I'll be very honest with you, I know the guy for 20 years. What he's doing right now is undermining his own credibility with regard to this topic. Release it, no matter what it is, release it. They'll get over it, Trump. You're one of a lifetime, if not an eternity of politicians that ever walk this earth. They'll get over it. I think everything.
It's a little child rape amongst friends. Wow. Now, on one hand, I do think this guy is saying that he doesn't think that Donald Trump participated in a Phoebe sex. But at the same time, if it's all released, and let's say that it's just guilt by association, let's say it's just that Donald Trump was still boys with Jeffrey Epstein through the 2010s, through his first presidential campaign. Let's say that Jeffrey Epstein was pretty well integrated with Bannon and the Trump campaign. Let's say that Donald Trump himself, according to like the evidentiary files, he himself did not participate in a phoebophilic statutory rape of sex trafficked girls. All you have to do is add in the testimony of that other person, and you can still call him an ephebophile or pedophilic rapist. So that's where, for me, yeah, release the files. Release the files. Because I will take whatever you have. Once again, if you vote to not have the files, I'll take that and I'll call you a pedophile or an ephebophile. If you vote to release the files and the files only have guilt by association with Donald Trump was best friends with the world's largest pedophilic sex trafficker over the past 20 or 30 years, then I'll take that. And on top of that, I'll go ahead and say he sexually assaulted 26 women. And on top of that, he was accused of raping a 13 or 14-year-old girl. I'll take that. That's fine. I'll take that. That'll be enough damage for me. But taking a look at this, okay? So this is the map of what I've created so far. And honestly, I might need a little bit of additional assistance remembering where everybody is. So we got Donald Trump, the current president of the United States, the leader of the MAGA movement. We have 26 female accusers on Twitter who, in very quick succession, say that they were groped, molested, boobs grabbed, butts grabbed, kissed on the lips without consent, et cetera, et cetera. And that lines up with the Hollywood Access tape, and that's considered sexual assault. But let's be real, that's not as bad as rape, right? Then we have 40 victims of Jeffrey Epstein who were sex trafficked to various powerful people. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to draw another line between that and Virginia Giuffre, because technically Virginia Giuffre is one of those 40 victims that was a part of the Jeffrey Epstein prosecution. Well, Alan Dershowitz, who is currently on this panel, was Jeffrey Epstein's representative and negotiated a sweetheart deal with Alex Acosta, who was the state prosecutor for Florida, who got him that sweetheart deal. And Alex Acosta actually alleged that alleged that Jeffrey Epstein had intel ties, which might have been part of the reason why he got a sweetheart deal. But then he walked that back and said that that was bullshit. Well, Alex Acosta got appointed to Department of Transportation under Donald Trump. So why is Donald Trump promoting somebody who helped his best friend get a sweetheart deal for sex trafficking? Seems kind of crazy to me. Then if you have Ghislaine Maxwell, as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to delete. I can't delete Ghislaine Maxwell. I just have to mention it here. Ghislaine Maxwell came out and said, oh, Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong. And then she got a sweetheart deal in prison where she got moved to minimum security prison. And Donald Trump is considering a commutation or pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell. Virginia Giuffre also said, oh, Donald Trump never did anything wrong to me, but she's just one of 40 alleged victims. Virginia Giuffre said that she had relations with Prince Andrew. She had relations with Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, that she was pimped out by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and that the girl, I don't know if her specifically had sex with like 30 people, but she knows of approximately 36 other powerful people who had statutory rape relations with sex trafficked underage girls by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, something that also came out in the emails is that Israeli intelligence used Jeffrey Epstein's properties in order to go out into New York in order to conduct intel operations. So that's kind of another connection to Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel. That's kind of where we're at right now. I'm going to try to think of like other people that I want to add to this mind map, but this is the mind map so far.
Should come out unredacted.
Can I add something?
Yeah, it's
real quick
interesting. I very rarely. Yeah, I was going to say, Mike, I will let you respond, but it's.
Oh, this guy's saying that Trump's approval is not going to change any, and that whatever it is, people will get over it. I think that's pretty telling of the Trump cult.
Very unusual to have all 4 panel members agreeing about the fundamental point, which is, I think we all believe the best way for this to be dealt with is to release all the files. What do you want to say, Mike? Back to Eric.
Yeah, well, I want to add something that this White House and Donald Trump are making an intentional political decision. They've decided that this not knowing, this drip, drip, drip by the Democrats, this conversation about what Trump may or may not have done is better for them politically than just releasing all of the files. So they've decided with great intentionality here that they'd rather keep.
Thanks, Dave, 184 Infantry. He liked the stream when we got to 69 likes. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocial love to you and yours.
Something hidden, keep a conspiracy out there than just show people whatever the truth is. Again, I don't know what Donald Trump is guilty of or not guilty of, but I do know that they're hiding this and they've decided that this is politically better for them.
There's a very good chance it could be that they're going to wait.
Let me come to, hang on. Sorry, don't all talk at once. I want to bring Alan, I want to bring you in to respond to that, but I do want to just remind us of what Virginia Giuffre says in her book, which is a #1 bestseller right now, obviously released posthumously after she so sadly took her life. But she said, she described the first meeting that the real estate mogul Trump had in 2000, as he was then, with her father, Sky Roberts, when he was working as a maintenance man at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. They weren't friends exactly, but Dad worked hard and Trump liked that. I've seen photographs of them posing together, shaking hands. Trump couldn't have been friendlier, telling me it was fantastic that I was there. But she made it clear in the book that she did not have any issue with anything Trump had done. And so if, as the Daily Mail was the first report today, the redacted name, and now we've had the White House confirm it, if the redacted name is indeed Virginia Giuffre, then the fact that he spent time talking to her, given that she used to work at Mar-a-Lago, even as Epstein's property, which all looks
Doobie says, sounds like the average Christian nationalist today in America. What were the other reasons that Osama bin Laden gave? At the risk of distracting from content. He also cited the fact that we participated in Afghanistan and withdrew, that we covered the Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon using the United States 7th Fleet, which helped cover up the massacre conducted by the Christian Phalanges militia against Muslims that massacred 2,000 civilians. And then he also said that the fact that Saudi Arabia called the United States military to defend itself against Iraq during the Gulf War was an indictment of both the United States as the great Satan with undue influence within the Middle East and North Africa, but also Saudi Arabia in the Muslim world's weakness, that they had to call disbelievers in order to defend their own country. So yeah, sorry, like, coded in all of that geopolitical grievance is also ethno-religious bigotry. Ethno-religious bigotry against Jews, and also ethno-religious bigotry against Christians, because he didn't really think of Western Christians as true Christians because they tolerate the degeneracy within their own society. So sorry, yeah, geopolitical beef absolutely has to do with it. But if the Ottoman Empire lasted into the modern era, we would still have conflicts with the Middle East and North Africa and Muslim supremacy. 100%. The Barbary pirate wars of the 19th century were predicated on the fact that Muslims were allowed to raid people who were non-Muslim. Like that was when they did a diplomatic communique with the Ottoman Empire saying, hey, we're having problems with Barbary pirates who are originating from your territory. The Ottoman Empire said, oh, well, our bad about that. They're not technically under our control. Barbary pirates just believe because you're non-Muslim, they're allowed to enslave you and kidnap you and take your shit. That was the Ottoman response, was like, sorry, skill issue. Like, so what the fuck do you want me to do? Do you just want me to ignore factual history? It's not going to happen, bro. What's the ETA on the Bob Ross wig? Probably after the 20th.
Bad, but the fact that it's her, that redacted name, and she's on record now in her own words saying he never did anything wrong as far as she's concerned. You put all that together and you got to think, well, why did they redact that name? Have they done that deliberately to stir up?
Why don't you just release the gosh darn files and we'll find out?
A political point scoring thing against Trump. Because once you know it's Virginia Giuffre, and once you know what she has said about Trump, it's nowhere near as damning.
Mm-hmm.
No, of course I agree with
that's
that.
for you.
And the fact that Virginia Giuffre is mentioned is very significant because she's written the bestseller. She falsely accused me and then admitted that she may have misidentified me and, destroyed my life for years and years and years based on a possible misidentification. So,
bro, I don't think it was that. I think it was the negotiating one of the most aggressive plea deals in history for the world's most renowned pedophile. I think that's what kind of screwed up your career a little bit. Let's take a look. How long was Jeffrey Epstein's original prison sentence in Florida for sex trafficking? Maybe that was it. Not 2019. I want to do the original one. Wait, hold on. Is it here? 1993, 1988 to 2019. That's his business dealings. I want the legal issues. First criminal case. Can you guys still hear me okay? Good. Palm Beach were tipped about young women coming and going from Epstein's home. In March 2005, a woman contacted the Palm Beach Police Department and alleged her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been taken to Epstein's mansion by an older girl. While there, she allegedly was paid $300, equivalent to $500 today, to strip and massage Epstein. She had allegedly undressed and left the encounter wearing her underwear. Palm Beach police began a 1-year investigation of Epstein, including a search of his home. During the investigation, Palm Beach chief, blah, 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 publicly accused the Palm Beach County State Prosecutor, Barry Krischer, of being too lenient and called for help from the FBI. The FBI then became involved. Subsequently, the police alleged that Epstein had paid several girls to perform sexual acts on him. Interviews with 5 alleged victims and 17 witnesses under oath, a high school transcript, and other items found in Epstein's trash and home allegedly showed that some of the girls involved were under 18, the youngest being 14, and with many being under 16. Ooh, that's terrible. The police search of Epstein's home found 2 hidden cameras and a large number of photos of girls throughout the house, some of whom the police had interviewed in the course. Oh, man, this is in the 2000s. Okay. And so he did have cameras. So this is just confirmed. This is not conjecture. Adriana Ross, a former model from Poland who became an Epstein assistant, reportedly removed computer drives and other electronic equipment from the financier's Florida mansion before Palm Beach police searched the home as a part of the investigation. The court documents record that a search of Epstein's residence by Palm Beach County Police Detective Joseph Riccari in 2005 uncovered an incriminating Amazon receipt containing books on sadomasochism. A former employee told the police that Epstein would receive messages 3 times a day, massages 3 times a day. Eventually, the FBI compiled reports and 34 confirmed minors eligible for restitution increased to 40 in the non-prosecution agreement, whose allegations and sexual abuse by Epstein included corroborating details. Julie Brown's 2018 exposés in the Miami Herald identified 80 victims and located about 60 of them. She quotes the then police chief Ryder as saying, "This was 50-something she's and 1 he, and the she's all basically told the same story. Details from the investigations included allegations that 12-year-old triplets were flown in from France for Epstein's birthday and flown back the following day after being sexually abused by the financier. It was alleged that young girls were recruited from Brazil and other South American countries, former Soviet countries, and Europe, and that Jean-Luc Brunet's MC2 modeling agency was also supplying girls to Epstein, who actually financed the French agency. In May 2006, Palm Beach County filed a probable cause affidavit saying that Epstein should be charged with 4 counts of unlawful sex with minors and 1 count of sexual abuse, but not sex trafficking, though, right? On July 27, 2006, Epstein was arrested by the Palm Beach police on state felony charges for procuring minors for prostitution and solicitation of a prostitute. He was booked at the Palm Beach County Jail. Blah, 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 blah. Into which Epstein pleaded not guilty in 2006. Epstein's defense lawyers included Roy Black and Alan Dershowitz. This is the one that we need to go with, though. The NPA. Let's see what the sentencing was. 18 months, bro. 18 months. Wow. Fuck these motherfuckers, bro. Fuck them all.
Putting her name out there is very, very important, but I want to correct the record on the White House. It's not the White House that's keeping a lot of the most important material out. It's judges. 3 federal judges in New York have sealed depositions. I want those depositions out there. The depositions include depositions of Virginia Giuffre. They include
Kazra say, "Hi, brother. Can you tell anybody you know not to travel to Iran? They come here, they see people and think it's all lies, and Iran is a peaceful, great country. Then they end up in jail." Sure. But I don't know a lot of people who are traveling to Iran. I'm just going to be real.
Depositions of other alleged accusers. And these judges, not the White House. The White House has no control. When judges seal materials, there's Judge Preska, there's Judge, I can name 2 or 3 other judges. And the New York Times and Piers Morgan ought to be making an application to
the Iraq sanctions. Yeah, sure.
These judges and demanding that these transcripts be revealed. Because if there are any smoking guns, if there are any serious accusations, they're in deposition transcripts. In my case, in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell, and in other civil cases that have been sealed. I have been trying to get all these depositions unsealed, and these judges won't do it. So let's put the blame where the blame belongs, on federal judges who are protecting some people. And that shouldn't be happening.
Alan,
so let's get everything out there.
I think we're mixing apples and oranges here.
Yeah, sorry. I want to make sure that people understand the depositions that Alan is talking about represent about 3% of what would be considered the Epstein files. That's the estimate on that. So 97%
I don't agree.
documents.
I don't agree with that.
That's the estimates that are.
Lord Red Fang says, "I forgot about the 13-year-old. I don't think I did. Let's pull her up because she's kind of important. Because this is realistically the only ephemophilic rape accusation against Donald Trump that I'm aware of. Trump accuser testimony. She does it under a pseudonym, Katie Johnson. Okay. If you want some gut-wrenching testimony, and of course I don't know if it's true. Okay. I don't know if it's true. I wasn't there. This is a single victim's testimony. But if you watch the Katie Johnson testimony, it is brutal. Katie Johnson Trump. This woman is the one who was allegedly recruited when she was 13. But I think she turned 14 or 15 while they were doing it. And she said that she was specifically recruited because she looked like Donald and Ivanka Trump. And this is Katie Johnson. She said that she was specifically targeted and raped by Donald Trump because she looked like Ivanka. And Donald Trump said that out loud. She said that at first at an orgy, she gave her or him a hand job and oral sex, but had to like wear a glove while doing so because he was a germaphobe or something. I forget the exact details. You could watch it. But then also later on, the woman who ran the modeling agency through which she was trafficked pimped her out to Donald Trump, in which Donald Trump engaged in a BDSM sex fantasy. So, yeah. So that's where, for me, you can say, oh, there's not smoking gun evidence as a part of the Epstein files. I'll still call this motherfucker an ephebophile or a pedophilic rapist.
I bet that's
like
the 90.
It's more than
10% of the documents that haven't been released are in control of the White House and the DOJ. They could end this at any time. Yes, there are some things that are under seal, but
no, they can't, because they can't get the judges. It'll never end as long as judges are sealing depositions.
That's correct, Alan, but it is
misleading. But the other
well, let's get them out there.
Control their destiny.
I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know. I know what's in those documents. That's why it's so important to get these judicial documents out there. I want them out there. If the judge will give me permission, I have them in my possession. My lawyers have them. Judge, let me give them to Piers Morgan. I want to give them to Piers Morgan. Why, Judge, are you preventing me from disclosing material that would be very, very important in putting a whole picture on this thing?
Well, I agree we should put those things out.
Okay, I want to bring in. Hang on, guys. I want to bring in Mark Lamont Hill. Mark, aside from this, we also have the ongoing situation with Ghislaine Maxwell. House Democrats have said this week that she's preparing to formally ask President Trump to commute her federal prison sentence. She's obviously now in a less strict prison as we speak. She told the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in an interview earlier this year that she never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way and didn't ever recall seeing Trump at Epstein's house, although she had seen him at social settings. What's interesting about that, I think, is that these emails seem to suggest that she must have known Trump had been at Epstein's house because Epstein's emailing her about it. So rather like with Andrew, the artist formerly known as Prince, although he's not an artist, rather like him, they're being damned in a way by these email leaks contradicting their public statements. And then if you think, well, if she's lying about that, if she's lying about knowing that Trump had been at Epstein's house, which seems to be the case, what else is she lying about? And obviously, she has a vested interest in saying whatever it takes to get Trump to commute her sentence. So all of that is going on as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I were sitting in a prison and Donald Trump were the person who could get me out, I would say that I saw the JFK assassination. I mean, like, it doesn't...
Get him, Mark Lamont Hill. I like you way more than Mehdi Hassan right now.
No matter what the thing is, if I need someone to get out, credibility is shot from Maxwell, but not just for her. And I think that's what makes this so messy. And to beat the dead horse, that's why we need all the information released. Donald Trump says that he and Epstein fell out over competing, interests in a property. Next thing you know, it's because he was poaching people from Mar-a-Lago. The stories change. An email says that she knew that she had no knowledge of Donald Trump's actions. Later on, it's like, oh, she definitely knew. I don't know who to believe. I don't know what to believe when it comes to these people involved in this scandal, because all of them seem to be saying contradictory things, and that's the danger. But I can guarantee you one thing: her tune will not change if she's up for a commutation, because that's just human nature. That's just common sense.
You know what's interesting, Eric?
Timothy Douglas says, why are we accepting that Virginia was a redacted name? I literally can't find the unredacted email. Check out, go onto Twitter and check out Trump, not Trump, the GOP subcommittee or something like that. The GOP committee on this thing. They released the unredacted emails.
I'm just checking here some background information we had before we did this panel. In a 2016 deposition for a civil case, Virginia Giuffre was asked if she believed Donald Trump had witnessed the sexual abuse of minors in Epstein's home. She said, I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything. I never saw or witnessed Donald Trump participate in those acts, but he was in the house of Jeffrey Epstein. Then she added, I've heard he has been, but I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. Now, again, the significance of that, which is 9 years ago, is that clearly from the Epstein leaked emails today, he's talking about seeing Virginia Giuffre in his house with Donald Trump for a number of hours, which would contradict her statement there, made 5 years after that email was sent, saying, I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. So again, what we're seeing is a kind of, through these leaks, because they're coming selectively, we're just seeing a lot of stuff that's been said publicly by everybody involved, seemingly, getting contradicted by the leaks. But we don't have all the leaks. We don't have all the information. And it's quite hard to work out proper context for this stuff.
Piers, in the sad part is being this far removed from when the actual nefarious operations, things were going on in the island and also in Manhattan, et cetera, around the world. We're looking back, and now all of a sudden, any sort of crossing paths with Jeffrey Epstein is some sort of guilt or an indictment of Trump or anyone else. Let's not forget, Bill Gates was at many high-level celebrities were at this island. Did they participate in the sexual rape, the pedophilia going on? No one knows. But certainly because they've crossed paths, or Epstein casually mentioned someone's name in an email that, yeah, that guy knew it was. Doesn't indict them, doesn't make them guilty of it. And what's happening is now the Democrats are releasing this the way they are. And frankly, the way the Trump administration handled the original, we're going to release and then pulled back, is creating this media circus around it. Clearly, it's a media. Epstein has massive appeal to the consumer, to the news consumer and the political consumer. I just don't think it's going to have a political influence the way the way I believe the Democrats think it will. My guess is there may be some sort of smoking gun with Trump, but it also will incorporate some high-level donors on both sides, maybe some friends of Trump, certainly some friends of Biden, or it would have come out during the Biden administration, and everyone's staying quiet. And once again, the American people get screwed. We get completely blindsided by the swamp and the disgusting shit that goes on. You know what's even bigger than this that no one's talking about? The $100 or $200 million that congressional members and senators have paid victims of their own sexual abuse. Yet we're worried about whether Donald Trump knew or didn't know what was going on at the Epstein mansion when it was going on. At this point, who the hell really cares?
Fuck you. So because Congress members settle, who cares about what Donald Trump did? Man, I hope this guy freaks the fuck out. I hope he says, "Fuck you." That was crazy. That was a crazy sentence. I'm baffled. But I guess this is what you can expect out of MAGA, man. I get this. I guess this is what you can expect out of MAGA. It was a long time ago. There's no hard evidence against Trump. Plenty of people do rapes. Who cares? That was wild. That was wild.
Well, I got to say, I care, actually, and I've known Donald Trump.
Oh, thanks, Piers.
A long time. I like him personally. He's been a friend of mine. But I care. I care because 2,000 young women and many underage girls were abused by a lot of rich, powerful people. And we still have only had one person held accountable for that, and it was Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman. Right, so no man has ever been held properly accountable. Epstein cheated accountability by, I believe, taking his life.
I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Others think otherwise, but I think you probably did.
I don't mean,
Alan,
Pierce,
what I want to bring to
mean
you
to belittle the victims. So I'm not belittling the victims. I agree that anyone who's known to have participated in this as a man, or anyone who facilitated the abuse, the pedophilia, Ghislaine Maxwell and others, should be held accountable, should be in jail. I absolutely agree. I meant for Trump politically, release the stuff. Let people know.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Don't let the IRS target you. Call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their top tax lawyers and enrolled agents are experts in the powerful programs that can help you to eliminate your tax debt. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved more than $1 billion for their clients. Whether you owe thousands or millions, one phone call can start the process of taking control. But you need to act now while you have options. For a free consultation, call Tax Network USA today at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. ExpressVPN is the simple way to protect your privacy online. In the US, internet providers record your online activity and can sell your data. In many countries, they've even legally required to store your information for years. Along with millions of others, I use ExpressVPN to stop the tracking. It hides your IP address and it routes all your activity through encrypted servers to keep advertisers and scammers from accessing your data. You can choose the level of protection you need. The basic plan is just $3.49 a month, less than 12 cents a day. Right now, you can get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN if you go to expressvpn.com/peers. To scan the QR code on the screen or go to expressvpn.com/peers to get 4 additional months of service. That's expressvpn.com/peers. Alan, I want to bring in another sort of twist to this, which is the involvement of Michael Wolff, the author, who's written, of course, a number of best-selling books about Donald Trump. He's in this new batch of leaked emails. It's kind of fascinating. I mean, it's no secret that he has, I think, over 100 hours of tape of interviews with Epstein. He's talked publicly about that. But in an email from January 2019, Epstein writes to Michael Wolff about Donald Trump. Of course, he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. So we've had that. Now, that's during Trump's first term, 7 months before Epstein takes his life. Epstein wrote to Wolff apparently to address Trump's claim that he asked Epstein to resign his membership. He claims in these emails that he hadn't done. The White House says Trump barred him from Mar-a-Lago for being a creep and for stealing employees to go and work for him. And it turned out abuse some of them. But in a third email, Wolff writes, he wrote to Epstein. Sorry.
My bad.
Or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a great guy and has gotten a raw deal as a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Now, lots to unpack there. But, you know, my reading of this, why is Epstein saying if we're able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Should we read into that he's maintaining some contact with Trump, that he actually would want to send his thoughts to Trump? And then you've got a pretty sort of, Michael Wolff's role in this is obviously clearly very, some would argue he's just being a classic investigative journalist, but the sort of way he's plotting for Trump to hang himself, as he puts it, by answers that it looks like they may give him to say, it all looks a bit weird, doesn't it?
It does, and we have to understand too that when Jeffrey Epstein talks to a journalist, he's talking in his own self-interest. So we have to ask questions about what is his motive? Is he telling the whole truth? Is he trying to curry favor? Is he trying to attack? We know that Jeffrey Epstein was an extraordinarily manipulative guy. And so you don't take at face value anything he necessarily says, especially when he says it to an interviewer who's going to be writing a book, which he hopes will be favorable to him. So I think skeptical minds have to be kept open, which is why every piece of documentation has to be revealed. Nothing. By the end of this, there shouldn't be a single piece of paper, a single recording, a single videotape that has been suppressed. Until everything has been released, nobody can be satisfied that the whole truth has come out. Even if everything has been released, we have to look at the statements critically, because not necessarily are every statement being made absolutely credible and true.
But Mike Nellis, I mean, that line, the more you read it, look, it may be misleading, it might be ambiguous, I might be misreading it. But for Epstein to reply to Wolf when he's told CNN are planning to ask him about his relationship with Epstein, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? I mean, is there any other way of reading that than that Epstein is still in contact with Trump to be able to do that? Or what? I mean, what are we reading into that?
No, I mean,
Okay. So I'm going to summarize this because we've had some people leave and some people stay. So this is what we have so far. And I'll try to summarize the mind map. So Donald Trump was boys with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell through the 80s, 90s, and thousands. Jeffrey Epstein was accused, we just read the Wikipedia, by around 80 women of sex trafficking them while they were underage. But 40 people were part of the Floridian indictment by, I think, the FBI ultimately. I think it was a federal prosecution. But what ended up happening was they reduced the charges, because he probably could have been charged with like international sex trafficking. He could have been charged with sex abuse. He could have been charged with so much shit that he could have been behind bars for decades. But Alex Acosta negotiated a deal. Alex Acosta himself said that he did not read the sworn written affidavits from all 40 of the victims. And he negotiated a deal with Alan Dershowitz for 18 months. Okay? 18 months. All right? And so Jeffrey Epstein had work release for 18 months and then ultimately wasn't exonerated. His reputation was still damaged. But he compared to what he actually did, he got a sweetheart deal. So there's 40 alleged victims, and one of those victims is Virginia Giuffre. Well, Virginia Giuffre said that she was pimped out to Prince Andrew of England, member of the royal family, that she was pimped out to 30 alleged other powerful people. I don't know if she specifically slept with 30 other people or if it was cumulatively through the 40 other victims, and that she allegedly had sex with Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel. And that's been revealed through the email dump that happened yesterday. Jeffrey Epstein, also a part of the emails, what was revealed was that Israeli intelligence was using Jeffrey Epstein's properties from which to base their operations in the United States. And that also Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with Russian government officials and intel officials in order to try to improve diplomacy between Donald Trump and the Russian government. Now, Alan Dershowitz is on this frickin' panel, and Virginia Giuffre said that they had sexual relations. They reached a, I think, out-of-court settlement, but the out-of-court settlement said that Virginia Giuffre would say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't Alan Dershowitz, and then Alan Dershowitz would pay her an undisclosed amount of money. Alan Dershowitz is saying, oh, we need to release all the files. But the reason why I suspect that he wants to release all the files is because he knows that he's not further implicated in it. He probably didn't have sex with any of the other victims, or he's paid off all of the other victims to the point that he's not worried about being implicated by it. So he just wants this entire thing to come to light. That way he can be pseudo-professionally exonerated. One of the other things that was really interesting was that Jeffrey Epstein was an active... Oh, I forgot Peter Thiel. Jeffrey Epstein was in active communication with Peter Thiel through the 2010s. Jeffrey Epstein was in active communication with Steve Bannon during Trump's first term. And it's implied that Jeffrey Epstein maintained his relationship with Donald Trump and hung out with him once, maybe multiple times. He might have hung out in person with Donald Trump multiple times during his first presidency. So Donald Trump knew that one of his employees' daughters was recruited and pimped out underage by Jeffrey Epstein, and he still hung out with that motherfucker. Now, Donald Trump himself has been, I think we said, by Katie Collins. I need to add Katie Collins, and I need to add Peter Thiel. I also need to add Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and then I will add Vince Foster and Hillary Clinton to this mind map as well. So Bill Gates allegedly got partially divorced because his wife was repulsed that he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and that he found Jeffrey Epstein's lifestyle fascinating. That's almost a direct quote. Peter Thiel is the guy behind Palantir, the current defense military AI. And he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein as recently as the 2010s, like mid to late 2010s. Then Bill Clinton was accused of hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and was spotted on the island hanging out with young women. That's according to some eyewitnesses. That hasn't been corroborated, but we'll see if it is. And then Hillary Clinton, one of the leaks from Jeffrey Epstein was like, oh yeah, Hillary Clinton had an affair with Vince Foster. And Vince Foster is some random political operative that committed suicide like a decade or a decade and a half ago. So yeah, this is pretty messy, pretty gross. There's lots of sex. There's lots of power. There's lots of blackmail. And fuck these people. I hope they all burn, including Donald Trump.
I mean, it seems to me like they were still in contact. We know that they were close. We know that they were friends. And I think the other thing I would add to this is the number of times that Donald Trump or someone in his orbit has lied about his relationship with Epstein is just unbelievable to me. It goes back to the goofy, weird, creepy birthday card that they sent. Even Donald Trump was like, I've never made a doodle in my life, when we know, document-wise, he has made doodles like that in the past. It lines up with what he was doing at the time. So they just keep lying. And to me, it does seem like they were probably having contact, probably coordinating on some level. And Michael Wolff's email is also interesting to me because he's talking about using it as leverage if Donald Trump becomes president of the United States. If Epstein is in hot water, he wants Trump to win. He wants to protect Trump, leverage that to get a pardon or a commutation. And I want to add something a little bit to what Eric said a few moments ago about why this is so important, because I really believe this Epstein scandal is super important, not just because of the politics of it. I think the politics on it are going to be a wash, because if we get everything out there, there's going to be lots of Democrats implicated, going to be lots of Republicans. But we're in this situation where a lot of people do not believe that the federal government is going to take care of people, and that this government right now under Trump is a protection racket for billionaires and incredibly wealthy and powerful people. So we need to make sure that all these documents get out there, that these people are exposed, that people are held accountable, and they get some justice for these victims. I think that's incredibly important, regardless of the partisan politics of it. You go back 20 years to the Wall Street financial crisis, nobody was held accountable for crushing the economy. Nobody was held accountable for all the folks who had their lives ruined and their homes taken away from them. I think this is the same thing. We've got to show that this is not a two-tier justice system where the rich and the powerful can get away with abusing people and destroying people's lives.
Can I just jump in there? How unique and hypocritical that is for you to say, Mike. Thank you for jumping in on the political nature of whether the political needle moves or not, no matter what's in there. I agree. I think it's going to be a wash no matter what names are on there. I find it kind of funny now you're talking about equal justice applied under the law when the guy Trump just went through 4 years of the most ridiculous, unequal, two-tiered level of justice that we've ever seen. Alan can weigh in on this if you think I'm wrong. I mean, they were making felonies out of misdemeanor charges just so they can see if they can get a felony attached to Trump. And now all of a sudden, I think the Democrats were wrong. The lawfare that went on for the 4 years is wrong. And
I don't trust this guy's moral opinion on anything, considering he just said if Donald Trump raped a bunch of girls 2 decades ago, it's not a big deal. MAGA will stick with him. I don't trust this guy on shit.
And I also think that Trump should release this no matter who is in it, even if his own name is smack dab in the middle. One final thought. Let's not forget, Donald Trump told...
Donald Trump, he might have raped a few teenagers. It was 20 years ago. Who gives a shit? God, I hate this fucking asshole.
His people to disenfranchise Jeffrey, give him back his membership, get him away from Mar-a-Lago. There's a reason for that. I mean, this finger pointing is nonsense until we have the names and context of what's going on. We can't indict and convict Trump until we know what happened, and then he goes through due process. That's my final thought on.
But let's
on
understand.
This, whether Trump's guilty.
Can I respond to that, Pierce, real quick? Sorry, just because it was directed to me. Yeah. I mean, one, I disagree with the assertion that there was a two-tier justice system for Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump has committed many crimes and he should be held accountable for that. Fine, we're going to disagree. I look forward to you speaking out with just as much ferocity as you just had when Donald Trump, indicts Adam Schiff this week, which is supposed to be rumored over some bullshit stuff that they've trumped up. I'm sure that there have been times in the past under Democratic and Republican administrations where the DOJ didn't do its job the way that it should have. But in this administration right now, Donald Trump is personally interceding, firing and removing people who aren't going after his political opponents. The stuff with Tish James, James Comey, it's all bullshit. And it shows you that everything that Donald Trump does is about his personal.
He's going after these people for the same things that they went after him for, which were bullshit in the first place.
Wait, so you're admitting that it's bullshit? I think this guy's dumb.
I don't agree with
that.
Let's remember.
Are you kidding me? Joe Biden.
Well, let's remember what Trish James.
Joe Biden's not the one who ordered that stuff.
Tish James went after Donald Trump for how his mortgage was prepared on a document when she was doing the same damn thing.
But hold on, there's a different thing here.
At least
in the email today, they released that he might have done even more financial fraud.
Fair. At least be fair about this.
Eric, let me add something though, because the difference is most of these charges that Donald Trump has had the DOJ bring against Comey and Tish James and others, they're likely going to be thrown out. The difference is that Donald Trump was found guilty by a jury of his peers of fraud. Now it's in the past now. The American people decided they didn't care about that. But if you think it was wrong,
peers is very, very
let's set the record straight.
Creative on your part.
Let's set the record straight on Trish James. Trish James ran for office. The only time I've ever heard a prosecutor do this since Stalin's time, on the claim of, I'm going to get Trump.
All right, I think I'm good. I'm good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to summarize the paint one more time and just say that that was a wild panel. So once again, Donald Trump, boys with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was accused by around 80 people, but 40 of them in sworn written affidavits that he sex trafficked them to rich and powerful people. Alan Dershowitz was on that panel. He was the lawyer who represented Jeffrey Epstein. Alan Dershowitz also wrote a 1997 op-ed stating that statutory rape should not be a thing and the age of consent should be dropped to 15. This dude is super fucking sus, and he allegedly had statutorily raped Virginia Giuffre. Alan Dershowitz negotiated with Alex Acosta in order to get Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal, resulting in an 18-month work release prison sentence, despite the fact that he was a sex trafficker. Alex Acosta didn't even read all of the 40 sworn written affidavits from the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Alex Acosta, once he got done with his prosecutorial career, was appointed as the Department of Transportation head under Donald Trump. So why is Donald Trump appointing this guy to be a part of the administration, considering he was the guy who did a sweetheart deal for a known sex trafficker? We also have evidence that Donald Trump continued conversations and communications with Jeffrey Epstein through 2017, arguably 2019. On top of the sexual impropriety that Donald Trump has been specifically accused of related to Jeffrey Epstein, Katie Collins, that's a pseudonym, accused him, she was sex trafficked by a modeling agency into New York by Jeffrey Epstein, and she accused Donald Trump of forcible rape when she was 14 years old, I believe. 26 female accusers have accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting them, groping them, kissing them on the mouths, grabbing their butts, grabbing their genitals, which corroborates the Access Hollywood tape. And then also Stormy Daniels said that they had an affair while Melania, I believe, was having one of their children. Steve Bannon had direct communication while he was a part of the Trump administration with Jeffrey Epstein, coordinating on information. And he actually said, Jeffrey Epstein was the one person that I was worried about damaging the Trump administration. And Jeffrey Epstein responded to that message by saying, yeah, you should have been worried about me. Virginia Giuffre, who is a girl who was recruited out of Trump's Mar-a-Lago private country club resort, whatever. Virginia Giuffre said that she was sex trafficked to Prince Andrew of the English royal family. She was sex trafficked to a few dozen other prominent people, Now, I don't know the specifics of that detail. It could be that she was individually trafficked to around 30 powerful people, or she could just be alleging that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein were trafficked to 30 other powerful people that she knows of. I don't know the specifics of that. But that also include Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel. Jeffrey Epstein was such a mover and shaker that he allowed Israel, not only did he pimp out Virginia Giuffre to Ehud Barak, the prime minister of Israel, but he also let Israeli intelligence agencies use his properties for operations inside the United States. He also directly contacted Russian government and intelligence officials in order to coordinate and try to ease diplomacy between Donald Trump and the Russian government. He also is boys with Peter Thiel, hung out with Peter Thiel as recently as 17. He was boys with Bill Gates and partially caused the divorce between Bill Gates and Melinda Gates. Melinda Gates says that part of the reason why they got divorced was because Bill Gates started hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and found his lifestyle fascinating. Jeffrey Epstein also allegedly, because the emails say different, allegedly hung out with Bill Clinton on the island with young girls. And then he mentioned in the emails that Hillary Clinton had an affair with Vince Foster. So, and Vince Foster is a government mover and shaker in Washington, D.C., who ultimately committed suicide. So that's kind of where we're at right now as far as what's going on. And the question is, since Donald Trump has been sweeping for the Epstein files for so long, what's going to be uncovered? Is it just going to be uncovered that Donald Trump was sweeping for the homies, that he was sweeping for Bill Clinton, that he was sweeping for Bill Gates, that he was sweeping for Peter Thiel, that he was sweeping for, the tech industry out in San Francisco who were like integrated into the sex network? Or is it going to be revealed that Donald Trump himself is an ephebophilic rapist? And either way, we probably need to know. There was one other thing. There was one other person that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to that I wanted to draw him out to, but I forget what it was. Either way, he's a piece of shit, and I hope he's burning in hell. End of rant. So going back to the chat, we still got 140 live. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And go ahead and thank our donors today. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for kicking us off with 20. Judah Nitopsky for the 10. Thank you for Grassroots for another 20. Thank you to ET for the 20. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter for the 50. Thank you to AKA Batusai for the 5 Valor Media Network memberships. And thank you to Maddox for the 2. Now, what I would say, where I'm at right now, is I know that I could just talk about Jeffrey Epstein all day and I'd probably maintain like a higher viewership, but I don't want to do it so much that I'm like bored of the topic. And frankly, I'm a little burnt. So what I would say is we've already done like Destiny content recently, but we haven't really done any Andrew Wilson or Red Pill content recently. So what I was thinking about doing was doing the Andrew Wilson whatever podcast debate. There's one where he debates like some girl on feminism, and then the girl that embarrassed him with the pickle jar. That girl, they had a rematch debate. So I actually wanted to check out the feminist chick debate. But I'm also open to content. So if there was something popping off, then I would also willingly take content suggestions for anything that was popping off. I don't have enough brooms for this. True. Grid One Motorsports says, I'm not sure I like you, Connor, but I am positive that at some point we'll debate again, and I like to know my enemy, Charlie, and Nina. Yeah. That's fine. Motorsports, I feel the same way. We probably disagree on a healthy chunk of politics, and it might get pretty aggressive. Oh, there's also a panel debate between Nom Nom, like a liberal guy who cares about shrimp welfare, and Pisco and Ryan Mullaly. And
to take the 30,000 foot view, just back to the debate prompt, has
the left abandoned the American moral proposition? I would do this happily. Do you guys want to take a look at this real quick and tell me, do you want to do Andrew Wilson or do you want to do this? I like this. Nope, we haven't watched Pisco versus Mullaly on Raging Tomato yet. Do you guys want to do that? I would trust you, Christian Vlaris. You're an Oiler. If you say, yes, I want to do that over Andrew Wilson, then I'll just agree with you and you'll do that. Grid One says Enemy Charlie was insufferable. Well, that doesn't sound like good content. Andrew is a strong man who would not open a pickle jar with a wrench or water. Damn, that's rude as shit. Naima debate was hard to watch too. Well, then why don't we do the Mullaly debate? If the Mullaly debate, Connor versus Demon Mama, you really want to go back to the classic Connor versus Demon Mama one. That debate became a cancerous argument over definitions. Pisco debate was great. Okay. Anything but Wilson. Okay. All right, let's do this. I like Pisco. I like Gen Z Attorney. I like Ryan Mullaly. I like Nonfon. I actually like everybody on screen right now. And if it gets spicy, then that could be fun. Opening statements take a while. Although it does look like opening statements were only 2 minutes each because it's only 10 minutes. So let's do this. Fuck it.
To take the 30.
I'm going to chuck it into the fuck it bucket. Let's update the title to Pisco and Nonfon versus Mullaly and Gen Z Attorney. I like this. I'm happy with this content. This is good. Let's do that. Save changes, and I'll do an intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I'm having an excellent day so far because some of the Epstein files have broken, but I want a palate cleanser, and so I'm going to watch Pisco and Nonfon debate Gen Z Attorney and Ryan Mullaly, who are two attorneys, by the way, on whether or not the left has abandoned fundamental American principles. I like every character involved with this debate panel, and so I think we're going to have a lot of fun. We'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
To take the 30,000 foot view, just back to the debate prompt, has the left abandoned the American moral proposition? 15, 20 minutes of our friends on the left basically denying that there even is an American moral proposition while we're just trying to say it's just...
That's a fucking lie. Wait, you just lied. Do you agree you just lied? That is a false statement you just said, correct?
I'm saying, explain it to me.
Wait, so you just said we don't believe that there's a American moral proposition, correct? Did you just say that?
Damn, Pisco's pissed.
Did you just say that, yes or no? And don't you remember when I said what I thought the American moral proposition was, yes or no? Do you remember, yes or no, when I said what I thought?
Dude, we got to get the merchandise going, man. We got to get the merchandise going. We need a t-shirt with Pisco, you know, like knife handing the camera, screaming yes or no. And then we need like so I don't think that what was it what was the show that we thought there was something really funny. We saved it. We wanted to do a podcast. Oh, the Point and Piss TV show. I wanted to start a podcast with Pisco called Point and Piss. I'm sorry for distracting. Let's go. But the t-shirt could say pissed off. I think pissed off would be, I think Pisco would accept that.
The American moral proposition was.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Yes. So you just said I didn't have it. Wait a second. Let me finish. You just said I didn't believe in the American moral proposition, and you just also said that I did. So why don't you correct your statement?
I will happily amend it. You are
Piss points.
Completely disavowing the commonly held and understood among...
Prove that! Prove that! Oh, so the commonly held belief is this meta-ethical view? This meta-ethical view? That's the commonly held belief? Prove that! What's the argument for that, dipshit? What's the argument for that? Hey.
Pisco, after he no longer needs his law degree to be employed, is a little bit of an edgy boy, huh?
Folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Ryan Mullaly, Gen Z Attorney, Nonfon, and Pisco back for another round. The statement of the evening is the left has abandoned the American moral proposition. Ryan, why don't you kick us off with your opening statement?
I like that prompt.
Thanks so much for having me on, Sarah. I'm Ryan Mullaly. I'm a former teacher, a current attorney, and I've litigated at every level of the U.S. legal system, including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm arguing for the proposition tonight that the left has abandoned America's moral proposition. So the first question is, for a lot of you probably, what is America's moral proposition? It's a fair question and one you shouldn't have to ask. If you had been properly educated in American philosophy, it's something you would already know, but many of you don't. And many of you don't because our schools don't teach it. And our schools don't teach it, and I should know as a former teacher, because they are primarily dominated by a particular ideology that has rejected the American moral proposition. So what is the American moral proposition? It's not actually up for debate. America's a propositional nation. We were founded on the idea that there's a particular American philosophy. We're not a theocracy. We're not a ethno-state. We are founded on this philosophy, and this philosophy is what binds us. And just like the Constitution tells us what the laws of America are, our moral proposition is found in the other founding document, the Declaration of Independence, which lays out the moral proposition clearly. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government.
So is it life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and consent of the governed? Is that what it is? Life, liberty, happiness, and pursuit of the governed, or consent of the governed? That would be my summary of what he just said.
Is the American moral proposition. It's about the fact that we have equal dignity, that we were instilled by God, our creator, with certain natural rights.
Anonymous says, get ready for 30 minutes of definitional headaches. If it goes to definitional headaches where they're like quibbling about semantics, but actually not talking about the ideas, then I could skip 30 minutes once we get past intros.
Rights that do not flow from the government, but are moral obligations that are of a higher order than the government. Unfortunately, the modern left has abandoned these principles. Equality has turned into equity, individual.
How much is Ryan Mullaly's politics a reaction to his school? Honestly, man, he's tweeted some edgy shit recently. I'd guess 30%.
Rights has turned into collectivism. And you see this as the left increasingly embraces collectivism in all its forms: Marxism, neo-Marxism, socialism, and even communism.
What?
Ironically, in the name of progress, the progressives
I'm
are moving.
I'm going to do 1.25.
Away from the moral foundation that was what we had all our progress as a nation built on. When Lincoln debated Douglas about slavery, he invoked natural rights as his argument for why slavery was wrong. Ditto Frederick Douglass, ditto Martin Luther King Jr. This is our moral foundation. This is how we've accomplished all we did as a nation. But now, today, it's not good enough. Now equality needs to be abandoned in favor of equity. Now we need the government to ensure equality of outcome rather than preserve our natural rights. This is not a subtle change. It's an obvious change. It's a self-evident change, to use the words of our founders, and one that many people intuit. And even if they can't put words on them, it disquiets them. It makes them feel like something has gone deeply wrong. And I would posit it's why the left has been so broadly unpopular of late. Because this is such a clear point, I suspect my opponents will struggle. And I say opponents, these are friends. So, my friends on the other side, I should say. But I think they're going to struggle to discredit that proposition. So instead, I suspect most of our conversation is going to be about fighting over definitions, irrelevant whataboutisms about Trump or MAGA, because truthfully, nothing you can say about the right has any bearing on the proposition we're debating tonight, which is purely about the left. Or, the always classic maneuver, moving the goalpost and saying, yes, it's happening, but in fact, it is a good thing. So I think with that, I'll leave it.
Interesting. I'll take it. I do want to try to maintain that frame in my brain that the right wing being worse in regards to this definition shouldn't necessarily be like part of the prompt. So we're arguing about whether or not the left has drifted away from life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the consent of the governed. Interestingly enough, I think that the left actually very often appeals to the consent of the governed in order to argue what it wants. Life, I think that they pursue, although maybe not like, pro-life stereotypically in reference to abortion. But life, they often make arguments oriented towards life. They don't necessarily make a lot of arguments, unless you're a liberal. I don't think that a lot of lefties focus on liberty, or at least leftists don't. I'll put it that way. Oftentimes, they will be quite happy to have the government, impede on liberty as long as it like affects a greater justice, I suppose. What percentage of the left? I think that 2% are communists. I think 10% are socialists. That's even like self-identified by some polling that I heard recently. But like 90% of the socialists are actual social democrats. They just don't know what socialism is. So, yeah. If you keep asking me questions, though, I'm going to yap. So I'm going to let the content flow. Although I do love yapping.
To my colleagues.
Quick shill. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
And I think we'll work through this argument quickly and easily tonight because it's so obviously true.
Thank you, Ryan. And Gen Z attorney, to you, please.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for having me. My name's Scott, or Scotty O, aka the Gen Z attorney, and me and Ryan, we actually are working on our own project together. We got a podcast called the Ordered Liberty Podcast, where we talk about all these types of issues, streaming Sunday nights, 8 o'clock on both of our channels.
Oh, they're cute.
But funnily enough, aside from that, we did not actually coordinate anything tonight other than the thing Ryan brought up about this conversation really has to focus on the left. That's the only thing we said ahead of time. We came in with matching fits, and he basically ripped my entire opening statement that I spent the last 2 hours putting together. So it's unfortunate, but you pretty much hit the nail on the head with everything. That America is a moral propositional nation, and is exactly right. It's the Declaration of Independence that lays out that moral proposition. And I actually got the quote he just read out broken down into separate points. We'll go through that in depth as we go on. I'll expand it though. With the Constitution is the codification. It's more of a legalistic document, but it is the codification of the moral foundation. And the Federalist Papers are the argument for why we should codify this moral principle. So I'll be referring back to those three kind of throughout the night as we establish what is the moral proposition.
Am I about to side with the conservatarians? I think I'm going to side with the conservatarians. We'll see. Let's see if the liberals can claw me back. But I'm okay with what the conservatarians have said so far.
But in that vein, though, I kind of had a few main takeaways as to how we define this moral proposition. First, it is that rights are God-given and they do pre-exist government instead of coming from the government. It's this idea of negative rights, not positive rights. Yeah, second, beyond that, main rights are, of course, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And I'm including property in there. Of course, that's the John Locke, Adam Smith original saying, life, liberty, and property. Jefferson changed it in the Declaration, but changed it to a more expansive term that you can argue encompasses property. But in that
Grid says Ryan is a centrist. He's not really a conservative. What kind of conservative, Grid? This is my argumentation to you guys. So oftentimes, no offense, I'm going to use you, Grid, as an example. When we're arguing about conservatism, there's like 5 different conservatisms. Okay. There's Burkean, somebody who believes in Edmund Burke, the philosophical founder of conservatism. There's constitutional conservatism, somebody who's loyal to the Constitution of the United States. There's social conservatism, which typically appeals to social mores rooted in religion. And then there's fiscal conservatism, which oftentimes has to deal with like debt and taxation. They want to reduce overall spending and debt taken on by the federal government so we don't collapse our society. So like when you say, oh, he's not a conservative, he's a centrist, I actually disagree with you. I think that Ryan Mullaly could correctly claim the term constitutional conservative. I think he's probably a fiscal conservative as well. He just might not be a social conservative. Or if he's a social conservative, he's a social conservative moderate. So that's where, for me, one of my frustrations whenever I get into arguments with Trumpers is that they're not specific when they use conservatism. When anyone says God-given, you have lost all credibility. Damn, Necron, you're going to have a bad time, bro. I'm a deist, bro. Grid says, I'm a constitutional conservative, so to me, probably a dozen different veins of conservatism. He identifies as a centrist. I think that might be because he was a liberal and he's now shifting more like classical liberal, but I'm interested. I don't think he's a constitutional conservative. I have not seen him at any of the meetings. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
In that sense, the Constitution is rife with recognitions that property rights are fundamental to the American structure, and there has to be a strong protection of private property and a robust free market surrounding that. Beyond that, it is justice. Is actually a quote from Federalist 51. Justice is the end of government. It is the end of civil society, and not meaning the destruction, and meaning it is the purpose of a civil society. And the moral proposition is that it is individual justice, that it is a country of laws, not a country of men, that has to reign supreme. So individual justice. And finally,
sounds like a philosophical argument for republicanism. I'm finding it difficult to object.
That men are not angels, and therefore the checks and balances, separation of powers, and federalism are necessary and mandatory under this style of governance. I would argue the left has abandoned these principles by saying that a belief that God has no place at all in.
Yeah, that's what's interesting too. So going back up here, Necron99 Peace says, when anyone says God-given, you have lost all credibility. Listen, man, we're all kind of poking at this thing, all right? Regardless of whether or not you think like God is a conscious being, there were founding fathers who were deists. I consider myself a deist. And there's a fundamental creative force to the universe. I use creative. Some people use like existence or existential. I don't care for the semantic quibbling. What I'm saying is we exist. The next thing that I'm saying is that there is order to the universe. Of course, the universe is a chaotic place. It's a place filled with entropy and death and destruction and all that kind of stuff. But it's also filled with order, meaning that we are capable of having this conversation. The law of gravity keeps us pinned to this planet. The law of thermodynamics, oh shit. My dog lays under my lamp and then he knocks over my lamp. Quite annoying. I need a ceiling mounting system. I need a ceiling mounting system so my dog no longer knocks over my lighting fixtures. But anyways, the point is that there's laws to the universe. And so regardless of whether or not you believe in a personal God or an afterlife or Jesus or heaven or any of that kind of shit, you can at least understand that what the founding fathers are appealing to are a sense of natural order and harmony. And so that is what I would try to point at. Now, you guys are responding to that, but I do want to let the content flow. So I'm going to let the content flow, but I will respond to chat momentarily.
Well, first, that really God doesn't exist and or has no place at all in society. The strict separationist view of the left wing of judicial interpretation believes
I hate you, patriarch.
that rights come from the government, not from God, and that these rights are positive rights. Think rights to food, rights to how.
Joe Vaughn is also going to have a bad time. Joe Vaughn, objective morality is silly. Who cares if something is good if good is literally no different than being green? That is so unbelievably obtuse. I will try not to be condescending, although it's going to be difficult. Do you like being alive, Joe Vaughn? I hope so. What I would say to anybody who says good and bad are arbitrary is hypothetically, metaphorically, I would like to come to your house with a potato peeler and lemon juice and hot sauce. And what I would like to do is I would like to, well, actually, let's make this less personal. Let's make it you. Let's have you do it. Don't actually do this. Do not harm yourself. Okay? Take a potato peeler, put it on your skin, drag it across your skin. Did that hurt like a motherfucker? Okay. It's probably bad. All right? It's bad for you. It's bad for your health. It's bad for the health of your skin. If it gets infected, it could kill you. You, as a biological being, have an orientation for good and bad. You are not some abstract, ethereal, bodiless thought spirit being. You are a biological being. As a biological being, goodness can be rooted in naturalism. And so the denial of natural instinct, the denial of natural good, the denial of harmony, the denial of your biological nature, the denial of being able to differentiate between good or bad, I think is utter nihilist, arslerd, stupid shit. And I am so fucking sick of leftists like Vosh's camp and liberals like Destiny's camp thinking that because they're like aloof nihilists who somehow like think that everything is arbitrary, that they're somehow above the rest of society. I think you're probably an intelligent person. You probably have an above average IQ, but I think your perspective on like life and existence is very R-slurred. Very, 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 very dumb. Moving on.
Housing, rights to healthcare, as we hear our friends on the left advocating for. Not a huge fan of property rights on the left, between Marxism, socialism, communism, calling to abolish private property, constantly campaigning against the 1% and wealth taxes and abolishing billionaires and whatnot, and really just the constant railing against capitalism. Social justice reigns supreme over individual.
Sorry. I like talking, so I'm interrupting a lot. Connor, would you still vote for Dems even if we had Dem socks in our tent? Do you think other converted Republicans would follow? Where should the party tent pole begin and end strategically? Socialists and communists will never be a part of my coalition. Social Democrat is the furthest left I would ever go, and even I think that's extreme. So I would say you do you. I'm going to go fight for the soul of the right. I will vote Democratic from a practical perspective where it makes sense. But if the Republican Party became no longer pedophiles, then maybe I would vote Republican again if they actually aligned with my policy prescriptions and worldview.
Justice. And really all these types of justice you hear, whether it's climate justice, social justice, cosmic justice, reproductive justice, none of that is real justice. Individual justice is the only true justice. And that's where this term equity comes from. And equity, I would submit that Joe Biden openly said he made a core function of his entire
input output. Does the universe have a life preference? Weirdly, probably not. I think like 99% of existence is like vacuum. And I think that even within existence, 99.9% of existence is actually not biological. And so I think weirdly enough, existence doesn't have a biological preference. However, I do think what's interesting about your question is biology is obviously an extension of the universe, and biological beings do seem to have a preference for perpetuating their own existence. That's why they resist death. So, yeah. So the universe itself, probably not. Matter, maybe not. Biological beings, absolutely.
administration. And so it's not just the fringe six.
Yeah, I'll accept this. I'm an atheist who thinks morality is not objective and not arbitrary. I'll accept that. I think my issue is not so much versus objective versus subjective. Like, so for instance, like the morality of the cat is horror to the mouse, right? So obviously, like, that's subjective morality. For the cat, trapping a mouse and eating it is good. For the rat or the mouse, getting trapped and eaten is bad. These are the same actions, but of course, like, they're morally subjective depending on your standpoint. But as long as it's not arbitrary, I think arbitrary is the main thing that I get frustrated with. Rob with the W says, I love you, buddy, but you're confusing normative value and descriptive good. Let's look up fucking nerd terms. Normative value definition. A normative value is a standard of value that is considered normal, usual, or expected within a specific group or context. Okay, normative value and descriptive good. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think that there are things that are normal that are bad. I think that there are goods, things that we consider good that are truly that are bad. And I think that we evolve our understanding of morality throughout time. So for instance, like just describing like a normative value in the Middle East and North Africa during Muhammad's time, it was common that if you had a female that you would commit infanticide. Like if you had a female child, you would just take a female child, you would put her in a jar, you would throw her out in the desert, and then she would die of exposure within, a day. Right? That was normal. That was a normative value of the society that preferred male heirs over female daughters. But what ended up happening was Muhammad, probably under starvation, meditation, whatever, he thought that that was morally bad. And so he shifted the norms. So no, I don't think these are one and the same. And I think there are plenty of biological impulses that are bad in the long term. But I think we, as intellectual creatures, can increasingly understand what is moral and what is good.
6 follower accounts on Blue Sky. This is a core tenet.
Chase says, sorry, but good and bad are arbitrary. Anything else is scope. Come over to my house, bring a potato peeler and some hot sauce.
Of the left. And I think I'll leave it at that as far as, I know I'm running up to my time, but a lot more to talk about. Thank you again for having me here. Gen Z Attorney on YouTube and the Gen Z Attorney on Twitter X. You're muted.
I forgot. Nonfon to you, please. And thank you, Scott.
Sure. So I think, firstly, it is relevant that just like currently, I do see the left like fighting for principles that I think are in line with America's founding and America's moral proposition. I mean, the rule of law and checks and balance.
Sorry. Let's back up a little bit and let me listen closely to what their openings are.
You're muted.
I forgot. Nonfon to you, please. And thank you, Scott.
Sure. So I think, firstly, it is relevant that just like currently, I do see the left like fighting for principles that I think are in line with America's founding and America's moral proposition. I mean, the rule of law and checks and balances are things that I think, left-leaning law firms, for example, are fighting for in a court against. I understand this prompt is about the left, but, it is relevant. I think that it is against at least a segment of the right that is currently in power. I, of course, have issues with the belief in inalienable rights, but I think more relevant, it's sort of silly to say that just because some of the values that left-leaning people sometimes have, like, fall outside of the narrow scope of what some of the founders defined natural rights as being, that the left has holistically therefore abandoned.
All right, see you, Grid.
America's moral proposition. And in fact, I think a lot of the values like equality or some notion of positive rights being provided to people, like I think those values are perfectly in line with the actual the sort of realization of the goals from establishing those natural rights. And that seems to be something that the American populace generally has always had, some belief of. Obviously today, I think if you poll people, they would not say something like providing people with some right to healthcare is like fundamentally un-American. I imagine that's the case historically as well. That's part of the reason why we enacted, welfare.
Rob with the W says, Carter, you need to look at a philosophical definition. Normative values are claims about what something should be like. Assertion, a preference for living is a person's normative value. It's not normal. I would argue that it's normal and it's normative. I would argue both. So if you're saying normative is just definitionally what should be, I think that oftentimes you can find what should be through a naturalist lens. I think that looking at what is good for life, what is good for, because we have a variety of principles, right? We have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? The pursuit of happiness is not arbitrary, but it's subjective. Lots of people's happiness is different. And happiness, weirdly enough, I think people mistake happiness for pleasure. As a matter of fact, I think half of you fucking degenerates in my chat, you think that you're pursuing happiness, but realistically, you're pursuing pleasure. And pleasure and happiness are not the same. And happiness and contentment, there's like a nuanced definition. There's a nuanced definitional difference between those two. Happiness, contentment, and satisfaction are correlates, and they're close to each other, but they're not the same thing. And so for me, for instance, what makes me happy is pursuing purpose. What makes me happier than pleasure is contentment. What makes me happier than pleasure is like success and prestige and having a family and pursuing my dreams, my dream career, and this, that, the other. That is more important to me through trial and error. That is more important to me than pleasure. Now, pleasure can buy you temporary happiness, fleeting happiness. It can buy you some sense of joy, but it's not eudaimonia. And eudaimonia is like the Aristotelian claim for like 11 virtues. Now, Aristotle goes back and forth on whether or not eudaimonia is even possible, allegedly, in the Nicomachean Ethics. But he lays out 11 virtues, and he lays out the negative extreme and the positive extreme. I have them written down. I'll pull them up. But he says that, like, human life, you should pursue eudaimonia. And he says that you can pursue eudaimonia through like 11 virtues. Courage, temperance, liberality, magnificence, magnanimity, ambition, truthfulness, wittiness, friendliness, modesty, and righteous anger or indignation. Eudaimonia is good living. He argues, and then argues against himself, that if you are mindful and try to pursue these virtues and you avoid the negative extreme and the positive extreme, then you can achieve the good life that is purposeful, happy, and contented. And I think that Aristotle probably didn't figure it out, right? He probably doesn't have the perfect prescription for human life, but he's pointing to something real. Like, what is going to bring you more purpose or pleasure? Heroin or taking care of your family and community? Now, on a short-term basis, heroin's probably dope. You could probably do heroin, have like an excellent feeling. You could probably have like a great 8 hours of euphoria, and then boom, you're good. You're Gucci. You're back into life. pursuing purpose within like family, community, success, all that kind of stuff, that's hard as shit. That's actually probably going to bring you a lot of pain. But if you extrapolate it out 5 years, if you extrapolate it out 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, who, number one, is still going to be alive? Who is going to have a family? Who is going to have procreated? Who is going to be still relatively healthy for their age? I would argue that the heroin addict, 99 out of 100 times, is going to be dead, bad family relations, addicted, didn't pursue anything. And in many ways, we would consider this degenerate. They have degenerated their life through the pursuit of pleasure, which is a kind of happiness. But I would argue that the person who pursued virtue and who pursued family is the person who will be happier in the long run because they will have purpose, contentedness, good family connections, and all the things that correlate with a good life. So yeah.
Programs, for example, in the first place.
Thank you, Nonfon, and Pisco, to you, please.
Yeah, so I understand, one, the left to be people on the political left of America, as the question is understood, and that to be largely represented by the Democratic Party. I think in the context of that question, it doesn't really make sense to talk about the left differently. So that's how I understand that term to be applied in the context of the question.
This is literally just Sam Harris' moral landscape argument. If everyone wouldn't prefer being peeled, that does not substantiate a meta ethical fact. Come over, we'll figure it out. I'll strap you to a chair. I'll start peeling off skin, and we can see whether or not it's a fact.
And I take the American moral proposition. I have to understand, tell you that that's not a phrase that I know to be like have a specific technical meaning, but I understand that as a.
Justin, when would it be okay to torture an infant? Saying objective morality isn't real, you just means you're a monkey. When it's actually possessed by the Satan itself. Satan itself is incarnating through an infant and is going to destroy the material plane for all biological beings across the entirety of the universe. Maybe you shouldn't torture an infant. You just kill the infant. Anyways, the point is that, once again, we go back to the cat. The morality of the cat and the morality of the mouse is not the same. The morality of the cow and the morality of the human is not the same.
Commitment just to the rule of law and the Constitution of the United States. And I don't understand that term to be more narrow than that. I mean, it's all well and good to reference the natural rights philosophies of the framers and stuff, but they were not in agreement of what those terms that they were talking about even meant, right? So Ryan, for example, cites property as what does that mean? Does that include squatters' rights? What is a taking under the takings clause? What are the extent of those property rights? What are, for example, self-defense rules with regard to property? And so it requires a commitment to institute governments to resolve these issues about what these rights or equality for law actually means. And similarly with the term liberty, right? And when you said the Declaration of Independence, the framers were in agreement of whether we should be able to own people. Does property right extend over owning individuals? And so to the extent that there is a through line between the founding era generation and today and what the basic American moral propositions, it's not on what is the necessary entailment of the words like property or liberty or what these rights actually mean. It's a commitment more to a structure and a process to discover the rights. For example, the Ninth Amendment says the Constitution doesn't disparage the potential that there exist other rights outside of the document. And so basically, once you start to get more granular than that, a commitment to the Constitution and
I could understand how Gen Z attorney and Ryan Mullaly would be confused by this because Pisco kind of opened with the Jordan Peterson tactic of well, it depends on what you mean by liberty. it depends on what you mean by it depends on what you mean by what does sexual relations mean? It's so what Pisco did, though, which I heard him say, so I'm not trying to straw man him, but what Pisco did say is that the commitment of the Constitution and life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is actually the commitment to a process through which we determine what we mean by life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's not a specific definition locked in a specific time. Part of the Constitution of the United States is that it can be amended. So I understand his steel man, I think. We'll see how this develops.
Rule of law, you're starting to get into areas in which there was never agreement. There was vast ecclesiastical and religious differences at the time of the framing. It's not.
Justin says Connor will be a Christian one day. Listen, man, I'm literally a Christian except for believing that Christ is the Messiah. Besides believing Christ is the Messiah, I'm a Christian.
a commitment to God. That is not a basic American moral proposition that you could get more narrow on it. And so the more you try to segment it into like a particular sort of philosophy that you're advocating, a normative philosophy, you're going to get farther and farther away from the framing generation, and it's going to.
Everything is a social construct, and morality can be too. That's not a novel insight. I hate to share that with you. Money is a social construct. Money is very much real, and it dominates all of our lives. Something being a social construct is not the same as saying something is arbitrary.
Start to lose its universality, and therefore, like the notion that it's an.
Chase to Chase says, saying something is normal is good is basically an appeal to nature, which is fallacious. Come over with a potato peeler and some hot sauce. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You and me in my garage with some duct tape, a potato peeler, and some hot sauce. We'll figure out. We'll figure out what pain is and whether or not it's normal or good. Listen, guys, I know that I'm using the potato peeler and the hot sauce thing over and over and over again, and it sounds totally psychotic because it is. However, my point to you is that there is pain. You experience pain. I experience pain. It's undeniable. Get up, smash your head into a wall. Go stub your toe and tell me that that is not bad. Okay? Now, maybe you can come up with some 10,000 IQ highfalutin idea for why stubbing your toe is good. But I guarantee you, let's say that I locked you in a room and I said, you cannot get out of this room until you stub your toe into the wall 10,000 times. I guarantee you by like the 80th stubbing of your toe intentionally, you're going to be like, this fucking sucks. This is bad. I don't like this. As a biological being, I do not like jamming my toe into a wall and twisting it 90 degrees to the point that it shoots pain up the rest of my body. It's actually like a super like simple logical argument. But you guys are so used to these fucking, no offense to Steven and no offense to Vosh, you're so used to these fucking lefty nihilist, cosmic nihilist dipshits telling you that nothing matters, that you just forego your own reason, which is, I think, absolutely dumb as fuck.
American moral proposition in the first place. So I don't think that God.
No Jung in there. I'm a big fan of Jung.
And the arguments for God are essential to the American moral proposition. And I don't think a particular view, for example, of like.
Good Smith, morning all. I'm debating hitting legs or doing some code edits at the moment because of how drenched I came back from work. Do legs and then do coding.
Political and economic doctrines that didn't even exist at the framing, like Marxism and communism, and certainly not forms of socialism that have taken hold in the Democratic Party that are consistent with and provide no contradiction with some of the notions of property rights and liberty, at least as I understand those. So yeah, I think that is how I understand those terms. And on the actual proposition, the Democratic Party has not abandoned commitment to the rule of law of the Constitution of the United States. To the contrary, they're the ones trying to uphold those basic protections and those constitutional liberties and to police them at the margins where it does become relevant whether or not the left has abandoned that proposition, the extent to which they're fighting for it. And that's why it's relevant that they're fighting MAGA, right? Like the fact that they haven't abandoned the fight against MAGA, who is in contradiction to the American moral proposition, is relevant to the evidentiary case of whether they've abandoned the American moral proposition as I understand it. So that's why it will become relevant.
Yeah, there you go. Baby Thanos, baby Hitler.
Relevant. What they're doing in opposition to Trump, because that bears on the evidentiary case as to whether or not they are supporting the American moral proposition.
Perfect. Thank you.
Morals are a matter of opinion. Once again, come over with a potato peeler. We'll see what your opinion is. We'll see if your opinion aligns with 99.99999% of humanity.
And to the audience, all four of these gentlemen are streaming on their own ends. Please feel free to go like, subscribe, and share on their behalf. Oh, pardon me. And of course, our I can't even talk tonight. Our lineup this evening, we're going to get through the debate. We will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, if you have something to add to this panel, we will go into open panel afterwards. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Short says, I'm a Christian, except for the one thing that's a requirement to be a Christian. Exactly.
I mean, I would just for my own amusement, if nothing else, would like to start with the fact that all three things I predicted would happen happened instantly and in the opening statements. So that's fun. We got the definitions, we got the what about Trump, and then we got the no, we actually think it's good to move on from.
Can we stop here though? Because
quick order. If you let me just finish, I mean, I'm just warming up to a point. Because definitions are going to matter quite a lot. It seems like we should probably start there before we get into anything else. It's going to be hard to. I hopefully we can
totally agree, Ryan. Yeah.
Tristan Clark says, not believing Christ is the Messiah while adhering to Abrahamic morality systems. Welcome to Judaism. You would think, but Judaism is a closed religion. They don't like goyim like me. They don't like ethno-religiously Irish Catholic people who have fallen away from the faith. So realistically, I'm Muslim.
Ryan, I totally agree with that. I just want to say it's not of note that we would be talking about meaning. If you haven't like sort of priced in meaning into the proposition, then of course it's not.
You're saying the potato peeler will not solve all logical fallacies. I disagree. Come over with the potato peeler.
Deceptive or wrong, or how you're implying with your tone of voice there, that we would be like talking about the meaning of what.
Dominic Galleda says, what if I like pain? Never mind. You aren't my court-appointed therapist. Carry on. All right, I will. Rob with a W says, Connor, if everyone agrees slavery is good, that doesn't make it good. You're appealing to the same kind of argument with a biological mechanic underneath it. The form of the claim is broken. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I think I gave you an example stating the opposite. I said that like infanticide was considered normal in pagan Arabia, and it took a moral insight from Muhammad, peace be upon him, in order to change that normative aspect that we view as morally abhorrent. And same thing with slavery. Slavery might have been a mechanical necessity throughout history. And what I mean by that is it's easy for us to say, well, everybody can get money. Everybody should work for a wage. Everybody should be able to get food, water, and shelter. But in like ancient Greece, they might not have had that many. They might not have had like good fiscal policy. You know, they might not have had the capacity to track wealth with the coinage and printed money that they had back in the day. Like I think printed money on paper only came around during the medieval era. And so as a result of not being able to track wages because there wasn't enough coin or enough mathematical literacy, what they did is they said, oh, these people aren't from our tribe, and there's necessary labor that needs doing, and we don't know how to pay these people or even communicate with these people. So we're just going to threaten to beat and or kill them to force them to do necessary labor for our society. That could have been like a mechanistic thing that while we view as morally abhorrent, it might just be what was necessary at the time. That's how I feel about animal farming right now. That's how I feel about ranching. I think that when it comes to industrial animal slaughter, we are probably committing a genocidal act that will pseudo-genocidal act. We're not really genociding the animals because we keep them alive, which is arguably worse. But the whole point is that we are committing effectively like a Holocaust on animals routinely. We just do it because they're not from our species, and we don't know how to get their meat without killing them. I think we kill like trillions of cows and trillions of chickens and trillions of fish every single year to feed the human population. It's basically like an animal holocaust every single year. But we don't think about it because it's not part of our moral consideration. And I think that once we figure out how to gene grow meat without so we can get the meat without harming the animal, that generation will look back at the way that we got meat in the current era, and they will think that we are moral monsters. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny that you brought this up. Nonfon, kind of as a meme or kind of as a joke, he did a fundraiser for a few $1,000 for like shrimp well-being, because the way that they like harvest shrimp right now, I think it was something with the eyeballs. They actually like, if you rip out their eyeballs, the stress response makes them infertile or something. I forget what it was, but it was like a really inhumane practice that does cause pain and stress to the animal. And he was raising money to reduce the suffering of shrimp. You know what I'm saying? And so my whole point with that is like, the suffering of shrimp nowadays is not a moral topic in contention because it's not on our moral radar. But 1,000 years from now or 10,000 years from now, animal welfare to that degree, we might be viewed as civilizational barbarians because we never considered the emotional and physical well-being of conscious animals. Anyways, I feel like I've yapped for 5 minutes trying to make the same point. So my apologies. Let's continue.
These terms is to understand the proposition for the debate. We need to understand what the hell we're talking about. So the fact that you would no, but the fact that you would take it as you did, and don't try to say that you didn't from the start of the debate, like I expect them to do. Of course, you would expect any person to try to understand the moral proposition by saying what we're talking about. And likewise, just because you say it's not relevant to talk about Trump, to the
yeah, this is where we can split the thing. We can say that morality is subjective, but it's not arbitrary, and I will agree to that.
extent that there's an evidentiary case to talk about Trump that's related to the proposition as we understand it, of course, we're totally fine to talk about that too.
So let's do this in reverse order then, since I'd like to do definitions first, but I'm not going to let this turn into a Trump conversation. So if right now, and I don't think this is true, by the way, but if I were to concede that the right, and again, this is just for the sake of argument, if I conceded for the sake of argument that the right had abandoned America's moral proposition, how would that impact this proposition?
Because for the evidentiary case, right? So the proposition that the left has abandoned it, that will be affected, yes or no, by how much they're fighting against others who have abandoned that proposition and are trying to ensconce that proposition.
Because fighting against someone who's abandoned the proposition only matters if you're fighting for the proposition. Like if the right had totally abandoned it, the left could have totally abandoned it.
No, I understand.
It's completely irrelevant to the topic.
So what I'm saying is, to the extent that evidence of the left upholding the American moral proposition is shown by them fighting on those grounds, on the specific American moral proposition against those who are not upholding and trying to undermine the American moral proposition. I'm not saying that it has to be untethered resistance to those who have abandoned.
Bud123, why do you go to a Christian church if you don't believe Jesus is the Son of God and Savior of our sins? Because there's moral lessons in the Bible, both from Jesus Christ and also the Old Testament, that are not only good, they're excellent reminders of how to be a good person. And having moral instruction and moral meditation once a week is good for your, if you don't believe in a soul, well-being. If you believe in a soul, it's good for your soul.
But tailored resistance on specifically the point I'm talking about, the American moral proposition, that would be relevant, wouldn't it? It's to the evidentiary case.
If you're pointing out that the left is specifically fighting for the American moral proposition, that's not about the right anymore. That's about the left. If you like that's the issue. What's not the issue is how bad the right is in your estimation.
But the left's.
But I think we've made the point. I don't know.
No, I'm saying.
Well, Ryan, like you would, I think you said it before. You would agree, for example, like the ACLU. I think you consider sort of like.
Wicked says, "Okay, I got the potato peeler. What's your address? I'm in Central Florida. See you in a bit." Okay, no, I'm not actually gonna welcome one of my community members into my home and then start peeling their skin. I'm just saying. The skin is the most interesting part of the animal. That's an It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference. No, what I'm saying is that pain is very difficult to deny. Pain is often instructive of what is good or bad as a biological being. If you are a subject, meaning that you're an individual who experiences consciousness, and you're sentient and you're sapient, then it should be an easy concession for you on a subjective level that your pain is bad. Now, is there productive pain? Yeah, there's productive pain. I would argue that weightlifting can be productively painful, where you do something painful that results in something good. That's why this topic is so nuanced, is because if you just say pain is bad, well, there's some pain that's necessary. There's some pain that's productive. But what I would look at as a guiding, I don't know if I'm using this word correctly, but heuristic, what I would use as a guiding heuristic, if I'm using that word correctly, is this good for me? Is this good for my family? Is this good for my community? And to some extent, is this good for the planet? And if you answer, that's like 4. If you answer yes to all 4 of those things, that thing is good. And you should just do that thing. Now, there's going to be times where something that's good for you is bad for other people. And we're going to have to inject moral analysis. There's going to be times that it's good for humanity, good for your family, good for your community, and good for you, but it's not good for the planet. We're going to have to put on our thinking caps. But what I don't like about Necron and some other people in my chat who are doing this is that they, especially on the left, there's this tendency to engage in moral nihilism where you just say, oh, well, good and bad are arbitrary and it's all subjective. Therefore, I'm not going to make any value judgments about what's good or bad. And even if I have moral judgments, those are just a preference and they're as arbitrary as anybody else's preferences. I think that's nihilism. I think it's cringe. I think it's stupid. I think it's a waste of time. I think it wastes your life. I think it wastes other people's lives. And I think that whatever sense of intellectual and philosophical superiority you receive from being a moral nihilist or a cosmic nihilist, I think that was given to you by aloof dickheads who would not be as embracing of moral nihilism or philosophical nihilism if they were introduced to pain. So that's how I feel.
A left-wing institution, right?
At this point, not historically, but today.
Sure, and then, like, we do see examples of the ACLU and I do think it is relevant. Like, they're fighting the right, they're fighting Trump by filing lawsuits, for example, on the behalf of immigrants who were deported without due process, which I think you would agree, due process is something that is relevant to
and fire too. Just to add to that, like fire, right? The fact that fire is doing a good job is informed by what? It's informed by the fact of what they're up against, right? So surely you're going to cite.
Rob with the W. I've already said that morality and I've already said that morality is subjective, but it's not arbitrary.
If this were a debate about fire, this is an analogy, analogized reasoning. If this were a debate about whether fire were upholding the American moral proposition, you would obviously take into account what they're fighting against. It obviously is part of the evidentiary case. So for you to say it's irrelevant makes no sense. Of course it's relevant.
But here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. You can't have it both ways. It can't simultaneously be that the left has not abandoned the moral proposition. They're actually upholding it. But also, they have abandoned it because they have to in order to fight back against the right. So I feel like y'all's got to pick one or the other and stick with it. So
there's no contradiction there. So I do not hold that they've abandoned it because they need to fight the right. I'm saying they're upholding it. And one of the ways in which they're upholding it is by fighting the right who has abandoned it on the terms of abandonment, not on anything.
So,
right?
why does it matter to bring up what the right is doing at all if you're saying the left is upholding it? Let's just focus on what the left is doing and whether or not they're actually upholding it.
What the left is doing, and part of how they're upholding it, is in resisting the right's efforts to abandon American moral proposition. And that, so the evidence that I would give to say, no, you're wrong, the left is abandoned, because look at what they're doing. Well, part of how I know what they're doing is defending American moral proposition is to see what they're resisting. That is to say, if the right is pushing to end the American moral proposition, as I understand it, and the left is trying to prevent that from happening, then knowing what they're trying to prevent from happening obviously is relevant to understanding whether they've abandoned that principle.
I'm okay with this from an argumentative standpoint. I think this is a framing issue. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward 10 minutes just because I fucking feel like it. But the Ryan Mullaly and Gen Z attorney were saying like, hey, whatever the right is doing has nothing to do with this line of moral argumentation. And Pisco and Nonfon have said, actually, it does. Because if you look at like liberal organizations or left-wing organizations that are resisting Trump and the MAGA movement are trying to destroy the American proposition. Therefore, resisting that is actually upholding the American proposition, not trying to destroy it. But then, of course, binary politics, thinking of politics in a binary way is toxic, because if this is actually the difference between liberals and leftists, in my opinion, liberals, I think, are trying to uphold the classical American project because they care about liberty. They care about freedom. They care about freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. They might even care about the right to self-defense to some degree, although not all liberals do. They might care about due process, and they might care about rule of law. Some liberals care about that. So I would view those liberals as upholding the American project. Whereas if you looked at leftists, Hassan Piker, Zoran Mandami, the people from Sam Cedars' show, all those kind of people, I think that their hostility to the American project, their hostility to the American government, and their hostility to the American people is indicative of them not being a part of the American project. They hate the American project. They want to destroy it. They want to replace it. And so when you say left versus right, oh, the left is doing X, it's kind of stupid when you have like half a dozen factions within the left. But I'm enjoying the debate, and I'm also enjoying the ethical and philosophical inspirations that are happening in chat. I'm going to get some water. Cameron Mosley says, hey, Connor, are you pro-enlightenment? I know I am. I am to a degree. I do think that rationalism is good. I'm a big fan of modernism. I do think that we have achieved incredible things by using our rationality. However, I do think that it's a binary. We are ultimately still irrational creatures, and we need to understand that to some degree. And I think that the Enlightenment overemphasizes human rationality.
So you want to talk about the equity thing? So that's
we can start there.
So
let's frame it first. Sorry, real quick. Let's frame it just through the Declaration of Independence. This is our foundational moral document for the country, and I think me and Ryan would both agree the whole nature and idea of equity.
Justin, sorry, real quick. I'm sorry for interrupting so much, but you guys are giving me interesting stuff in chat. Which, by the way, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. A shout out to people who have donated. Grassroots Chachabon, of course, our oiler, Judah Nitopsky, thank you for your support. ET, thank you. Anonymous Chatter with a massive $50 super chat. AKA Badasui with the 5 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. And Maddox with the 2. Parasocial love to you and yours. Now, Justin says, God gave us dominion over animals. That's if you believe in the Bible, literally. We shouldn't be cruel, agreed, but they are fuel for us to survive, whether it's for sustenance or civilization building. I agree. Are you vegan, Connor? No, I'm not vegan. I'm just saying that you saying we shouldn't be cruel, I agree with that because I think that the divine spark that emanates from me, the divine spark that animates me, the fractal of God's consciousness that possesses my body, I think that is also present in animals. And so while animals might be lesser beings in the fact that they have a lower IQ or lower EQ, they still have a fractal of the divine spark. And therefore, we should not be callous and heartless in our consumption of animals. And if we can create food industries that are not reliant on animal suffering, that would be a moral good. All right.
Is a stark contrast to the principles laid out inside the Declaration, which is that all men are created equal and are entitled to these inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness. And when you start imposing these equitable principles, which is more of a collective justice principle, that stands completely contradictory to the founding principles of individual justice. Ryan, is that a fair summation of your point as well?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think we saw this idea percolate as ideas tend to, especially on the left, from academia and in well-sourced, famous academics who were espousing this and similar concepts. It was adopted by the Biden administration, certainly, and by the Harris when she was running, and its impact is obvious on both the language but also the policies of the left. And this was, I'm not talking about like in this. I think. Well, actually, that's something we might want to get into later. I'm not talking about the fringe left, though I think the fringe left has obviously abandoned the American moral proposition. But we're talking here even on kind of like the mainstream left. These terms brought in. So to the extent that the audience is convinced that these terms are in fact evidence of a departure from the American moral proposition, I think it's clear as day on the policies of the Biden administration and the Harris administration.
Yeah, at that level of granularity, the American moral proposition cannot include the kind of conflict on the term equity that you're talking about. Because remember, it needs to persist across the temporality back to the framers. And the framers' vision of equality understood included slavery and the inclusion of having an entire class of people who weren't really people and property. So you can't get this notion of the American moral proposition that has this level of granularity on DEI and equity once you acknowledge that the framers were fine with slavery in their vision of equality. So it needs to be some level of generality greater than the specifics of what the framers would have approved of and their vision of equality under the law.
But see, I have to push back hard because I don't think it's fair to just say as a blanket statement, the framers were okay with slavery. I think we can all agree as students of the history, there was a clear conflict, and Jefferson actually had a clause in the Declaration denouncing slavery, but took it out as an effort to try and build a unity, to actually build a revolution. When you're fighting against the largest military superpower on the face of the earth at the time, you kind of got to get off the ground. That's a fight. If you're interested in winning, you got to build some bridges, even with some people you're going to.
Did Madison own slaves?
I think the fact that there is disagreement between the founders on that is also evidence.
That's also evidence, correct?
No.
Yes, it is.
Wait. 1 second, Ryan. But you would agree then that's a significant distinction from just saying, well, the founders were cool with slavery, to now we're saying, well, it was a little bit, didn't some of them own slaves? Like, that's a completely different statement than they were.
They're different statements. Wait, no, they're different statements. But when I say that they were okay with slavery, they incorporated that as part of the compromise. When I say okay, I just mean that they were willing to abide a framework that allowed for and ensconced slavery. And all the major framers, or most of the major framers, either approved of that compromise or were outright slave owners. George Washington, major figure in the framing of the Constitution. It was based on, the Washingtonian view of the Constitution, I think, is understudied. Madison owned slaves. Jefferson owned slaves. So regardless of when I say okay, I just mean it was part of their compromise. And yes, they were hypocrites sometimes, and they wrote other things, but that's what I mean. And the fact that there was not a consensus there means you cannot get to the level of granularity of DEI if you can't do it with slavery. I mean, it's an absurd conclusion.
Pisco, you're misunderstanding what's meant by like an objective moral proposition. So when like the founders, particularly most of them, at least the ones who wrote the document, ascribed something called Scottish common sense moral realism, meaning, as relevant here, they believed in objective, real moral principles. So they view natural rights.
Welcome to see John says, I'm behind the stream, but I thought Eudaimonia was married to Shoe on Head. Yes, there's a Twitter personality named Eudaimonia who is married to Shoe on Head. He is a Catholic nationalist. Although apparently not a groiper. He's unfollowed me, probably because I was lib posting too much. But the point is that eudaimonia is also good living, which is from the Nicomachean Ethics. And it's what Aristotle believed was achievable if you live a virtuous life.
Natural law as real. Like it's like the laws of physics, the laws of math, the laws of nature, as they put in the document. That's the philosophy that is espoused in that document. Now, when there's an objective moral standard, it stands to reason that people can be wrong about it. Of course they can be wrong about it. Newton was wrong about physics. He was wrong about physics a lot. He didn't know what Einstein knew. He didn't know about relativity. He doesn't know about quantum mechanics. So a lot of the stuff that Newton said is incorrect in light of our current understanding of the laws of physics, but that doesn't mean physics doesn't exist or that there's nothing there to talk about. Like there are founders who thought slavery was not like abhorrent under natural law. They were wrong. And in fact, when you look at Lincoln, let's see if I think I have a good quote here. Even like 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, invoking the Declaration of Independence. When he said, when he was arguing against Douglas, he invoked the Declaration of Independence. He invoked natural rights and natural law, especially to say that slavery was wrong. So what you
Numinax for 20 says, as a normie, the word meta-ethics makes me think pedantry, reminds me of Wittgenstein's grievances with the rock star philosophers. Rob with the W says, not calling you egoistic, by the way, but sometimes less is more. Yeah. I honestly, whenever somebody says like meta-ethics, I just hear Destiny saying like, have you grounded your axioms? Or I hear Bosch saying that. Meta-ethics definition. The branch of philosophy that investigates the nature, foundations, and meaning of moral judgments rather than focusing on specific moral questions. Yeah. I would say that my meta-ethics is often rooted in natural and moral observation. And I think that when you look at religion, that's oftentimes what it is. Like I think philosophical pedants could probably argue themselves into a philosophical black hole where they ultimately end up justifying the most like obviously fucked up shit on the planet. They could justify torture, rape, murder, incest, whatever. I think philosophers get up their own ass with what they're able to justify. Whereas oftentimes with like religious moral observation, it's like Bob ate shellfish and then Bob died. God must not want us to eat shellfish. Now, of course, like the nuance there is that shellfish causes sometimes allergic reactions in humans. So does God really not want humanity to eat shellfish? Probably not. But is it generally good advice to be cautious about shellfish allergies? Absolutely. And our understanding of shellfish and allergies and all that kind of stuff has evolved over time. So should we go with the moral prescription of humanity is banned from consuming shellfish? No. But the moral observation by Jews 2,000 years ago was rooted in something real that we learned more about with time. And that's how I think about morality, is that morality is just the analysis of good and bad. If if you're like a moral nihilist or a moral anti-realist or whatever, then you might say, oh, well, Bob was an asshole, so him eating shellfish is good because him dying was actually good for the tribe or some shit. We're not trying to go down that far. We're not trying to like hit like philosophical substrate. We're not trying to go to the core of philosophy. We're just trying to say banging 1,000 dudes in 24 hours is probably not good for you. You shouldn't do it. Smoking methamphetamine is probably not good for you in the long term. Doing heroin is not good for you in the long term. Cheating on your wife and lying to everybody all the time, probably not good for you in the long term. That's all we're saying, or that's all I'm trying to say. So, anyways.
What you see is
Thank you, Numinax, for the 20, by the way.
Developing understanding of what natural rights are, just like a discovery of the laws of physics. But what you see on the left with equity is a move in the wrong direction. We've already learned that individual rights are primary, but now they're trying to put collectivism on top of it.
Sorry, this is correct. Necron says the Bible also says we are stewards. I agree with that. I think steward is such a better word. Josh says, what do you think having a child fucking president means for the country? I think it means that people over the next 2 or 3 years are going to decide when they're jumping ship from the Trump train. And I'm excited about that.
So it's very different to say that there were founders who made mistakes and they didn't know this yet versus people today who do know this and are going the wrong
So there's going to
direction.
be a contradiction that's going to be exposed. So I'll give you the following. So were the framers, had they abandoned the American moral proposition?
No.
No, even though they were wrong objectively, right?
People can make a mistake.
Wait, so is answer
without abandoning the moral proposition.
Okay. So
Like,
if
for example,
the left, so you know where I'm going to get the contradiction. I'm about to go there. Wait, oh, come on.
Let me answer the question, Pisco.
No, hold on. I did want, because Pisco, it sounded like you had some clarification on top of that question. If you don't mind, Ryan, I'd like to at least allow him to clarify the question.
So this is where I'm going, and Ryan can answer and rebut it. So where I'm going is, if it's possible for the founders to not have abandoned the American moral position, but by just being objectively wrong about slavery, then why would the left being objectively wrong about DEI entail that they're abandoning the American moral proposition? That's what he needs to explain.
For the same reason that if Newton said what he said about physics, he was wrong compared to our modern day understanding, right, which includes relativity. That's very different than if I today was saying, you know what, screw relativity. Newtonian physics is the only way to go. We build our understanding of natural law over time. The founders didn't abandon natural law. They were wrong, or at least some of them were wrong in some cases. But what they were right about was a foundation that actually led to the abolishment of slavery throughout the Western world. So good on them for getting the main principle right, even though that took some time to develop, and in fact was the ticking time bomb, as it's been described, that led to the abolition movement. But beyond that, what you see on the left is fundamentally different because they know better. The history exists. They are actually attempting to undo the moral proposition and go
You just said it
backwards
yourself. You said Jefferson knew better. You said Madison knew better. That these founders at the time that slavery was around, they knew better. They were writing that slavery was abhorrent. And so this distinction doesn't help you, because even if I were to grant that what really matters is the modern day leftists, it's not that they're building upon a foundation and making mistakes along the way. It's they're abandoning things that have already been resolved. It hasn't been resolved. This specific issue is much more modern than the one of slavery. Even if I were to grant that, it would be true of the framers, because the framers understood the arguments on slavery, and some even granted it. So you can't do this veil of ignorance thing to distinguish them.
That's completely untrue, Pisco. Like at the time of the founding, there was not even scientific consensus that the races were the same species. That came later.
No, I'm not talking about slavery. Slavery.
Yeah,
not about whether they're the same species. Like they're the framers.
Pisco, we do enslave other species. That's what pets like. That's like
I understand, but what I'm saying is the framers, regardless of their scientific views about whether they're different species, the framers at the time, the ones who Jefferson himself knew enough to know that it was morally wrong to have chattel slavery of black people, regardless of whether they're different species. He knew enough then. So the veil of ignorance is not going to help you then, because they were aware of those arguments and they talked about it and they thought about it. So that's not going to distinguish the two groups. Like the point I'm making here is, if it's not enough to be morally wrong, objectively wrong about natural rights in the context of slavery and the American framers, then how could it possibly be enough to abandon the American moral proposition for the modern day leftists, if you grant that DEI is against the American moral proposition, for them to just be wrong about that in telling them having abandoned the American moral proposition? Because that's a bigger error. You would agree, right? Being wrong about slavery as respect to the American moral proposition is way bigger than DEI, correct?
Sorry, I'm still with Ryan in this one, just paying attention to the line of argumentation or whatever. So for instance, like Jefferson, I think, somebody can correct me, I think he wrote an entire treatise on how slavery was wrong despite him being a slave owner. In the modern left, so at least with the founding fathers, they would have moral argumentation for why the existence of chattel slavery within the United States was still a moral horror, even if they permitted it. So that's where, for me, like, but the left is not admitting that they're wrong in reference to DEI. They believe that they're actually pursuing something noble. And so that's where, for me, this is like, no, I'm still with Ryan and Gen Z attorney, that the original founding fathers would not be incorrect in the way that they, excuse me, they wouldn't be more wrong than leftists who loved equitable social programs because they knew slavery was wrong.
Kenzie, will you take that, or do you want me to take it?
I mean, I had a thought. I was going to go down, but then you ended it with questions. So, what was the question again?
So the question is, as between, so I'm granting that there are such things as objective moral values. I'm granting that, DEI, I guess, is against those for purposes of this current exchange. I'm not going to grant it later on, but for this purpose, assume that.
Wait,
Isn't
you don't grant that there's objective moral
I don't
values?
even know what it means. I think it's incoherent as a concept.
Okay, but that
I don't think you could explain it if I push you on it. But let's not get into that.
we can get to that, but
Okay.
we can circle back to that. But that's
I don't even know what you mean by objective morality. It's
Okay,
just
but
like-
that is inherently rejecting the American moral proposition.
I don't buy that.
We can
but
circle back to
I don't buy that. But even putting that aside, the question is on offer is assume that DEI is against the objective morality of the American moral proposition, and assume and you just granted. I think Jensen, you would also grant slavery is against the American moral proposition. Would you grant that?
Yeah, it is. I'm still going to object to this lumping in of, well, the framers were cool with it. The framers were okay with it. I just did a quick Google. 55 delegates, Constitutional Convention, 25 to 30 had slaves. So between slightly less than half or slightly more than half.
But it's part of their compromise, as part of their, whether they're individual slave owners, as part of their compromise, they accepted slavery.
But I think this is a common trope I see on the left a lot, is because there were individuals that did not uphold individually to the moral proposition. Therefore, the entire moral proposition has to be thrown out.
I'm
When
not
we
saying
look at
that.
the record, look at their. I know you're not saying that right now. I'm just saying as a critique of the left generally. But when we're looking at, we have to keep in.
Interesting. Jefferson described slavery as evil in a letter to one of my ancestors. He recognized the hypocrisy, but the country was put on a path to resolve it by the flawed people who framed it. That's exactly, yeah. So that's where I understand Ryan and Gen Z attorneys' perspective, is that they set up the founding fathers, even if they're individually hypocritical, something is wrong. They are doing the wrong thing anyways. They are violating this moral principle knowingly, despite having moral objections to it. But they set up within the founding of the nation the contradiction that would ultimately need to be resolved. And so in that way, while maybe individually being hypocrites, they still set up the way in which slavery would eventually be broken as a walking contradiction of a country proposed to be founded on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and men being equal before God. Okay. Now with DEI, this is the problem with equity. Okay. This is my problem with equity, is I think it's violative of liberty. Now, I'm not like a libertarian absolutist. I don't think that like we should all be such free association extremists that we morally or legally condone racial segregation, separate but equal laws, all that bullshit. I'm not like a libertarian absolutist. However, I do think that when you set up DEI programs that effectively say the government will not fuck with you unless you have certain representation of certain demographic groups within the country, I think that ultimately is a form of violation of liberty and pursuit of happiness. And arguably equality, because they're pursuing equality of outcome, not equality of opportunity. Tico says, Connor, Pisco isn't suggesting leftists are wrong. He's saying even if they were wrong, they can align with the American moral proposition while being wrong. Yeah, I think we kind of disagree with that. It's the same thing with like socialism. The decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. Well, in my opinion, a state that is capable of enforcing that would be clearly violative of liberty. Same thing with communism, a moneyless, stateless, classless society. If you want to go into the middle of nowhere and, create a rural commune in which you create a moneyless, stateless, classless society, but you still pay your property taxes, I don't think anybody gives a shit. If you want to overthrow the federal government of the United States in order to instantiate a communist society, I think you are anti-American, anti the proposition of this country. I do think Hassan Piker is he's a violative revolutionary who is not compatible with the propositions of the founding of this country. Conservative liberalism says, also Thomas Paine helped establish the first abolitionist group in America. He was the most read person at the time. Boost. The invasion of the nihilists. I know, it's because we started talking about Jeffrey Epstein, so everybody wanted to get into the sex drama, but then we attracted a bunch of liberals, and then the liberals were moral nihilists. Zip says, yo, Connor. What's up, buddy? How are you?
mind the historical context and circumstance that, yes, there were pragmatic compromises that were made. Like the Three-Fifths Compromise was a pragmatic compromise that actually weakened the South's power and their ability to use their slaves to gain more electoral power. We can look at that objectively in a vacuum and say, that's horrible. They're saying black people are 3/5 of a person. But when you actually look at the history of it, it actually was a good compromise that helped accelerate the end of slavery. So I don't like the historical vacuum that we're
I'm not trying to do that. What I'm saying is merely being wrong about an objective moral proposition related to the American moral proposition isn't enough to know that those people are against the American moral proposition. If you would grant that those people, those framers, are in line with the American moral proposition, notwithstanding the fact that they made the incorrect decision on the American moral proposition at that time, I don't know if you grant that, then how are we, isn't that a bigger mistake, right? Didn't they make a bigger error relative to the modern day people in favor of DEI? That was my question.
Well, I mean, Pisco, I think that's actually a slightly misleading framing. There were, as Genzi was saying, a large number of founders who were very opposed to slavery and were opposed to it at the founding. And I think if you're asking me, like, is slavery worse than equity in modern?
Landon Stewart, I don't agree. The government doesn't do that, question mark. They may give you programs to give you extra means to do so, but the government doesn't or hasn't violated someone's rights for not being diverse enough. You have to argue about whether or not it's good, whether or not it's happened. I would argue within your definition or within your framing, you're saying that the government hasn't enforced diversity. I don't think that's true, even when it comes to, so for instance, if we're talking about the Civil Rights Act, the desegregation, busing, and all that kind of stuff, the government did force blacks and whites to associate through desegregation that was forced through governmental means. Like desegregation was forced through, I forget if it's the 101st or the 75th. I think it's the 101st. But the 101st Airborne was federalized and sent to some state. I forget what state, but they were opposing desegregation, and they forced the state to desegregate. And then same thing with the gay baking cake, right? The whole case out of Colorado where that business has been sued a dozen times for not providing cakes to gay weddings. They offered to cook generic cakes for a gay wedding, but they said that they would not do a custom service because it violated their religious principles. I think that not only did they spend a decade in court, but I'm pretty sure that the government found against them multiple times and compelled them, saying that you are a public business, you are participating in the public square, you cannot deny services based off of protected characteristics, therefore you must provide custom wedding services for homosexual marriages. So yeah, like you can argue whether or not it's good or bad. I don't think you can argue whether or not it's happening.
DEI, the answer is obviously yes. Is slavery is worse, but the point
I'll be right back. My dog has barked 5 times, and she's currently outside. I'll be right back. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
I'm making is not that. The point I'm making is that at the time, there were a group of founders who were trying to abolish something, and it was a struggle, and it took a while, but eventually we succeeded. On the left, you see people trying to cut against natural rights. So while the framers were in an imperfect struggle to abolish slavery in the name of natural rights, the modern left is engaged in the project of eliminating natural rights. So the directionality here matters. What the framers were doing was a struggle to do the right thing morally over time. What the left is doing is struggling to impose immorality in real time.
No,
So
as relates,
I think that's a key difference.
As relates these Virginia representatives, the ones that I'm talking about, Madison, Jefferson, and Washington.
Short says, did I see Fetterman is pretty much dead? Nope, sure didn't. But we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. I want to give you guys your bang for the buck because we did have 8 people donate, and some of them were very generous. So I'm probably going to hang out for another 10 to 30 minutes. We'll see how the content carries me. But I do want to thank the people who donated. Grassroots, Judah, Grassroots again, E.T., Anonymous, a.k.a. Badisai, Maddox, and Numinax. Thank you for your financial support. What I would say is, well, at least you don't have to primary him. Lol. Sorry. I know that some people getting like injured or killed is actually super fucked up, and I'm being callous about it. But the world is so fucked up right now. It's hard for me. He had a stroke like 5 years ago? Something like that. I don't think that's the kind of thing that you really like. You're going to have health complications. I'll put it that way. Like you might not be on your last legs, but your last legs are probably not far off. You know what I'm saying? Baby Blasphemy Zip has been waiting for the debate. Did I agree to do the debate today? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I totally fucked up. I thought it was next week. Why didn't you say more in chat? My chat's been open the entire time. Are you got? I'm hitting 2. I got shit I got to do. Sorry, guys. Let me play this while I respond to DMs.
They were not trying to end slavery. They were trying to preserve slavery. And many of
bullshit. Eat a dick, Pisco.
The framers that I'm talking about as the denominator, who you would grant, put aside the framers as an overall metric, but you would never grant that Jefferson, because you're citing the Declaration of Independence, was against the American moral proposition. In no sense was he trying to end slavery. Jefferson didn't try to end slavery.
He was absolutely trying to end slavery. That's why his first draft of the Declaration of Independence included an admonition about slavery, and that was his preferred position. Now, did he live up to that personally? I think obviously there's things he could have done more. I think we could get into that if it's truly necessary. The point I'm making is not that the founders were perfect or that they understood natural law perfectly or that they lived up to it perfectly. Pisco, the point I'm making is that they were directionally attempting to learn about natural law and to create a society that abided by natural law.
No, they
whereas
weren't.
what the left is doing is attempting to move away from natural law. So the fact that the framers were imperfect and got things wrong isn't the issue. The issue is that the left is going consciously in the other direction on purpose. That's the point.
So to the extent that Jefferson knew that it was against natural law to enslave black people, he was not moving us towards that end of eliminating and proceeding to a society without it.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just have to jump in there because they're holding these two things as equivalent. You're saying that Jefferson writing the Declaration and setting the moral vision that was relied upon in all of the debates that were used that ultimately led to the abolition of slavery, him authoring that moral vision is equivalent to the fact that he personally owned slaves. And those things are you just brought it, you're saying that he's abandoned it. So how can we take anything of what he says seriously?
The government that he supported, the government that he backed, and the vision that he was promoting across the country, both as a legislator, both as ultimately one of the framers, the first Secretary of State, and then President Jefferson, was fundamentally one that accepted slavery. That was his, and he was not moving our country in a direction of abandonment.
I'm good. I'm going to respond to chat. What I would say so far, we barely got into this realistically, probably because it's a four-way debate, and so it took a while for them to warm up. But I do have stuff I need to do this afternoon, including doing Warhammer 40K content. Also, check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars. Counterpoint Sci-Fi, type it into your chat. I did a breakdown of the proto-molecule. I broke down the opening of Prometheus and one of the more gruesome scenes from the movie The Thing, the original one from the 80s. Might even be the 70s, but it's an old movie, but it's a really good one. And then for Counterpoint Star Wars, I'm breaking down the Phantom Menace, but we're about to move into Attack of the Clones and the Clone Wars. We're not going to be breaking down the Clone Wars 3D TV series. We're going to be breaking down the 2D animated movie, which is one of my favorite Star Wars things ever. What I would say in reference to the debate that we just watched, I'm generally siding with the right-wingers on that one. I'm generally going to be siding with Gen Z Attorney, and I'm generally going to be siding with Ryan Mullaly. I know it's probably disappointing because I have a bunch of libs in my chat, but realistically, I do think that liberals who are fighting for liberty and who are fighting the Trump administration in their authoritarian excesses, I think they're carrying on the American project, and they are not violative of the founding principles or propositional ideas of the United States. I do think that leftists, socialists, and communist revolutionaries who put equity above everything else, I think those motherfuckers are absolutely anti-American and anti the proposition of the country. Landon Stewart says, I agree with desegregation. I'm talking specifically about DEI. Ryan would actually disagree with you that forced integration was a violation. That's interesting because I view DEI and desegregation as something on a spectrum. I think desegregation was infinitely more interruptive and intense than DEI. But DEI, correct me if I'm wrong, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's effectively like a cultural but also government-backed initiative to look at areas that are dominated by majority demographics, namely white people and namely white men, and then intentionally saying in order for this place to be optimized, we want you to hire a certain amount of women and a certain amount of ethno-religious minorities. That's what I understood DEI to be. Well, QC John says, I thought it was the 82nd Airborne that got sent to Mississippi. Is that what you're referring to? Yes. I thought it was 101st. Little Rock. I was thinking of Arkansas. Thank you. Christian Valeris. 101st were sent to Little Rock, Arkansas. And then somebody said, well, QC John said the 82nd got sent to Mississippi. I wouldn't be surprised if both of you are correct. Landon Stewart says, I don't like the Baker situation, but that's not DEI. That's kind of like a weird battleground with the Civil Rights Act, and whether that's good or not is kind of different than whether or not Ryan or me are saying. I don't know. Because when you look at just the words, okay, I'm not talking about the programs themselves. I'm not familiar with the programs. I haven't been in a DEI program. The only program, so I worked for a Fortune 100 company for a little bit. Actually, for 3 years, I worked for them. And their DEI initiatives were, they had a veterans group, they had an AAPI group, they had a Hispanic group, they had a Black group. And what those people did once a quarter is they showed us a PowerPoint presentation on how to be less racist, less sexist, and less homophobic. And then they gave us like cookies and sodas for watching their PowerPoint presentation. So in corporate America, like your stats and your productivity in your job were still way more important than what your ethno-religious or sexual background was. So the DEI communists did not get me. So I don't know. I would view the baking the cake thing as analogistic, where diversity, equity, and inclusion, I would view the people suing the bakers as being motivated by inclusion. They want the public market to cater to everyone, including homosexuals. Oh, did I get taken out from a stream? Did I get taken out? Why did you fail the DEI presentation? I didn't. I was like, I love Asians. I went to the Philippines once. One day, Connor will lock in for 6 hours, but that day is not today. Debate, lock in. No. I got shit to do, including other content. We out here abdicating our responsibilities like they're our daughter, Bonnie Blue, classic Connor. No, dude, we're at 4 hours and 35 minutes. I stream between 4 and 5 hours. Connor, make a chat bot for y'all links, big dog. Maybe, but not today. Parasocial Love, bro. 07. I do parasocial love you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Kay says, Connor, the SCOTUS ruled in favor of the baker in Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado civil rights. Oh, cool. Rachel says, loved Prometheus and the entire alien world. Well, don't I have something beautiful for you, okay? Let me show you this real quick. Add to stage. Sometimes Counterpoints Politics does not pop up. So let me take a look at it. Counterpoints Politics. Wait, why did I type in
specificity on?
Stop. Counterpoints Sci-Fi. Let's see if that pops. All right, so this channel, okay, I just released. These ones are doing okay. My Predator breakdowns are doing okay. But this one I just released, and it's not doing as good, but it is like a smaller thing. So it's a proto-molecule episode. So I do show off the Prometheus opening, and I talk about proto-molecule. Then I show off the Thing scene, where they're trying to figure out who the Thing is, and then they blast it with a flamethrower. And then I talk about like proto-molecule as like a scouting device. So if you're into sci-fi, check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. And then Counterpoint Star Wars. I think the second Phantom Menace is not doing as good as the first one, but that's okay. The thumbnail's not as good. So these did well. This one did well. The first Phantom Menace did well, but then this one is lagging. It's probably because the first half of it is dialogue, but realistically, that dialogue is necessary for the movie. So if you wanted to watch this, yeah, the first half is them talking about the Chosen One and whether or not they're going to train Anakin. And I break down a bunch of like Coruscant and Jedi lore. But then I also break down the Duel of the Fates, man. And the Duel of the Fates is amazing. And the duel between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Maul, even though it's not, it's a little silly that Obi-Wan Kenobi does not have the high ground. And yet he is still victorious over Darth Maul. I think that's a little silly. But besides that, it's a classic. They were talking about the Dems. Gotcha. Latvian hater says, Connor, I think the rebuilding of the GOP before 2028 will be necessary to avoid a shoe-in whack job lefty president. He probably will like Latvians. Nah, fuck affirmative action. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, dude. FP says no. DEI intent is to stop old white men employing only old white men. It does get silly sometimes, though. Okay. I don't know the difference between DEI and affirmative action because I don't give a fuck. Connor, why did you fail the DEI presentation? I didn't. I was very nice. I said no homophobic slurs, and I ate the cookies and the Mexican food. Tico Suave says, also less ableist and more accommodating to veterans. You cited them as programs, but didn't mention their impacts, only the anti-racist and anti-feminist ones. Yeah, but that's because I didn't notice them because I was too busy doing my job. The bog dwellers and the WAPs missed out on the DEI programs. I know. We just got thrown into the white category. Very rude. If the bakers didn't want to do something, just set the price crazy high. No. It was about discriminating against the gays. I meant missing the debate. Oh, gotcha. No problem. Latvia hater, no. Tristan Clark says, Connor, get on kick. Yeah, I will eventually. Landon Stewart for 20. Thank you for the donation, by the way. DEI is basically programs that encourage companies to look for broader people. This includes rural rights, veterans, disabled people, just as much as other races who are usually not in that field. Also, hope you have a good day. Thank you for the super chat. CRT and DEI came out, and a lot of people thought they were saying the same thing. That's true, Rachel P. Kay says, when is Connor going to shave his head next? I'm betting in the next 10 days. Probably. Now, my wife said I should shave my hair, but some people in chat, some gays and women, said that they liked my long hair. I'm actually enjoying my long hair because as somebody who's almost 40, not everybody who is in my age bracket can grow their hair out. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I'm growing my hair, if I'm shaving it. We'll figure it out. Landon says, in my train station, I see a lot of people in wheelchairs getting a chance to work for their soil instead of being forced to live off of SNAP and such. I think it aligns pretty well with the country. Good. How you watch Andor? Have you watched Andor? No, because I knew that I was going to do it as a part of the breakdown, and I heard that it was so good, and I already love the creators. The creators did Rogue One, and Rogue One was my favorite piece of Star Wars media until I saw the Clone Wars 2 animation. The Clone Wars 2D animation. The Clone Wars 2D animation is so good that it blows all other Star Wars media out of the fucking water. I can't wait to break it down. After that, though, my favorite media is Rogue One. So I have a feeling that Andor will be my favorite or will be my second or third favorite Star Wars media. Landon Stewart says, true, only people who can't speak English allowed, based. It took about 70 years, though. Not sure what we're talking about, but that's okay. Landon Stewart says, when they took our DEI programs, white people and Asians lost programs more than other brown people. Interesting. It looks good. Thank you. My hair passes my shoulders. Lol. Hair looks good. Take the sides down a bit to clean it up. Leave the top. Thanks. But that would involve $50 that I got to pay to a barber. Wasn't there a Star Wars anime? Yes. I think you're thinking of the 2D animation, and it is phenomenal. Cotter, you need to be a trendsetter and bring back the comb over. Nice. Rogue One is goated. Everyone poo-pooed at first, and lately they've started to get their wits about them and start liking it. Rogue One, I loved Rogue One since I saw it. It was fantastic. It was like a spy thriller mixed with gritty violence, mixed with a real world war setting, tactics and violence. I loved Rogue One since the beginning. Excuse me. Hoach says, if we don't get a conclusion movie for The Expanse, then we need to storm the Capitol. Maybe. Is it anime? It's animation. It's American made. It's not Japanese. Same studio who did Star Wars anime did a cyberpunk anime. I should watch it. Oh, yeah. You guys are talking about Star Wars Visions. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, if you have Disney Plus, go on to Disney Plus and watch Star Wars Visions. That's newer. That only came out in the past 5 years. All right, I'm going to thank my super chatters real quick. Thank you to Grassroots. As always, thank you, King. Thank you for oiling. Thank you, Judah Nitopsky. Thank you, ET. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for the $50. That's insane. AKA Badusai, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you to Maddox for the 2, Numanax for the 20, and Landon Stewart for the 20. I parasocially love you guys, and I appreciate you. I am going to... Yeah, Visions. Visions was the anime one. Expanse broke my heart when the spoiler died. Don't worry. We'll break it down. Also, they're going to be releasing the video game Osiris Reborn, and that is looking really good. I hope that, like, the aesthetics are going to be awesome no matter what. I hope the gameplay is also good. So check out the cinematic for Expanse Osiris Reborn. You will have a good time. But anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. We will be doing a reaction with Dan Pace in the afternoon. So we'll find whatever is hot in the next 24 hours. We'll react to that in the morning. Then we'll do a Valor Reacts in the afternoon. Thank you for supporting the channel. I think we were at like 170 when we were covering the, that was our peak. I think we were at like 170 when we were covering the pedophile stuff. And then we were at 100 to 120 pretty much all day, which is good for me. So I parasocially love you, and thank you for the financial support. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.